Okay, we should be, in theory, live again.
Okay, there we go. All right. Go ahead. I was gonna say maybe delete the old announcement and then put another announcement on the Discord.
Mine still says upcoming, but I guess YouTube is just like, it's just gonna be like that tonight, guys.
Yeah, it's dumb.
It just is. YouTube is clearly having a moment.
Okay.
All right.
So, okay. Hi, Natty.
Hello. It still looks like it's just really struggling over here.
Yeah. So I guess, like I said, let's go ahead and delete the old Discord announcement and then put in another one.
Yep.
Okay.
Oop, there we go. Do that. Do this. Okay. Delete this old one, and then everybody's gonna be like, Avery, why are you pinging me a second time? Why do you do this? What you snacking on?
It's a Luna bar.
Nice.
Any snacks for you?
Right now, I have some Sun Chips and Kit Kats and various things. I was just mostly working on staying hydrated.
Yeah, I've got Wiley Wallaby, soft and chewy licorice.
Ooh, fun. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry. I don't know why it just says upcoming perpetually, but here we are.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Unfortunately.
Fortunately, unfortunately.
Okay.
But, you know, good thing is we like streaming, so we just stream for our own fun, and it'll be up for people to catch later and be like, why did I not see this before? And we're like, we tried.
You know, we tried, but YouTube was just having a BF today.
YouTube was just having a little moment.
She's gonna have a bitch fit. You better get out of here. I'm gonna write a letter. If you know what movie that is.
Okay, I'm just gonna say
I'm so
live
freaking
now.
pissed.
Though YouTube broke. And then just say this, and then just at.
Yep, exactly, Natty White chicks. I told Dr. Phil that I wanted to look like Gwyneth Paltrow. I get off the surgery table looking like freaking
Shrek. I always just think of the Psych episode where he's like, come on, we better hurry up before they make another White Chicks too.
Oh, I wish. I wish they would.
Okay.
What up? For some reason, I can do like specific voices. I can't keep my voice high pitched, but like for certain like characters, we can do it like, "What a beautiful chocolate man!"
Oh.
So beautiful.
Oh god, I haven't thought about that movie in forever.
Or if you've ever seen Clarence, the character on Clarence, his name's Percy, and oh my gosh, he's so adorable. He's like, "Thanks for coming over. Thanks for sitting with me, Jeff." And just he's so adorable. If you've ever seen Clarence, you know what I'm talking about. It's on Hulu, so you can.
Okay. The false lashes I ordered back in December finally arrived. Yay!
All right. So, you are coming from last stream. We are going to go ahead and start reading another chapter, just to cleanse our palate of the depression that is California Diaries and the anxiety-inducing Cheetah Girls.
Before we go into Animorphs trauma.
Yes, before we go into Animorphs trauma. So, I do like to. Oh wait, we're on part one or part two?
I thought we were on part 2. We're on part 1. There we go. Now we're on part 2.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, so for everybody coming in, they were in an unreasonably large mailing envelope. Isn't that funny how like Amazon or like eBay, like sometimes they put like the thing in like a package this big, only for like a tiny little box like this big.
I ordered pins for my collection from Temu, and they came in legitimately separate packages for every single thing, and I'm like, guys.
I think it's like because it's easier to like put the packaging, like the little packaging sticker on a big thing as opposed to like a tiny little box.
Yeah.
Could just always be
That's probably true.
so. Okay then. So let's go ahead and get started. So like I said, last time, space pirate found a sword, became evil, because of the sword, and is now influenced into searching for all the valuable magical treasures of the universe, in order to obtain true peace of the sword. So, and in the last chapter, he went and was pursuing an alien who was harboring some sacred spirits of their planet, as they do, and was unable to capture the alien. So, the alien crash lands on part of Earth, meets up with someone named Princess Shayla, and teaches him how to use those sacred spirits to form their own team of Power Rangers. And the alien's name is Quetzal. Yes, it looks like everything's good now, Paolo.
Everything's good now. Oh, we can see it. That's good. Mine still says upcoming. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just bullying me because it's like, you don't need to know that you're live. You know you're live.
Yeah, okay. So that's what it is. And then so he is pirate Trexor the pirate. He has stumbled upon Quetzal, and Quetzal still hasn't found his team of rangers. But a group of teenagers who go on a hike stumble upon him, and so he just is like, "Hey, I need your help," blah 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 blah, and all this other stuff. And the teenagers at first are like, "Okay, we don't even know you."
He doesn't even go here.
I'm sure that the spirits just subtly influence them into believing Quetzal, and so they followed Quetzal to behind a waterfall, and he went through the rock wall of the waterfall, and that's pretty much where we left off.
Yes.
Walking up the stairs of triumph. I don't know what that means, Patrick. All right, so this is where we are. Part 2. As they opened their eyes to see the other side, they were amazed at what they saw: an astonishing base of operation, with a surveillance corner, training floor adorned with racks of weapons, and a library filled with foreign texts. All right, let me explain why I need your help. I was a temple guardian of my late planet Sacred Spirits. A couple of years ago, a pirate named Trexar invaded my planet in an attempt to capture the spirits and harness their power to help him conquer the galaxies and steal their sacred treasures. I was fortunate enough to escape with the spirits, but at the price of him destroying my home planet. I think I should have put at the price of him pillaging and leaving my planet ransacked. That would have been better. So now I've been hiding here on Earth and planned out a course of action. After consulting with the spirits, they first saw your arrival and deemed you worthy of them to be in your possession. So how are we supposed to fight this evil space pirate and his large army? If you haven't noticed, we don't have any powers. Torn had a difficult time piecing Quetzal's story together. You don't have powers now, but you will soon. As I explained to you all before, each of you a, um, will be in possession of a spirit with its own respective attribute. Oh, that's what. Oh, sorry, I got distracted by stream only. Patrick's talking about the theater. My seats are at the very top, and I'm taking the stairs instead of the elevator.
Woo!
I didn't know that there were elevators. And maybe it's an AMC.
I think Patrick is going to a live show of sorts.
He's going to go see Frozen, what he said. So I'm guessing Frozen on ice. Frozen on ice. Oh yeah, really quickly, Laser. Do they have these in Australia? They're called Wiley Wallaby licorice. Is that really a thing that they have in Australia? Because it says on the bag, product of Australia. Frozen, the Broadway show.
That'll be fun. I hear the transition is fun when she changes into her iconic Elsa dress.
Okay. See. So, Quetzal summoned the spirits as they flew to their new owners. As they entered their new vessels, the spirits began to emanate an aura surrounding each of the gang. Quetzal then explains the significance of each of the spirits and the special trait each person had. Gosh. I'm so stereotypical. Torin, it looks to be that the Blazing Wolf acknowledges your courageous nature and sense of initiative. Kyle, I see the bright narwhal has chosen you for your calm yet ferocious nature. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, I have to laugh a little bit because it's like, I could tell I was still drinking the Kool-Aid that was Power Rangers back then. Because I kind of followed the first episode format of explaining why each person was chosen.
I mean, it worked for Power Rangers.
Yes, it did. But I'm trying to make this my own thing. Derek, it seems that the evergreen fox sees the cleverness and willingness to grow and has chosen you. Caroline, the shrewd mouse, did not hesitate to choose you. Such a positive and committed young woman deserves this spirit. Liam, the boisterous penguin, has noticed you have a sense of compassion and loyalty that it has chosen to partner with you. Jeez. Patrick says he's thinking of doing his own first reading stream Monday.
Woo!
That sounds exciting, Patrick. Go ahead and put it in the Discord, and we will all be happy to go there and watch it.
It'll be good to cheer me up. I can watch it back once I get off live of having to suffer through hopefully the last Pain of Memory stream.
Oh, Pain of Agony.
I'm gonna look forward to that.
Marluxia.
I beat Marluxia finally, so that's at least good.
Every time I hear Marluxia, I think of Goofy saying it.
Marluxia. I love Goofy in Kingdom Hearts. Goofy's my boy.
All right. After spirits assimilated, Quetzal walks over to a box. He opened it and walked back to the group to show what was inside. You will need these primal morphers. With the help of my mentor, I was able to have your spirits be able to physically manifest themselves into suits and turn you into the primal rage Power Rangers. All you have to say is Primal Rage Spirit Engage.
I don't know anything about Power Rangers, so I'm just here for the ride.
Marducia, shut up, Paolo.
I mean, he is really. It's real rough.
No, Patrick. Avery did not give you the bird. She's crocheting.
Sorry, if it looks like I'm giving somebody the bird, I'm not. I'm teaching myself how to chain stitch.
Yes. Over, pull, over, pull. Where was I? Oh yeah, Primal Rage Spirit Engage. What a clever little thing I did, huh? Ketzel finally concluded by asking if they would help. I'll help you. Caroline spoke up and grabbed a morpher from the box. If I was chosen to do this, I'll do my best. Leanne followed Caroline and grabbed a morpher. See, now that I reread this, I realize, isn't it cool that I had the girl say yes first and the guys not?
Yeah, I do
I
appreciate
didn't even
that.
realize I was doing that first.
I appreciate it.
Okay, Patrick, enjoy Frozen, the Broadway.
Have fun. Let us know how that goes.
Yes. Okay. I might not be the strongest or the smartest, but I'm not afraid, Derek confessed, and also grabbing a morpher from the box. As crazy as this all sounds, I'd hate to see what happens if this Trexar get the hold of our spirits. Kyle grabbed the morpher and then interjected, besides, you guys are going to need some muscle. What about you, Torin? As there lay one final morpher in the box, everyone turned to look at Torin. Torin didn't know what to say or how to react, felt overwhelmed. He finally answered, only to quietly mutter, no. What? Kyle spoke in confusion. I'm sorry, but this is too much for me to wrap my head around. Everyone just stared in confusion, and Torin gave back a look of nerves. Ketzel understood Torrance' hesitation and tried to rationalize his importance. Torrance, please reconsider. Before he could finish his sentence, an alarm sounded off that frightened everyone as they looked around to see where the alarm was coming from. Ketzel led the new team of Rangers to the surveillance monitor. He sat down to reset the alarm and frantically typed away, skimming through each surveillance channel to see where the distress was coming from. After a few seconds, he found the channel and saw that a unit of hunt droids was running down the city with what looked like a monstrous skeleton leading the attack.
Ooh, skeleton. I just thought Skeletor. That's not. Different thing.
Skeletor. Yeah.
I love Skeletor.
What is that? Leanne leaned back with a freaked out expression of someone who is a picky eater. That's a random and simile. I wish I had the time to explain what they are, but we need to route this attack. What about Torin? Kyle readdressed the previous dilemma. Torin, Leanne innocently asked what he was going to do. All Torin could do was stand there, stare wide-eyed at the monitors, breathing heavily through his mouth. Ranger, the city needs your help. I'll stay here with Torin. The Rangers agreed to the course of action and then headed out of the base. As they ran through the wall, they were confused as where they ended up. Instead of ending up in the cavern behind the falls, they ended up at the Twin Falls shopping district. Magic. They looked around in confusion and were quickly able to assess where they were and ran to meet up and fight against this strike. Woo-wee! Nothing like a little hoedown to get humans stampeding, hollered a monstrous skeleton wearing clothing similar to that of a cowboy.
Cowboy.
He then points his arms forward and commands his unit, go turn this town into a rust bucket. Yeah! Stop right there. Kyle spoke out from behind as the four Rangers stood there, ready to fight. Skeleton stopped where he stood and turned around. Well, looks like we got us some tumbleweeds that want old Skull Slinger to blow them away. What do you city slickers plan to do? Let's give these morphers a try. Ready? Kyle looked to the others to make sure they were ready. Ready? How did it go again? It's rage, primal engage. No, that's not it. The monster was not amused and drew a revolver shooting from the hip. His shot missed, but the shot was so explosive that the force repelled the four forward. as they flailed the arm before they fell on their faces. Um, just as I thought, nothing. He put his revolver back in his holster. The four picked themselves up, and Derek just remembered what Kessel said to activate the Morphers. Primal Rage, Spirit Engage. He cocked. Oh, I'm gonna skip all that because it's just a bunch of nonsense in flowery embellishment. I thought I was something back then. I thought I was J.R.R. Tolkien.
Yo, I have seen so much worse fan fiction. You have no idea.
Derek?
I like your style.
Okay. Because this is like way too over detailed. He cocked his left arm back and reached his arm across, brought it back under his shoulder, and while keeping his left hand against the wrist, punched his right arm forward to activate the morpher. When the morpher activated, a translucent green aura enveloped around his body, and the spirit of the evergreen fox let out a fierce roar. The aura instantaneously turned into a form-fitting bodysuit that heightened all his physical aspects, with the head of the spirit overlapping Derek's head and turning into a battle helmet. Well, that's not as bad as I thought it was. After the sequence was finished, Derek morphed and became a Primal Rage Power Ranger. He looked at his hand and felt the helmet on his head. Whoa. Okay, let's try this. After watching Derek, the other three emulated his gestures and activated their morphers. Primal Rage, Spirit Engage. Blue Primal Ranger, Green Primal Ranger, Yellow Primal Ranger, Pink Primal Ranger. They all gestured a representation of their spirit animal, and all ended in a cinematic pose. Well, now this. What?
I like the addition of the cinematic pose.
Well, now this changes everything. Well, I mean, there was a season of Power Rangers that kind of was a little fourth wall breaky. A few years back. I don't think it's streaming anywhere, but I could be wrong. They're like, because like one of the characters like, how come there's always an explosion right behind us? And like, what are you talking about?
Boom.
And then it's like he pulled up the on the computer like that right there.
I love it. I love a good fourth wall break.
So, well, now this changes everything. Goldslinger was pleasantly surprised as he found what he was hired to look for. Hunt droids, go fetch me their hides. My name's Topher. My accent. Y'all already know who I am. My name's Topher. The hunt droids scattered around the team, but the Rangers were filled with a combination of determination and confidence, thanks in part to their newfound powers. Talk about rock'em sock'em robots. These things are just begging to be recycled. Ugh, jeez. Kyle punched and kicked with such force, anyone watching him would be entranced by his display of ease and strength. They're making my sword look like a can opener. Derek fiercely punctured and sliced through the armor and separating the motherboard from the hunt droids like a hot knife cutting through butter. Let's fry their circuits, darted Caroline, teaming with Leanne, both using their blasters to fry the hunt droids and grind their gears. Leanne and Caroline worked off each other, performing some dazzling acrobatics. Finishing off the rest of the hunt droids, a battlefield of robots lay dead with their circuitry shooting out sparks. At base, Torin calmed down, and he and Quetzal and Rachel and Marco and Tobias and Jake and Cassie and Axe were observing the others on the surveillance. Torin looked to Quetzal. See, they seem to be doing perfectly fine without me. You would think those hunt droids were nothing special compared to who this alien is. Keep watching. The Rangers all regrouped and faced down Skullslinger, both sides charged, focusing back on the fight. The reindeers were being tossed around like ragdolls. Oh, come on, you call yourselves a challenge? All I see is a bunch of city slickers playing dress up. Yeehaw! I lost my spot. Blasting his plasma magnum revolve at the reindeer, they fall back stunned, overwhelmed by Skullslinger's strength. Skullslinger slowly crept towards the grounded reindeers and muttering a cynical laugh accompanied by the jingle of his boots, like all good cowboys.
Of course.
Reaching a good distance from the rangers, Skullslinger slowly pulls out his revolver, extending his arm out, pointing the barrel and ready to pull the trigger. You know how business is, boss's orders. Skullslinger falls to his face. What the? He rolls to his back to see Torin. Torin! The rangers gathered themselves off the floor. I got tired of thinking. I'd rather fight. How cheap. Only a weasel would ambush me. Um, Torin, still nervous and thinking to himself, I'm almost done, y'all. 4 minutes left, it looks like. Thinking to himself what he was getting into, glanced over at his wrist. Kyle put his hand on Torin's shoulder. So what about you, Torin? Primal Rage, Spirit Engage. I'm ready to fight. What about you? This is taking too long. Get ready, Rangers. Skullslinger rushed the Rangers. Like a bull that just saw red. Torin didn't back down and charged at Skullslinger. Skullslinger began to shoot at Torin, and he in return bounced the shots off his sword. He leapt into the air and landed a clean slash across the chest. Skullslinger's holster fell to the floor and he fell back. While monitoring the battle on surveillance, Quetzal began to further instruct the Rangers. Rangers, not only do you have access to a blaster and a sword, you can also call upon weapons unique to each of you. Trust in your spirits and chat out whatever comes to your mind. Will do, Quetzal. Spirit Howl. A red flat club with serrated edging, similar to a Macahuitl Aztec weapon, appears in Torin's hand. He ran around, aiming to get behind Skullslinger. Going, and swung the spirit howl like a baseball bat, forcing Skullslinger forward. Gone. Spirit horn. Kyle raised his right hand into the sky, and a blue double-pointed spear appeared as he gripped with both hands. Spirit fangs. A pair of what appeared to look like crescent moon knives, wrapped into each of his clenched hands. The two boys hit an incoming Skullslinger high and low as he stumbled back with the two continuing their onslaught of lacerations and punctures. They both moved out to the side and let someone else attack. Spirit claws. Caroline firmly planted her feet, and a pair of sabatons, adorned with two curved blades at the toes and one at the heel, overlapped her footwear. She charged into the opening made by Kyle and Derek, launching quick roundhouses, crescents, and axe thrust kicks, finishing her attack with a back handspring. Spirit Heart. Leanne clutched her right hand over her heart, and a pink kendama magically appeared as she began to swing her arm aggressively, causing the heavy ball from the kendama to bludgeon. Skullslinger was fatigued and close to death, and the Rangers regrouped to stare down Skullslinger. Okay, now that you've weakened Skullslinger, combine your weapons to make the Chimera Cannon. As you do with your stereotypical first episodes.
Mhm.
Hello, Tarfield Owl. You are just in time to catch the end of my fan fiction.
And then we're gonna get into the pain of Animorphs.
The pain. Okay. You heard him. Let's put them together. Folding their weapons to real compartments, they clicked together certain weapons until they came together, creating an intimidating cannon. Chimera Cannon. They took their positions. Derek and Kyle steadied the cannon. Torin was manning the trigger, and Caroline Leanne stood behind Torin to soften the recoil. Fire. The vibrant blast of energy took the shape of a charging chimera, a monster. The monster was too petrified to move out of the way. I feel like such a yellow belly. Gunslinger fell to the floor and burst into a flaming explosion. The Rangers then did their signature turn around and look cool pose. Oh my gosh.
You gotta do the turnaround and look cool pose.
I'm so lame. I couldn't think of anything cooler to say. After the battle, the group returned to base as they celebrate on a job well done. Torin slipped away to be outside as he pondered while admiring the fall. You're not alone. Kyle approached Torin and sat next to him. What? Let me tell you, I was feeling the same way, but seeing everyone else step up before me really made me come to respect them that much more. And I got nothing but respect for you. Could have left us there, but you chose to step up. I gotta hand it to you. You've always been good at taking the reins. Thanks. I wish the baseball guys appreciated it, but they decided to thank me by kicking me off the team. Kyle was holding his breath. He wanted to admit something to Torin, but he didn't feel like the time was right. Kyle, I always saw you as someone I could rely on, and I just wish you were there to see what happened. I felt so alone after that. I had to separate myself from everyone. Torin, there you guys are. Come on, we're going down to the puree to get some smoothies. Leanne surprised the two from behind in the same manner as Kyle. All right, babe, we'll be there in a few. Sorry, Kyle. What were you going to say? Were you going to say something? Kyle paused as he again contemplated on telling Torin that he witnessed the incident. Chat, what do you think the incident is? What incident, pray tell, do you think it is? Avery, what do you think the incident is?
I don't
Without
know.
reading ahead.
It really could be a number of things.
Class, I want you to write a paragraph about what you think the incident is that happened between Torin and the baseball team. All right.
I do feel bad for him though. He seems bitter.
I was gonna say something so inappropriate. I don't know why it came to my mind. Well, Natty, what was the inappropriate thing? Sorry, what were you saying, Avery? Something about you feel bad about.
I feel bad for him because it seems like it was bad, whatever it was. He seems
bitter,
salty.
Bitter.
My pterodactyl ate my homework again. Damn those pterodactyls.
That's okay. This is a class assignment, Paolo. I'll give you guys 5 minutes to work on your paragraph. I'm like, why do I keep saying these jokes? Avery's homeschooled. She doesn't know what I'm talking about.
I mean, I know what you're talking about, just generally. I've just never experienced it. My friends from youth group would
because when you were
like
talking about the trigger warning yesterday, it reminded me of To Kill a Mockingbird.
I felt like a teacher during that, but I was like, I feel like I should just...
No, I wasn't trying to make a joke about it to you. I'm just like, oh, that just reminded me of like when the teachers would have to say that because we're reading a book that uses that type of language.
Yeah, that's, I'm sure, awkward for the teachers.
No, I'd be like, okay, you guys, if I were still teaching, I'd say, guys, since we're reading To Kill a Mockingbird, I'm just gonna tell you ahead of time.
There's a lot.
There's a lot of outdated words in here. So whenever I get to it, I don't need y'all to make a big deal because I'm not the one that's saying it. It's the book.
Yep. Like poor Gabe. Every time there's like violence, and Gabe is just like, so.
I mean, I read violence just fine.
Oh,
lacerations, punctures, sparks, flashes. Okay, let's get into it, shall we? He pictures back to that day after their team finished practice. Almost everyone left the locker room. Kyle was putting his workout clothes in his backpack to take home. He heard someone raising their voice. Are you crazy? You think I'm going to let you guys do that? He picked up his backpack and gingerly crept through the sunlit locker room. coming up to the aisle next to the locker room entrance. He spots Torin standing in front of two freshmen, trembling on their knees. More than half the team stood on the other side, facing Torin. Val, a member who always seemed to undermine and question Torin's position as captain, stands at the front of the crowd. Val takes a wooden bat in his hand and points it at Torin's chest. It doesn't matter what you think. Some of us have been on varsity longer than you've been varsity captain. It's tradition. Dude, I don't care if it's tradition. Torin helps the two freshmen to their feet and starts walking to the front office. Just as quickly as Torin helps the freshman up, Val grabs Torin by the wrist. Dude, stop. What's your hurry? We're still talking here. Stop. Torin grits his teeth and emphasizes his previous request. Sure. Val, with a look of such sarcasm. He feigns walking away, then to swing his bat at Torin, catching it with both hands. The two boys break into a fight on the floor. The last thing Kyle saw was Torin on top of Val wailing on the instigator. Kyle then remembers running to the coach's office. Beyond that, he couldn't recall further details. Dude, Kyle, you okay? Torin has his face in front of Kyle. Kyle then remembers he was still talking to Torin. Sorry, I forgot what I was going to say. Whatever, let's go. Everyone's probably waiting for us at your car. I might be driving, but you're buying. Team captain. The two made their way down to where Kyle had parked as they all finished the day down at the Pureway. And that's the end of the chapter. So I left it vague on purpose because I was gonna go into I was gonna do a flashback chapter of like what exactly happened. But since I'm not there yet, I'll just go and tell you guys.
Gotcha.
So what was supposed to happen was, you know how like hazing happens for like freshmen and all that stuff, like hazing ritual.
Yeah. Like in that Phantom Investigator that we just covered. Or just posted about.
But since Torin and the other Rangers are upperclassmen, and this took place at the beginning of the school year, he was made captain even though it was like his first year being on the baseball team. But because there were freshmen, the tradition is that they would the upperclassmen would take turns beating up the freshmen with the wooden baseball bat.
Oh shit.
That was what I was gonna write.
That's rough.
And so Torin was basically being like, I don't care if that's what you guys had to go through. This is my team. I'm the captain. I'm not gonna let y'all do that to these guys right here.
Daddy, once we were reading Brian's song and it had the N word in it. The teacher was letting kids say it in context of the book, but I just, for the sake of. Oh. Some guys in the class were like, why don't you just say it? The only African American girl stood up and she's only being respectful. Yeah.
And then everyone clapped. I'm just kidding, Natty. I'm just being mean right now. Sorry.
Yeah, Cameron, we have no idea. We even stopped the stream and started again to see if it was just some one-off glitch, and it just seems to be a thing that's on YouTube's end that we cannot control. So we're just rolling with it.
Yes, we are. So, but yeah, that's basically what was gonna happen in a later chapter that I haven't written yet, with flashback episode of like, or not a flashback chapter of like how before everything, he was like popular, but then he lost it all because he was on the right side, but because he was outnumbered in terms of everyone else saying, "Oh, it's his fault. It's his fault." He ended up being from the most popular person to the most hated person. Even the teachers, most of the teachers, don't like him.
Oh damn, that sucks.
So that was pretty much. So he goes from so he decided to adopt the loner status because it was easier than trying to fight against it when people already made up their mind.
Got you.
It was such a weird day in middle school.
Oh yeah. Yep. That
So
sounds like it was awkward.
I was gonna say, so I just realized this is pretty much Diet California Diaries.
Diet California Diaries. It's like California Diaries meets Animorphs, kind of.
Yeah, it's pretty much that.
Did I send you the every Animorphs book thing?
No, you didn't.
All right, Madison sent me this thing, and I have to show you because I was like, "That is very funny." Right before you start,
you mean Maddie?
Maddie, yeah, Maddie Madison.
Okay, like Madison.
So
class in the live stream, thumbs up or thumbs down on this chapter?
I think it was good. I enjoy hearing it. Oh shoot, let me just go.
So one of them has no parents, and one of them is hated by everyone except for his group of friends, and one of them is, well, yeah, that's pretty much all we know. And one of them's an alien.
I am Bean. Welcome. Shout out Dragon Bean, made by Noah. Welcome to the chat. You are just in time. We are about to read some Animorphs.
Yep.
Let's see. Okay. Let's go in here because I just thought this was funny, and I think all of chat will find this funny too. I don't know why.
Yep, Maddie, it is a Rachel book.
Every Animorphs book, chapter 1. My name is Jake. I can't tell you my real name because I'm the leader of a special group of kids. We're called the Animorphs, because we morph into animals and fight aliens. Chapter 16. God, please don't do this. I beg on my knees. Visser 3 has all of my loved ones hanging from his claws in his multi-armed alien morph and was slowly squeezing the life out of them. You must either choose them, Jake, or the rest of your planet. I couldn't take it. I started to morph into a cockroach. Chapter 23. As I felt my own brain slither down my throat and into my torso to rip warm into my digestive system, my bones also began to dissolve into dust inside my skin. My eyes shrunk back into my skull, and I could see into eternity. I could see my own mind taken over by the yerk. I had already taken my last breath as a free creature. Now I saw my last vision of being of this dimension. Suddenly I was gone, and my parents would never even know I had died. I was saving the world worth this? I wondered if anyone on this planet could be forced to prioritize one life over another. What choice would they make? How can any decision be right or wrong? I closed my mind off and fell into an eternal sleep, my last echoes of thought being of how humanity continued to live on but not truly alive. Chapter 26. Hey, bro, want to go to McD's and grab some fries?
Oh my god.
Marco riding on his skateboard. Yeah, that'd be totally radical, I answer, whipping out my Razor scooter. As I pulled a nasty kickflip, I felt eyes watching me.
That's a Razor scooter. Oh my god. And also, Jake would never say radical. This is inaccurate.
And thought of the horrible truth only I knew. We went to the mall to get Big Macs. It was a good day not to be dead.
Okay, inaccurate because Jake would never say radical, and there are no Big McDonald's at the mall.
True, there is no Big Macs at the mall, but everything else pretty accurate. No, I've thoroughly enjoyed Animorphs so far. I do enjoy it. I think I appreciate it more now than if I had read it as a kid. So in a way, I'm kind of glad I didn't read it as a kid, but not because it's not good, you know?
And say hi Purple Pepper because they are on their mom's laptop because their laptop is in the shop right now, it looks like.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you're here. We are starting Animorphs 7, The Stranger.
Yeah. All right, so last book, Jake became a controller. And now we're on book 7.
Yep.
I'm just gonna
he became an uncontroller.
Jake became a controller. Just to grab everyone's attention, Jake became a controller last book.
Yes.
And now on to book 7.
And now for today's broadcasts.
Yep. If you want to learn more about how Jake became a controller, go to
I
pbskids.org.
was gonna say, or to a library near you.
No, or America Online,
Or
keyword
America Online,
PBS
yeah.
Kids. You can find more Animorphs books at your local library.
Funding was made possible by viewers like you. Thank you.
Who would I was gonna say who would fund who would be the sponsors for Animorphs?
Oh god. Animorphs aired on Fox Kids, did we decide?
No, it was Nickelodeon.
Oh, Nickelodeon, okay.
Or the Nordstrom for Kids is so radical.
Nordstrom for Kids.
Even the Animorphs fight the Yeerks in style. That's why Nordstrom for Kids is the proud sponsor of Animorphs on PBS.
Visser 3 gets all his clothes at Nordstrom.
And by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you, you're welcome. All right. Chapter 1. My name is Rachel, and you know the drill. See, she broke the tradition. Ha, in your face, Maddie.
Of course.
My name is Rachel, and you know the drill. I'm not going to tell you my last name. I'm not going to tell you where I live. I'll tell you all I can. Because you need to know what's going on. You need to know what's happening. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was just going to say, I love that it was Rachel that broke the thing. It was like, okay, I get it. Every time, I'm not going to tell you anything. We're not about doxing here.
But I need to stay alive. And if the Yeerks knew who I was, I would be dead. Or worse. The Yeerks are here. That's what you need to know. People look up at the stars at night and wonder what it would be like if creatures from another planet ever landed on Earth. Well, you can stop wondering. It's happened. The Yeerks are parasites. They live in the brains of other species, humans, for example. They turn humans into mindless slaves, human controllers. So, when I say that the aliens are here, don't go looking around for some cute little thing like E.T. You won't see the Yeerks. They are parasitic worms, evil gray slugs that live in the heads of humans. They can be anyone, your best friend, your favorite teacher, the mayor of your town, your brother, sister, mother, father. I had to burp. Anyone might be a controller. You might be a controller.
Oh, shit.
I won't tell you my last name. Breaking the fourth wall, I see. Touche, Rachel. Yes, Purple Pepper. That's upcoming, and we don't know why. So, I won't tell you my last name or where I live, but I will tell you the truth. Truth that only the Animorphs know. Animal morphers. Animal morphers. Animorphs are the champions. Can't believe you didn't know that's Digimon stood for Digital Monster, Avery.
I know. I was such a sheltered child.
Digimon, Digital Monsters.
It's now in my head because I've been editing
This
that video for days, so now it's in my head. I'm never gonna forget it.
I'm like, this is just like the Puffins.
This is
Digimon, Digital Monster. Sorry, I that lives rent free in my brain when they do the recaps at the very or like the cliffhanger thing, the to be continued at the end of every episode.
Yeah.
They always got to say it like Digimon, Digital Monsters, in that cadence.
Yeah. Academic mentorship. No, it's not just you. We don't know why it's doing that. It's a YouTube thing. We don't know why. We tried to stop and start and it didn't work, so we're just rolling.
Academic membership, that's Purple Pepper. They're just using their mom's YouTube.
Okay.
Their computer, I mean.
Yes. Yes, it's not you. It's us. Or it's YouTube. We're not sure why.
Yeah. A human capable of becoming any animal. It's our one weapon against the Yeerks. Our only power. Without it, we're just 5 regular kids. But with that power comes certain extra responsibilities. As I was trying to explain to my best friend Cassie. It was Sunday night. It was late. The circus had finished its last show. Their trailers and tents were clustered around the backside of the big city arena. The arena is a place where they hold rock concerts and ice shows and play basketball games. and where they have circuses. Look, we both saw what we saw, I told Cassie. Are you telling me it doesn't make you mad? The jerk using a cattle prod on an elephant doesn't make you mad? Of course it does, Rachel, Cassie said. I don't even like circuses. I don't either, but my dad had tickets, and it was our big once every other week father and daughter thing. I had to come. You did not. You could have said, Dad, how could you support this display of animal cruelty? Um, my dad had taken my sisters and I, to see the circus earlier in the evening. See, my mom and dad are divorced. So my dad does these little outings where we all get together every second weekend. Sometimes it's just me and my dad, like when we go hiking together, or go to the ball games or gymnastic event. Those are all things my dad and I like. But Jordan and Sarah, my sisters, don't. My little sisters love the circus, but it's not my kind of thing. I guess I'm too old. That's why I dragged Cassie along, so I'd have someone to talk to when my sisters were getting all excited over the clown stuff. Still, it was an opportunity to spend time with my dad, which I enjoy. I don't get to see him as much as I wish I could. Everyone always saw Everyone always says how much I'm like him, how he's kind of reckless, and so am I. He always seems so sure of himself, and I guess people think I'm that way too. We're even both in gymnastics. My dad almost made the US Olympic team when he was younger. Of course, I've never told my father about my other life. I couldn't, but I wish I could. He would worry about me and all, but he would also think it was cool. My dad is very big on standing my ba- My dad is very big on standing up for what's right. Not in this case.
Nope.
I I think he would admire what I do. That would be nice. Feeling like my dad admired me. Rachel, you already have Jake admiring you.
Oh
I had to
dear.
say it. It had to be said. I had to say it.
Oh, dear God.
You were thinking it, but you said it.
My parents are divorced, but that's not the most problematic relationship in my life. You see.
You see, my cousin Jake says that all these boys think I'm so beautiful, but yet I never hear it from those boys that he mentions. I think he's lying to me to get under my skin.
Not that there's anything problematic with being divorced. There is, however, something problematic with thinking your cousin is attractive. Just saying.
Yes, there is. There wasn't much activity in the little tent and trailer city. There wasn't much activity in the little tent and trailer city outside the sitting. That's what it meant to say. Trailer sitting outside the arena. I could hear dogs barking. I could hear ruckus laughter coming from
Oh,
a brightly
raucous.
painted
Raucous laughter.
Raucous. Okay. I could smell the usual circus smell: manure, hay, beer, cotton candy. There were security guards around the perimeter of the area, but I wasn't worried about them. I've gone one-on-one with Cork-Bajir warriors. After you fought one of those 7-foot tall walking razor blades, regular old humans don't scare you as much. Cassie and I walked silently past the tiger cage. 3 big cats just stared blankly.
Hey, all you cool cats and kittens. Sorry.
They wanted to be in the jungle. Instead, they were in a too small cage, trapped in a nightmare invented by humans.
Aww.
Then I saw the elephant pen. There was a sturdy fence around the 4 big Asian elephants. They were a little different from the African elephants I knew so well, but they were elephants, just the same. I have sort of a special relationship with elephants. Cassie and I had come to the elephant pen before the circus and seen the way their trainers treated them. He had used a cattle prod on them. Ugh.
Ugh.
It's a stick with a massive electrical shock. He used it to control the animals. Later during the show, he'd put on a big act of loving his. This is really gonna make me get mad.
Oh no. I'm gonna get mad
But
right there with you.
It's but I'd seen the cattle prod. I just sat there doing a slow boil all through the show. Same, Rachel. I knew I was going to have to take some action. The elephant trainer's name was Joseph. Something hard to pronounce. Okay, now that's not cute.
Oh.
Well, he didn't know it yet, but Mr. Joseph something. Rachel, at least be respectful of trying to pronounce his last name. Not Joseph something. It could be Joseph Ine Kurasai Njunga Untaya. And I'd still would, respect you for trying to say it instead of Joseph something.
Yeah, you at least should just be like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna pronounce this wrong, or I don't want to be disrespectful by pronouncing it wrong instead of just being like, it's something.
Was about to have an eye-opening experience. See anyone around? I asked Cassie. Jake is going to read you the riot acts over this. Yes, Jake, read her to Phil. Cassie warned. I laughed. Read the riot act? That's like something my mother would say. What does it even mean? Cassie shrugged and smiled her shy smile. I don't know. My dad says it all the time. I was trying to sound responsible and mature and parental. Look, I'm going to do this, I said. Cassie sighed. Well, did I let you talk me into this? Because you know I'm right. Cassie rolled her eyes. Just don't hurt the guy, okay? Me, Miss Peace, Love, and Understanding? He just better not show up carrying the cattle prod, or I swear I'll. I noticed Cassie had stopped walking. She was giving me her sorrowful look, like she was ashamed of me. I cringed. Okay, I'll just talk to the guy. Turn off the look. Hate that look. You're going to be a really good mother someday. You look like that. I found the gate in the elephant pen and opened it. I slipped inside while Cassie retreated into the shadows to watch my back. I moved slowly, not making any threatening moves that might alarm the elephant. Elephants may be gentle, but they are big. You don't want to be in the middle of 4 upset elephants. I went to a far, dark corner of the pen and began a familiar ritual of focusing my mind, concentrated on the elephant. My elephant. The elephant whose DNA was part of me, and then I began to. Alright, Jake would never read his cousin the riot act. Would read her the. Stop, Ellery.
I mean, Ellery is kind of right, though.
He would read her the what do the ministers
Alabama
read?
state marriage laws, perhaps.
What do those ministers read when they're doing those?
Oh God!
That we are gathered today to unite these two people in holy matrimony.
Oh God!
And blah 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 and this and that. In Genesis 1:1, it says.
God. In Genesis 1:1.
That and there was, and there, I don't know what it says. Don't chastise me, chat, for not knowing the Bible. I have one, but my relationship with what we call God is none of anybody's business. Neither should it be for anybody else. So if anybody asks you, what's your relationship to God? It's none of their business.
Natty says wedding vows?
I hate that the group acts like Rachel is a crazy wild child.
Yeah.
It's not that Rachel the crazy wild child. She's like a TikTok child.
She fears nothing and she will fight God.
Yeah, I bet it would be so interesting though if they modernized it and Rachel was a TikTok influencer.
Yeah.
If she
Sorry, go ahead.
And because in my mind, the way that the book illustration and the cover model look, it's it totally looks like she would be one of those TikTok influencer that like does those stupid dances.
Update, I have got chain stitching down pretty well, I think.
Looks good.
Thank you. Incest is not okay unless you live in the Bible Belt parts of Russia. Rachel would be an e-girl, oh god.
Rachel is an e-girl before e-girls were a thing.
That's funny.
She has pretty privilege, apparently.
Yeah.
Chapter 2. People say I'm pretty. See, she even knows that. I don't know, and I don't really care. Shut up, Rachel. You know that you care. But not that you don't. Just because she looks like an influencer doesn't mean she would be one. I'm gonna contest you on that only because I feel like because everyone said that she's so pretty, they would like kind of push her into doing it, and then she would use the Animorph thing as her excuse to get away from it because she never liked it to begin with. But I'll tell you one thing. No one who has ever seen me morph into an elephant ever used the word pretty to describe me. I felt the thickening of my legs and arms. I watched as my skin grew leathery and gray as mud. I felt the sudden sprouting of my trunk as my nose and upper lip seemed to explode outward. Pinocchio, eat your heart out, Cassie whispered. I felt the teeth in the front of my mouth run through, and then begin to grow and grow into long, spear-length tusks. It's a creepy sensation, by the way. Not painful, but definitely creepy. It was growing big. More than big, I was gaining several thousand pounds. Several thousand pounds. I was about 12 or 13 feet tall. I had ears like beach blankets. I had a little ropey tail, and I was a full-grown African elephant. And I was ready to have a little talk with Mr. Jessup something. I threw up my trunk and let go of a trumpet blast. It was the sound of a very angry elephant. You could have warned me, I heard Cassie whisper. I almost wet myself over here. It took me about 3 minutes before the trainer came rushing to the pen. In the dark, all he saw were the gray shapes of his elephants. I wasn't exactly hiding, because let's face it, when you're an elephant, you can't scrunch up and look small. But I was staying back till he was all the way inside the pen. Then, wait, what happened?
Ellery said, okay, but only Jake says people say she's pretty. Everyone else talks about how likable she is in personality.
And let me guess, you have a great personality. Then, I lunged forward, pushing two of the other elephants aside. The trainer gasped at me. What the? What the? In a sudden fluid movement, as he stared in puzzlement, I wrapped my trunk around his waist. Hey, you're not one of my elephants. Here's the thing about elephant trunks. They are so subtle that I can pick up an egg with my trunk and never crack it. Or I can pick up a tree and throw it across the yard. Joseph something knew that. Just say the elephant trainer, please.
Please, dear God.
Hi, Milo. We just started this book, so you didn't miss much. I'm sure his name's like, she's like one of those teachers that's like, Diego.
Oh God, it's like the Key and Peele sketch from back in the day. Aaron.
Yeah. So I'm sure it's like Joseph Diaz.
Oh God.
Mr. Joseph Diaz. If you want AOL, that's not until the mid-teen. I have no idea what he's talking about. Says Christopher B. I lifted, let's see. I wrapped my trunk tightly around his waist and then lifted him up off the ground. His feet kicked helplessly in the air. His arms pounded weakly on my trunk. I lifted him up until he was at my eye level. Hi, Joseph, I said using thought speak. What the? Who said that? I'm hearing voices. Me, I replied. I said it. See, Joseph, I am from the International Elephant Police. Goodbye. We have some complaints about you. This is crazy. This is crazy. What are you? Is this some sort of joke? So I squeezed him a little tighter, just enough so he couldn't really breathe very well. Now listen to me, because I could just as easily squeeze you out like a tube of toothpaste. So pay attention. You have been using cattle prods on your elephants. That is a no-no. But, he gasped, they are my property. This man was just not getting the message. So I extended my trunk a little bit and held it right over the tip of my left chest, like a worm about to be placed on a girl. You don't need all that. You're being extra, Rachel. You could have just said I squeezed him a little tighter.
Never. Rachel is here for the theatrics in a good way.
He could have been drinking, Milo. It could all be in his head.
True.
Okay, with one twitch of my trunk, I can make you a shish kebab. Now, are you going to listen to me? Yes, yes, I'm listening, he said. I am listening very closely. No cattle prods, no more pain of any kind. Do you understand me? Yes. Because I'll be watching, and if you ever hurt an elephant again, ever, I'll come back for you. And I will squeeze you till you pop like an overcooked hot dog. Do you understand me? Yes. Joseph, answer me this. Can you fly? What? Can I fly? No. No, of course not. I'll bet you can. And with that, I lowered my trunk almost to the ground. Then, with a sudden toss of my head, I deft twist and a deft twist of my trunk, I sent Joseph something flying. He landed safely atop the tent, about 20 feet away.
Holy shit.
Now, can we go home? Cassie asked. Rachel would have done it. I'm just.
Oh yeah.
I was going for my Vista voice, not TC. Because Rachel was turning to the dark side for a sec.
Rachel's on that vigilante shit.
Now listen to me, young man. I'm talking directly into your ear now. I need you to do me a favor. You will do me this favor. I need you to go to GameStop and I need you to ask the bastard working the counter if they have Bambi on PS2.
Oh my god.
If you come back empty-handed, you'll be a big trouble, mister. You will never see the light of day. Milo, I have no idea what that means, but I'm sure he's just talking. Milo is just pretending to be Rachel.
Yes.
Now, Miss Joseph, I need you to go into that liquor store and buy us a 6-pack of beer. And if you come out empty-handed, let me just remind you, you're a worm on a hook. With all the cousin talk regarding Jake towards Rachel, I think we figured out his real name, Ross. Because at least Jake isn't selfish like Ross.
Yeah. Yeah, Ross was.
We're supposed to like Ross? No, thank you.
Yeah, we all know that Chandler and Monica were the real MVPs of that relationship game.
Mm-hmm.
The healthy relationship.
Mm-hmm. All right, hold on. I mean, I'm having a piece of my granola bar.
Woo! It's a meme that's seen and accompanied by images of the green lady M&M. There's no such game as Bambi for the PS2, so it's basically just nonsense. Ah, I got you.
Speaking of the green M&M, how come the green M&M can't have her boots, but yet the brown M&M can have her heels? Make that make sense?
I mean, she still has heels. They're just slightly smaller.
No,
heels.
she wears high tops.
I mean, I
The
don't.
green M&M.
Well, Tucker Carlson also says that the brown M&M, or no, it was the purple M&M. He was also mad at all. He's mad at all the M&Ms that are women.
But speaking of M&M, oh, that reminds me of speaking of Tucker Carlson and M&M. They were making this stupid chocolate. I forget what it's called. I think it's called Jimmy's or something like that because it was like a YouTube ad that I saw, like because a certain company uses pronouns such as she, her.
I saw this.
And I'm like, if you just want to make chocolate, just make chocolate. You ain't gotta be dissing Hershey's.
You know, yeah, it's really dumb. The mock pronoun chocolate.
All right. I thought it was like a spoof commercial, like a Hershey spoof commercial, making fun of Tucker Carlson, and that they were gonna release a chocolate called Him He or He Him.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson somehow has just bullied a candy company into not having mascots. I don't know what that's about.
Wasn't that SNL comedian supposed to be the spokesperson, and then they kind of backtracked out of that?
Maybe I haven't been keeping up on the lore.
Lore. Tucker Carlson is now part of the
M&M lore, unfortunately. Yeah.
The M&M cinematic universe.
Yikes.
Chapter 3. You threw the guy into the air, Jake asked. Wasn't that maybe a little unnecessary? No, he made me mad, I said. It was the next day at school, a Monday. We were walking through the woods. Me, Cassie, Jake, Marco, and Tobias. At least she doesn't go me and Cassie and Jake and this and that. So props to you, Rachel, for breaking the status quo. Of course, Tobias wasn't really walking. He was flying overhead in the little hops of branch from branch to branch. He stayed close so he could hear us. Red-tailed hawks have an excellent hearing, but he still had to stay fairly close. Well, Rachel, you know I sympathize, Jake said mildly, but I don't think it's our job. Our job is really to right every wrong that's done to animals. That would be a full-time job, unfortunately. I looked at Cassie. She gave me a wink. We kind of didn't tell Jake that she had been there too. Cassie and Jake like each other. She didn't want him to be mad at her.
Yeah, he'll get over it, Cassie.
I'm sure Rachel will like, Cassie, please do me this favor. I swear I will do whatever you say, Cassie. Just I need you to have my cousin Jake fall in love with you. I can't have him keep telling me that other people are saying that I'm pretty because no one is saying that.
Oh God.
Please, I'm begging you, Cassie, just do this thing for me. Fine, Rachel. Gosh.
God. No, you have to deal with Jake. No, you have to deal with Jake.
But if we end up getting married, I'm gonna tell him at the wedding. All right. With me, it's a different story. Everyone knows I'm going to do whatever I feel like doing. We have other stuff to deal with, Marco grumbled. The Andalite didn't give us this power so we can turn into the Animorph Society of Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. The ASP... I got it. The ASPCA.
Oh my God.
Fine, I said, which wasn't exactly like admitting I was wrong. But what got you so serious, Marco? Let's wait till we find Axe. I don't want to have to tell you the story twice. So we tromped noisily through the woods. I felt a surge of excitement. You couldn't miss the tension in Marco's voice. Something was up. There was a smell of danger in the air. And that meant action. I like action. I like doing things instead of just talking about them. Marco makes fun of me over it. He called me Xena, warrior princess. Sorry, that's my
Marco.
Xena reference. If you know, you know. The battle cry of Xena the warrior princess.
Yep.
Natty says, Cassie girl, don't care about a guy's opinion just because you like him.
Oh yeah.
Ellery says, hey Jake, you know, I only dated you because your cousin knew you had a crush on her, right? Cassie, when Jake proposes. She's like, oh, right. See, at first I didn't like you, but then like slowly after being with you and trauma bonding for so many years, yeah, I kind of fallen for you, but I didn't like you at first.
Really just to get you off your cousin's tail. What?
Yeah. But I'm not the one, though. I'm not one of those morons who is just into danger for its own sake. Lies, Rachel. It's not about the cheap thrills. Lies again. It's about feeling like I'm involved in something very important. I mean, let's face it. As corny as it sounds, we are trying to help save the world. It began a month ago. The five of us just happened to hook up together at the mall. It's not like we were a group, really. Not before that night. Jake's my cousin, but we never hung out together much. Jake's sort of in charge. It's not something he ever asked for. It's just that he's good at dealing with responsibility. He's the kind of person you automatically turn to if there's a crisis. And probably the best thing about him is that he can tell people what to do without ever sounding bossy. Lies again. Stop with your lies, Rachel.
Lies.
Rachel is lying. Anytime Rachel lies, you will hear me say, Rachel is lying. Natty says, Rachel is most likely to do the right thing. I'm going to say Rachel has a blind sense of justice.
Yeah. Rachel's definitely going to go vigilante, you know?
Since we don't want to tell the same story twice, Jake teased Marco, I've known you to tell the same tired joke 80 or 90 times. It's your own fault, Marco said. If you would have just laughed the first time, I wouldn't have to keep telling them. Marco is Jake's best friend. He's smaller than Jake, funnier, darker. Not that. Don't ever say that, please. Darker. That's not what you call somebody.
She's like, wait, no.
I swear, if somebody ever described me as darker, like, oh, he's like my brother, except he's darker.
Oh my god.
I'd be like, excuse you. Pick another word, please.
Pick another way to.
Ellery says, okay, wait, I just found the cutest coloring book. It's a pastel goth themed coloring book called Creepy Kawaii.
Cute.
Sounds fun.
Sounds very cute.
More skeptical. But his suspicious nature makes him very good at seeing beneath the surface of things. He can see beyond bullshit. Is what she's saying.
The bullshit meter is strong with this one.
And as such, as much as he whines and complains about the dangerous situations we get into, he's still there in the worst of the fight. Still making dumb jokes. Marco has changed lately, at least a little. He doesn't resist being an Animorph like he used to. I don't know why. Maybe it's because his dad finally seems to have gotten over the death of Marco's mother. Rachel. Girl. I don't know. Rachel is really turning it, like, she's making my dawn meter go up a little.
Oh god.
Like, he finally got over the death of his mother. I'm like, that's none of your business to be saying.
I think she just means like he got through like the detrimental grieving period. But like, yeah.
Hey, look, over by that tree. See? A baby skunk with its mother. Cassie, of course. No one else would notice or get excited over it. Skunks are cute. Skunks, honestly, are really cute.
Yeah.
But but the people that have pet skunks have to get the gland removed, and then it's like kind of a little bit problematic when you removed, 'cause, like you're taking away their only line of defense.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's like declawing a cat, you know?
Let's run right over and pet them, Marco said. Cassie laughed. I've handled skunks plenty of times and never been sprayed. Yeah, well, that's you, Dr. Doolittle. Cassie has been my best friend forever. I have no idea why. No one does. Because we seem like we'd never get along. Cassie lives on a farm. Both her parents are veterinarians. She spends all her free time in the wildlife rehabilitation. Her dad runs in their barn. They save injured animals. Cassie is very into animals, but she's not one of those animal lovers who can't stand people. She just thinks of humans as a different species of animal. Then there's Tobias. Back when all this started, Tobias was barely an acquaintance of Jake and Marco, although I kind of knew him. He was sweet, poetic kind of guy. The kind bullies love to pick on. He used to have messy, out of control hair and dreamy eyes that always seemed to be looking at something no one else could see. Used to. Now he has fierce, angry eyes that look through like laser beams. Now he has brownish feathers and a white chest, a reddish tail, and cruel-looking talons, and a wickedly curved beak. Tobias was trapped in a morph. Now he's a red-tailed hawk, a predator who lives on mice and rabbits and sometimes other birds. I still see him as sweet, gentle Tobias, but he has been a hawk for a long time. The gift of the Andalite, the power to morph, is a wonderful weapon. But like any weapon, it can destroy those who use it. Just like Trexar in my fanfic. Here he comes, Tobias called down in thought speak. We used when we are in morph. I think he sees us. I heard the sound of fallen leaves being stirred. A faint drumbeat, pounding hooves on pine needles. Then, with a leap, he cleared a fallen trunk and landed a few feet away from us. Aximly Escaruth Ishtil. We call him Max for short. The sole survivor of the destroyed Andalite dome, the only Andalite on planet Earth. Axe is the brother of Prince Elfangor, the Andalite who warned us about the Yerk invasion and gave us the power to morph. Prince Elfangor, who was destroyed by Visser III, leader of the Yerk's forces on Earth. Hello, Prince Jake, Axe said. Hello, all. As much as I know Axe, and even consider him a friend, it's always a little bit of a shock to see him. He looks like some odd cross of a human, a deer, and a scorpion, but not really like any of those things. His upper body and head are more or less the human looking part. He has thin arms and many fingered hands. His face is flat, with slits for a nose, two large almond eyes. He has no mouth at all, which is why thought speak is the natural language of Andalite. From atop his head rise two stalks, each with an eye on the end. He can turn these eyes in any direction he wants. They are completely independent of his main eyes. His body is that of a pale blue and tan deer, or a thin pony. He has 4 legs that end in hooves, but his back slopes down so that you would never be tempted to think of riding it. He has a tail, a long, thick, powerful tail that ends in a deadly scythe blade. I've seen him use that tail. He can strike so fast that the human eye sees nothing but a blur. Hey, Axe, Marco said. How's it going? It is going wonderfully. I was up in the hills yesterday, and I was attacked by one of those very large cats. What do you call them? Cougars?
No, my boy.
It was very exciting. Are you okay? I asked. Certainly, Rachel. I did not hurt the cougar, Cassie. Not fatally, anyways.
Oh my
But
god.
she won't try to eat me again, I think. I think Axe might have just poked him in the eye with his little slice blade.
He's just like, get out of here, you silly goose.
Maybe just pin the tail on the cougar.
Something like that.
Axe gave his strange Andalite smile, an expression he managed even without a mouth. He was smithing.
Oh, he was smizing.
He did the Tyra Banks smile. Marco rolled his eyes. I'm telling you, Axe and Rachel belong together. The two of you are sick. Someday you could get married while bungee jumping into an active volcano.
Okay, that would be sick as hell, though.
I squirmed a little, not because I minded Marco thinking I was bold, but because I really was not interested in acts that way. Rachel is lying. Remember book 4, he was mouthing he's cute to Rachel.
Yep.
So let's not start with this. Oh, I don't like
That's what every middle schooler says, though. They don't know that they can just like people yet.
Now that we're all here, Marco, maybe tell us why we are all here, Jake said. I have some news, Marco began. Actually, Tobias and I have some news. You're getting married? I glanced up at Tobias sitting in the tree. Of course, he showed no expression. He just fixed his pierced gaze on Marco. Marco swaggered just a bit as we formed a circle around him. It's a tale of initiative and courage. And yes, brilliant. Marco began. No. Just tell us, Marco, I snapped. Don't try to milk the suspense. Okay, he said with an easy laugh. Fellow Animorphs and visiting alien. We have found a way into the Yerk pool.
I forgot to scroll.
Ellery said, my revision, he got past the self-destructive phase of his grieving process.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah. Why is everyone in this book mentioning Rachel's love life? I don't know. I'd ship it.
You mean,
honestly.
why is Rachel mentioning her own love life?
Rachel girl, it's okay to have a thing for an alien. My sister does too. She read Barbarian Alien Lover. I mean, you know, it's a tried and true part of fangirlism to either have a crush on a monster or an alien. It happens.
Rachel is a horse girl, confirmed.
I thought Cassie was the horse girl.
Cassie is the horse girl, Rachel is the elephant girl. Because everyone in the 90s either liked horses, dolphins, or elephants.
Oh, dolphins. Yep, the dolphin girls.
The dolphin girls was such a thing in the 90s until we realized how freaking messed up in the head dolphins. Ellery said, I'd rather have a thing for an alien than my cousin.
Yeah, you know. I mean, it worked for Mork and Mindy girl, so, you know.
Mork was an alien?
Mm-hmm. Mork was an alien. And he came down to Earth. And Mindy was like his little roommate, and then became girlfriend, and then became wife.
Paolo said that diarrhea is hereditary.
Y'all know. Oh.
It's so funny, Paolo. It's a shitty joke. Ellery says, sorry, I exist solely for Jake slander. No, you cannot exist for Dawn and Jake slander. You have to pick a camp.
Can't we though? It's so much fun.
Because Jake's just a prude. He's not like, he doesn't go out of his way to be an asshat to people like Dawn.
Very true.
He's just a prude for the rules. Alright.
It's hard to be Dawn levels of bad.
Let me remind you that James exists. and James is fucking worse.
That's true. James is bad, but in a different way.
Nah, he's worse than Dawn.
Oh yeah, he's just straight up abusive, but Dawn still sucks.
I bet you, in like the late future, Dawn would marry James.
Oh my god, you know what? You're right.
Because like I'm sure he would be like in the military and marry him, be like, oh, I'm a military wife or spouse or whatever. My husband's in the military, and then they'd move to somewhere like South Carolina or something.
The question is, which MLM is Dawn gonna be in? Because that girl's a Hunbot in the making.
She's essential oils MLM.
Oh god, you're right.
Jake isn't thinking that far. He's a teenager. He's not thinking about effing anybody. Why would you say that, Natty? He's a teenager like everybody else. The most they think about is like kissing. They don't think about that stuff.
They're too young for that.
Yeah. Reminds me of the Brady Bunch movie when Marsha goes out with that guy, and she's like, "Dad, your arm's on my shoulder." So that's third base, and I don't go that far.
Sure, Jan. Underrated movie, honestly.
Ellery said that they want Dawn to read Animorphs to have the deepest trauma. Nah, it would rekindle her animal rights phase that she went through. She's in her plant vegetarian phase now, and that would just rekindle her animal rights PETA activism phase.
Dawn would 100% be one of those people on Twitter being like, actually, if you eat meat, you're actually just as bad as a serial killer. So
if you drink coffee and put milk and sugar in it, you're racist. She's gonna be the vegan teacher. Post about that
Wait.
Coffee is racist.
What?
What?
I was like, wait, that was a thing that someone said and typed with their fingers?
That coffee's racist?
Yeah.
Apparently so, because I'm like, I thought it was like a spoof, but apparently people believe that if you put milk and sugar in coffee, you're basically gentrifying a culture and in essence being racist. I'm like, the hell?
Wow, that's just
like how air conditioners are sexist, apparently.
Yeah, I've heard that one. LOL, wait, what now? Not to be like, I wrote erotica at 14, but also, Ellery says.
It's okay, Ellery. I wrote fanfic too, and I was just like face palming at how terribly written it is in my eyes.
I think everybody thinks their own writing is bad, but it's actually not.
I mean, my writing, no, it's because I know my writing's good. It's just that reading it at a time in my life when I was like, oh, I love Power Rangers and this and that. It's like reading it now that I don't like it anymore. It's like, oh my God, this is like so stereotypical.
Ah, got you.
Christopher be asking, were any of those horse books aimed at girls and get the Saddle Club?
And so if I end up streaming on Sunday, I can read one. I've actually never read any of the books. I just covered that one episode of the show with Chris Hemsworth. And, you know, I watched episodes here and there.
Oh, like Chris Hemsworth was on an episode with you? I'm like, no, wait, what am I saying?
Chris Hemsworth did an episode where he was a douchey vet on Saddle Club.
Sorry, I know we're digressing, but that reminded me. Did you know that Sarah Paxton, the not Marnie Piper, was in a show called Darcy's Wildlife?
I did not.
She had her own TV show.
Interesting.
Where she was like playing this rich girl who is forced to move with her aunt and uncle in the country or something like that.
I feel bad for her because everybody dislikes her because like she's not you know, she's not the OG, but like she did a good job. It's not her fault.
She could have just said no, thank you. I respectfully decline this this casting.
I mean, she probably was like, I need that paycheck too, so you know.
It's not that. Look, it's just that they didn't even ask Kimberly J. Brown.
Oh no, yeah, definitely. It's a yeah. I'm definitely mad for her, but more
That's the
at like
thing.
Disney than at Sarah.
Yeah. And then that reminded me of Discovery Kids, which was its own channel before the Hub became the Hub. And on there, they had a reality show called Endurance, which I like watched I watched that show religiously. If you know what show I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh no, Natty, I totally agree. I just feel like she was kind of put in the middle when like Disney did a shitty thing.
But yeah, Discovery Kid, there was the reality show called Endurance, where like they had like all these boys and girls, and they'd put them in co-ed teams, like one boy, one girl, make one team, and all that. And then the whole point of the show, it was kind of like it was kind of Survivor-ish,
Survivor like.
Yeah, Survivor like in setting, but that's pretty much it. Everything else was like its own thing, where like the winning team could send two teams up to get eliminated, and then they'd have a showdown, and whoever won the showdown um, uh, would stay, and whoever lost will got eliminated. It would like I'm gonna cover that on my on my channel because damn, it's so good, but damn, it's so toxic.
Oh, reality show is so entertaining and so toxic at the same time.
Cause like no, but this is like unhinged toxic because like the teenagers, like nobody would. I'm pretty sure no one told them to act rude to each other because they were teenagers, and so like teenagers tend to like be standoffish towards each other and very tribalistic.
Yeah, teenagers are gonna form cliques. That's just what teenagers do.
No, it wasn't Amazing Racist, Milo. It was Survivor-ish in that they would compete in physical challenges or endurance challenges. And so there would be one challenge where whoever wins gets to hinder the another team that they choose, and then whoever wins the second challenge would get to send two people up to a showdown. And then it was like a rock paper scissors type of showdown, and whoever won 2 out of 3 of those rounds would get to stay, and the other team gets eliminated. But there were these things called sorry, I'm reading out for like there's things called pyramid pieces, and the whole point of the show is you had to collect all 12 of them in order to win. And so by the eliminated teams, everyone would start with the pyramid piece, and the eliminated teams would give their pyramid pieces to other teams that they chose, and then that's how over time teams would accumulate pyramid pieces until it's the last two teams, and then all their pyramid pieces would get collected, and they'd compete in a challenge to collect as many as they could, and then
oh my god,
they would have a final showdown where whatever pyramid pieces they had, they would put them to bet on where it was like this big old long table, and they would put a pyramid piece down where they thought that there would be a golden pyramid under, and then if they won whatever was bet, the other team would get to keep until one team ended up with all of the pyramid pieces.
Ah, betting for children.
It is it's so crazy. And the funny thing is, one of the contestants on Survivor, his name, in the recent season, his name was like Jonathan Libby or something. He actually started out on Endurance.
Oh, that's funny.
The last season of Endurance, he got third place and then same thing on Survivor. He ended up in fourth place, basically missing out on the final.
Oh, that's wild.
That's no, Mile. It's very well designed. It's a very well. They actually tried to revamp it on HBO Max as this show called Karma. I didn't watch it, but I know that it exists. But it's pretty well designed. It's just that, oh my god, it like the way some of these kids would literally bully the other kids. It was like some of those seasons are unwatchable because of how like messed up the kids would bully each other.
Oh, great. Yikes. Leave it to
So
teenagers.
I'm gonna cover all the seasons of that show because it's like it's definitely it was very much peak. It was good reality show, but damn, was the toxicity so high on that show. Yes, later. I have seen H2O Just Add Water. My favorite girl out of the three is there's Emma, there's Ricky, and who was the other one? Phoebe?
Yes.
My favorite out of the three was Phoebe. Oh no, Emma, you go all wet.
Teenagers are fucking mean. Teenagers are fucking mean.
Nah, that's why I could never be a middle school teacher. Because I would
God.
I would lose my shit.
Lose my mind.
No, I have not seen Mako Mermaids. I was always tempted to, but then I was like, it's not H2O though. It's not the original trio of girls. I don't want to watch it. They have just enough empathy to know how to hurt you, but not enough to know that they shouldn't.
Yep.
That is true. And the weird thing is, like I said, in Endurance, sometimes the villains won the season. The villains of the season won the season.
Teenagers also are going through a really tough time in their life, and they want everybody else to be aware and also be going through a tough time.
Yeah. Because, literally, you will say, oh, I don't want that team to win. And the team will end up winning, and you're so dissatisfied.
Oh yeah, I hate when the
it's one of the few reality shows where the villains win sometimes.
Great.
And that's what made it so good though, because it's it wasn't influenced by producers. It was one of those shows where it's well, we'll just let the kids do whatever the fuck, and
it'll work out.
And it'll work out. Let's see who cries.
Let's see who cries. Ah, my favorite game.
All right then. I say that later that it doesn't have the original three, but what I'm getting at is that here's my thing. A show can be good for some people, and that's fine. Not every show is made for everybody. If they were to watch Endurance and I don't like it because the kids are really fucking mean to each other, I'd be like, okay, fine, whatever, because I like it because of how messy it is. But what I'm getting at is that I know what you're saying that oh, Ricky appears in the last season and the last 2 episodes. What I'm getting at is that I could watch Mako Mermaids, but I could just decide I don't like it because it's just not my thing. And I know there are those people that say, "Oh, but it starts to pick up and get good after 3 seasons." It's I don't have the patience for the show for it, but I have patience for other shows. Is what I'm getting at. So
everything is good to somebody and bad to somebody else.
If I don't like it, I'm just gonna have to tell you later. I'm gonna say, later, I watched an episode and it wasn't my thing, but I'll get back to you on that later.
Yeah. Oh my god, your 9th grade class gave a substitute a breakdown? Jesus. Yikes, that sounds awful.
The thing with teenagers is that they tend to bow whoever the toughest and meanest in hopes they don't become targets, said Milo.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably accurate.
In an adult situation like Survivor, most of them have experience with bullying in their adult life that they know how to deal with people more effectively. I'm gonna tell you because I think all the seasons of Endurance are on YouTube to watch. So I'm gonna contest that because on the show it was more of a popularity thing. It wasn't the meanest and toughest. Literally, some teams were piggybacked by other teams because they liked each other, because they thought they were cool. And other teams got hindered or bullied because they weren't seen as cool, but they were really good in the challenge.
Ah.
So, and also Survivor sometimes, because I've watched enough Survivor to know that there are people who can't handle the bullying and will literally cry at the drop of a hat
Me.
if
It'd be me.
somebody is really mean to them.
Oh, it'd be me. You're like, why are you being so mean to me?
Natty says, one time a sub showed up drunk to a class in my middle school. The teacher aide tried to pass it off as he may have been having a stroke, and that's why he was slurring his word. We
Oh
smelled
my
the
God.
beer on him though.
Oh,
That
great.
kind of happened to me in high school, except I think the person took I think the person took a, like medicine, because
Ah.
literally they were at the desk like this. Like they didn't say anything, they just stood there. And like we had to be escorted out of the room and just wait outside of the classroom while like security was like trying to talk to them, but they weren't even saying anything to security from what we thought the window. They were just like still like this.
Oh, that was a
their desk.
lot. That's a lot.
Also, he said the tens are in heaven, and then once the students understood him, he said that guy gets it. Natty said.
Oh boy, that sounds like a lot.
But yeah, I think it would be fun to see a revival of Endurance, to see just how mean little Kaylee and little Michael are to all the other teenagers.
Yikes.
Just so that way you can't defend your child and say, oh, my little McKaylee is such a perfect
McKaylee.
angel. Oh yeah, your little McKaylee was total shit on this show.
Yup.
You can't blame the edit.
Oh, you can always blame the edit. That doesn't mean you're correct, but you can try.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyways, chapter 4. The entrance to the Urk Pool. 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 I echoed. Where? How? I looked around at the others to see their reactions. See, we had already invaded the Yerk Pool in an effort to save Jake's brother Tom. Not a happy memory. I saw Cassie shudder. Axe is the only one who wasn't there for our little vacation in the Yerk, Marco said. As the rest of you know, the Yerk Pool is a huge underground cabin. It's practically a small city down there. It's under our school, but it's so big that it also runs beneath the fire station, a couple of gas stations, and most of the mall. Axe nodded. Yerk pools are generally large and elaborate. They are an important part of the Yerk life. The centers of their lives, really. Pools are for the Yerks, what forests and meadows are to the Andalites. Tobias and I have been working out a pattern of surveillance, Marco went on. For the last week, we followed our very favorite human controller, Assistant Principal Chapman, everywhere we can. Tobias tracks him from the air, then I follow him when he goes into a building. Why didn't you let the rest of us in on this? I demanded. Marco shrugged. It was a two-person job, that's all. Jake looked as annoyed as I felt. Then I realized why Marco had kept this quiet. Jake had just been through the terrifying ordeal of being infested by a Yerk. For 3 days, he had been a human controller, a prisoner of his own body. Marco had been letting him rest. So, I asked him a little more patiently. So what? Marco answered. So where's the entrance to the Yerk Pool? Duh. Well, I was hoping to amaze and entertain you all with the whole story of our brilliant detective work. Short answer is in a dressing room at the Gap, in the mall. That's the entrance. People go in, look like they're going to try on clothes, and they never come out. At least they don't come out through the Gap, Tobias added. They come out through the movie theater. When the crowd leaves the movie at the end of the show, there are always more people leaving than went in. In through the Gap, out through the multiplex. Multiplex? That's old-timey, Marco laughed. Are these Yerks on top of the popular American Are these yerks on top of popular American culture or what? Good job, Jake admitted grudgingly. The question is now, what do we do? Attack! Axe said instantly. We tried that once, Cassie said quietly. We didn't exactly win. There were dozens of Hork-Bajir and Taxons down there, human controllers, and he was there. Visser 3. That's when Tobias was trapped in a morph. Like I said, we didn't exactly win. We got hammered. I agreed. Axe, I'm usually all for going on the attack, but the Yerk pool is just too big. A warrior is judged by the power of the enemy, Axe said stubbornly. He didn't sound quite as enthusiastic. Attacking the Yerk pool is out, I muttered, but an idea was occurring to me. Hey, Axe, what can you tell us about the Kindrona? He swiveled his head towards me, while his stalk eyes turned slowly this way and that, searching the woods for trouble. Kendrona is a miniature version of the Yerk home sun. It emits Kendrona rays, which concentrate in the Yerk pools. It is what nourishes the Yerks. That is why the Yerks must swim in their natural state in the Yerk pool every 3 days. They need Kendrona rays. So their real weakness is that in the pool itself. Wait. So their real weakness is not the pool itself, but this Kendrona, I said. This miniature sun. But the Kendrona may be many miles away from the Yerk pool, Axe explained. The Kendrona rays may be beamed to the pool from almost anywhere. So although I am in favor of attacking the Yerk pool, we should not do it expecting to find the Kendrona. I agree, I said. But what if we didn't attack the Yerk pool? What if we just spied on it? We might find out where the Kendrona is. Marco laughed. That's more like the Rachel I know. We were starting to worry. You were starting to worry me here. You were sounding so sensible. How big is a Kendrona? Jake wondered. It depends on how many pools it had to support. It might be as large as Cassie's barn. It might be the size of one of your human cars. Size of a car? Surely a bunch of all-American kids like us can manage to wreck a car. I'm sure you can. And don't call me Shirley. See, how much would it hurt the Earth? I asked. That's the question. Is it worth running the risk of going down there again? Down to the Earth pool? We all looked at Axe. It would depend. They have a spare Kandrona, it wouldn't hurt them very much. In any case, they have one aboard the mothership, so we would not wipe them out entirely. We all sighed with disappointment. However, it would not be practical for the Yerk to shuttle their human controllers back and forth to the mothership to keep them alive. So what would they do? Marco wondered. How would Visser 3 react? Visser 3 would be totally ruthless, said.
Bless you.
Thank you. He would save as many as he could, but he'd have to let the rest die. Yes, Axe agreed. It would be a very serious blow. They would survive, but they would be weakened. We'd have to find this Kendrona thing first, Cass reminded everybody. And wherever it is, it will be guarded. Right then, I guess we all realized we were going to do it. We were going back to the Earth pool. Jake shook his head slowly. Down to the Earth pool again? Still have nightmares about first. Yeah, Marco agreed. Done that. The Earth pool. Cassie said grimly and looked away. I didn't say anything. I don't like talking about nightmares. But I'd had to do. They were pretty bad. I'm not very good at understanding, Axe said. But you all seem afraid. And your fear is beginning to scare me. Good, I said. I don't know if you Andalites believe in places like heaven and hell, but let me tell you, the Yerk Pool is definitely not heaven. Alright, so what did I miss in the chat?
Natty says, burn that movie theater to the ground. Paolo says, I like the airplane joke, Daniel. My dad loves Airplane.
It's an entirely different type of flying altogether now. It's an entirely different type of flying. Hey, you're Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I forget what that kid says.
The girl,
My dad,
the lady that plays the, like the blonde lady, the main blonde lady in Airplane. She was the grandmother on a movie that I stood in on, and she is just such a delightful lady.
By the way, does anyone know how to fly? I still can't, because I see people react to Airplane, and I'm still surprised that no one ever blurs out the part or reacts to the part with the lady running through when everyone's panicking.
They're probably just worried about getting hit by YouTube.
They'll show the part with the gelatin and the lady's breasts.
Yeah, I have no idea. At worst case, you just edit around the part that you think might be sketchy.
So if you haven't seen Airplane, you guys, it's definitely a great movie. It would make you a connoisseur of spoof movies.
Oh yeah, it's great screwball humor.
Yes. Baseballs, Airplane, The Naked Gun. I'm gonna put Scary Movie in that category too.
My personal favorite in that category is Clue.
My personal favorite is Wet Hot American.
Very fair.
Have you seen not the revamp, the original, where it's with Paul Rudd, Amy Poehler, who else is in it? Janine Garofalo.
Okay.
Have you seen it?
I've seen parts of it. It's one of those movies.
It's so good though, because it's
I need to see it.
It's so good. It's so good. If you've seen Sleepaway Camp, or any other summer camp movie, it's a must-watch spoof of summer camp movies.
That's great.
All right. Paolo says it's overrated.
Ooh.
How dare you? It's not overrated, sir. If anything, it's underrated.
Maybe it's just rated.
Because anytime I ever bring it up, no one knows what I'm talking about. We got to set him up with a girl. How about Debbie? Debbie, Debbie. Nah, Debbie has mono. How about
like poor Mallory?
Oh, Milo, we were talking about favorite spoof movies.
Yeah, favorite spoof movies. I said my personal favorite. Well, it's not technically I don't know if it's technically counted as a spoof movie, but it's definitely a cult classic like Screwball. I love me some Clue. Clue is just great.
Flames on the side of my face, burning breasts.
I love that was improv, and that Tim Curry's reaction is just genuine because he's just like, "What are you doing?"
I recommend Spaceballs, Milo, and I recommend Wet Hot American. All right, then. Chapter 5. Hey, Mom. Hey, Alice. What's for dinner? Sorry. I love Brady Bunch. That whenever I see what's for dinner, I gotta do my Peter Brady impersonation. Hey, Mom. Hey, Alice. What's for dinner? Pork chops? Pork chops, eh? What else? Applesauce? Sort of thing. We're having pork chops and applesauce. That's swell.
Underrated movie, honestly. Brady Bunch movie.
No, it's the original Brady Bunch when Peter thought he had no personality.
Oh yeah. God, I
Dude,
used to
Peter's
love that
out
show
of
as
all
a
the
kid.
Bradys, Peter's my man.
Yeah, I forget which Brady is which because it's just been so long.
It's on Hulu, I think. You can or Peacock, one of those
Okay,
two. So,
nice. I'll have to go back and watch it for old times.
sorry, one quick question from Lather. He says, "What other Australian TV or movie have you watched?" I think I've seen. Oh, I've seen Australia's Next Top Model. That's on Hulu. So I've seen Australia's Next Top Model. It's funny because the sixth season, which is the last season on Hulu, on the live recording of that season, they announced the wrong winner. So if you have Hulu, I recommend you watch Australia's Next Top Model, and then once you go through the whole season, season 6, I recommend you look up the live show where they announce the winner, and they're like, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. It's actually this person. We accidentally announced the wrong person."
Understandable. There, Avery. There's a lot of Brady's. There are a lot of Brady's. There are quite a few. If anybody, sorry, I seem probably so distracted. I'm trying to hone my concentration with the side project. If anybody's wondering, I got chain stitch down, and now I'm just doing single crochet. So we're learning.
All right. So, what's for dinner? I asked my mom as soon as I got home. The walk in the woods had me hungry. Being outdoors always does that to me. So it is fear. I just kept picturing the Yerk pole, the cage full of involuntary hosts. Human and Hork-Bajir, temporarily free of the Yerk parasites. I kept hearing them, crying. That's what most of them did while they waited to be reinfested. Others screamed, some begged for mercy. Or worse. My mom was standing by the kitchen counter. She was more dressed up than she usually was in the evening. She was munching nervously on some Doritos and kind of staring off into space. What kind of Doritos?
The
If
Cool
you say
Ranch
Cool
Dorito?
Ranch, she is a Yerk.
Cool
If
Ranch
there's a nacho kind, nah, it's the nacho kind. I like the Cool Ranch, but they're not
like the
better than
nacho
the
kind too,
nacho
but I'll
kind.
always go for Cool Ranch.
Nah, because some of the chips have too much of the sprinkly sprinkled on them, and that's like, ugh.
See, but I think you can't have too much of the sprinkly sprinkle.
See, Natty's on board with me. Nacho is superior. Look, I'm not saying that ranch is nasty. I'm just saying like the sprinkly sprinkle really just. I'm just afraid of eating those sometimes because they might put holes in my tongue.
Fair enough.
So, and if she's not licking her fingers, Rachel, she's a yerk. Mom, hello. She looked like she hadn't noticed me. Oh, hi, honey. What's for dinner? I'm starving. Your father is coming over tonight for dinner. He said he would pick something up. I felt my stomach clench. Something was wrong. Since the divorce, my dad never came for dinner. My two sisters and I spent one weekend a month overnight at his apartment in the city, plus every other weekend outing. But he did not come over for dinner. I wasn't hungry anymore. What's going on? I demanded. My mother got this worried look on her face, which she tried to hide. Your father has something he wants to tell you, girl. He was supposed to tell you the other night at the circus, but I guess he forgot. The way she said, I guess he forgot, made it clear she didn't think that was the truth. I took my mom's arm. Mom, I don't like suspense, alright? So just. The doorbell rang. I heard Sarah running down the stairs. I heard Jordan yell, Stop running on the stairs, you'll break your neck. She sounded just like my mother. It almost made my mom and me smile. Yes, because breaking your neck is always a good time.
Oh yeah. She said almost. She's fine.
Um, I heard that will be your father. I went to the front door. Sarah was leaping down into my dad's arms, and Jordan was hovering a couple feet away. Jordan shot a quick questioning glance at me. Unlike Sarah, Jordan was old enough to realize something was up. I shrugged and shook my head. Rachel, my dad said. How's my girl? Come take this bag for me. Thai food. We have curry. We have pad thai. We have chicken satay. We have those imperial, heavenly, whatever they call them, shrimp. Now I know where Rachel gets her whatever you call them.
Yeah. She's young enough to grow out of it,
Hold
though,
on.
at least, hopefully.
Okay, sorry. It's Ellery saying, did stream die on anyone else? Never mind. It was just her Wi-Fi.
Okay.
He handed me the paper bag. He was being too cheerful. My father, the reporter for one of the local TV channels, does a lot of investigative journalism. Plus, he anchors the news on Saturday and Sunday nights. So he's always wearing nice clothes and always has great hair. He looks tan even in the total depths of winter. I took the bag to the dining room table and started to unpack the little white boxes of Thai food. Hello, Dan, my mother said, coming into the room with plates and silverware. Naomi, he answered, how have you been? But now even Sarah had figured out that this was not going to be a happy evening. We ate a little and struggled along with some small talk about nothing. Until finally my mom said, Dan, just get it over with. My dad looked embarrassed. He sent me a sheepish smile. Sheepish smile? Sheepish smile. Like some little boy caught doing something wrong. That is a tongue twister. Sheepish smile. Ugh. Okay, he said. He cleared his throat. He sat up straight in his chair, as if he were waiting for the cameras to come on so he could do the evening news. Kids, I have something to tell you. I have been offered a job, a better job. I wouldn't just be the weekend anchor, I would have the top spot. I'd be anchoring the 6 o'clock broadcast and the 11 o'clock. And I'd get to do specials, maybe do some really important work. Jordan looked at me, confused. It sounded like good news. There's just one problem, my dad said. It's not here in town. In fact, it would mean I'd have to move. Where to? Sarah asked. To another apartment? He forced a smile. To another city, sweetie. In another state. 1,000 miles away, my mother said. You know, it's funny how the mind works. See, I've been through more bad things, more terror, more worry, more pain since I became an animorph than most people deal with time. I would have thought I could handle something like my dad moving away, 1,000 miles away. Congratulations, I said, trying not to show any emotion. It's what you've always wanted. My dad wasn't fooled. He knew I was upset. It's the job, Rachel. It's the way it is. It's not like I won't see you, kid. I know it sounds like a long way, and that's why we have jets, right? Yeah, said. That's why we have jets. I think I'll just go upstairs and do some homework now. Wait, I need to. My dad protested. I didn't slam any doors. I didn't throw anything. I just left. Let him feel like what it's like. I told myself, let him feel what it's like to have someone just walk away. I went up to my room and locked the door behind me. I couldn't breathe. I kept clenching my fists and wanting to pound something. I think I would have cried, but I was just too angry.
Oh, I cry when I'm angry.
Ugh, it was him. He knocked lightly on the door. Can I come in? I couldn't say no. It would have sounded like I was upset. Sure, why not? came in. I'm guessing you're a little upset, I said. I shrugged and turned my back. I see. Rachel, you didn't let me finish what I had to tell you, Deb. Rachel, Jordan is Jordan and Sarah are still too young to consider this, but you're older. You can look after yourself when I have to work late. They can't. And anyway, look, the thing is, I've talked to your mother about this, and she's not happy about it. So that's up to you.
Good to put them in the middle. Great job, Dad.
I turned to look at him. What's up to me? He smiled uncertainly. Well, it's like this. Carla Belnikov teaches in the city I'm moving to. You know, she takes in 3 or 4 promising gymnastic students every year. If you wanted, well, it would be the best thing in the world as far as I'm concerned. You can't live with me. I almost asked him to repeat it. I couldn't believe I had heard right the first time. Students of Coach Belnikov have won 2 gold medals and a bunch of silver ones. Dad, Carla Belnikov isn't going to take me on as a student. She handles professional level gymnasts. I'm too tall and not good enough to. Besides, you're saying I should move out, leave Mom and Sarah and Jordan? You're the only one who can decide that, my dad said. But as for Coach Belnikov, you're wrong. You have the talent, I know. If that's something you want to do, if you want to make that your life, you could go places in gymnastics. I shook my head. Not to say no, just to try and clear out the confusion. Dad, are you asking me to go with you when you move? Yes. I know it would be hard on your mother, but make it. I mean, this job pays a lot of money. You could fly back here anytime you wanted, every week. Are you serious?
And
It
why can't I
sounded
just fly out
ridiculous.
to visit you?
Was he actually serious? I sat down on the edge of my bed. My thoughts were everywhere all at once. Leave? Leave my mom and my sister? This is just because my dad felt guilty. He felt bad about leaving. This was about pity. He felt sorry for me or something. And I know it would mean changing schools, he said. But gee, Rachel, I think it could be okay, you know? For one thing, they have serious mountains. You could do some rock climbing together on weekends, go hiking. And it's a huge sports team. I need someone to go with me to games. It would be like the old days. Then he winked. And hey, it's a much bigger city, so think of all the shopping.
Women do be shopping.
No, it wasn't pity or guilt, I realized. At least not completely. I think my dad was feeling lonely. He was picturing himself lonely in the new town. Oh man, I said, I don't know what to say. My dad nodded his head. Don't decide now. I don't want I wouldn't want you to. Talk to your mom and Jordan and Sarah too. You think about it. I just think, you know, I've just missed you, sweetheart. We have fun trash talking the umpire that came hiking. Remember the time we got lost? Of course I remember, I said. I just have to think it over, you know? I wanted to say, Dad, you don't understand. It isn't just about Mom and Sarah and Jordan. Date, Dad. To go back to the Urkel. I thought she was gonna say with Jake.
Oh, God.
I have to break the tension. It is getting tense in here.
I
To
have
go
my
back to the
alien
Ur-
boyfriend, Dad. What do you want me to just uproot my alien boyfriend's life too?
My friends are counting on me. See, I'm supposed to be Xena, warrior princess. I'm supposed to go back down there, down into the last place on Earth I want to go to. I have to think it over, I repeated. Yeah, Anyways, I'm gonna go. Okay, Dad, I said. Love you, Rachel.
No,
I
you
wish he
don't.
hadn't said that. I was doing fine till he said that, and then the tears started. Rachel, honey.
Poor Rachel.
This is just like Chanel and Wani.
Kid.
Okay, what did I miss so far? Yeah, okay. So the fact that the mom even let him in the house is nice, Maddie. Honestly, I don't like his dad saying Avery and Rachel. You can say no. Oh yeah, Sailor Moon Manga Volume 2 stream. Ask Laser.
Oh yeah, that'll happen soon. I was just thinking about that. We'll do that next week.
Oh yeah, hi Chris Rudd 4554.
Oh hi Chris.
Speaking of why is Sailor Moon Volume on stream in the Goosebumps playlist?
Oh, is it? I had no idea.
Yeah.
Let me fix it. That's just a
Been catching up. Been confused about that.
Sorry, that was a mistake. Thanks for letting me know. I'll fix it.
The poor girl now has so much pressure on her.
I know, right? Way to put your kid in the middle, douche.
Ellery said the dad is giving Yerk behavior.
Oh, wouldn't that be great? I don't like the dad. I hope he's a Yerk.
Muriel's wedding is one of oh no. I really don't like this dad. He seems like he is trying to coerce his daughter into going with.
He's trying to put her in the middle, weaponize her for the sake of getting back at the mother.
I feel bad for her because Rachel must feel rocked for her family and friends. I can relate so hard. It's so unfair when parents do this.
Oh yeah, it's not cool.
It isn't fair, and let me tell you why. Because when my dad left my mom tried to like. I already didn't like what my dad was doing, but he's an adult and he needs to accept the responsibility of a decision he made. Meaning that if he decided to do that, then it would mean that it wouldn't look good to me or my siblings or mom. And my mom was just she still does sometimes just drives the point home of that my dad is a terrible person and this and that. And it's like my dad, obviously made the decision he made of another woman. But every now and again, he likes to reach out to me and talk to me, and it's like, okay, he wants to talk to me. It's not like I'm gonna tell him anything about my mom's business because that's the business between him and my mom. And I even tell him that sometimes. I'm like, Dad, are you calling me to talk to me, or are you calling me to ask about my mom? Because if you're asking about me, we're gonna talk about me, not about mom. I still hold him accountable, but he's still my dad at the end of the day. So with the whole Rachel and her dad thing, it's very difficult because the way I see it, because of what Rachel described, I think it was a case of Rachel's mom's a lawyer, her dad's a news anchor. Neither of them probably were good at giving like both of them were butting heads about who's gonna take care of the kids and just blaming each other and projecting their frustrations out on each other. That the dad just decided, or the mom or whoever just decided, it's better if we aren't together because otherwise then it's gonna mess with the kids. And so I'd say the dad at least is trying to be a part of Rachel's life because Rachel obviously was old enough to understand that her parents got divorced and he feels comfortable taking on the responsibility of taking care of Rachel. So it's not like he's saying, oh, your mother is always and this. He's not saying anything. He was being cordial with her.
Yeah.
So I see where the dad's coming from in that he doesn't want to go by himself, and so he knows that he gets along best with Rachel because she's the oldest. So I just see this as a classic case of just ping pong divorce.
Yep, divorce is messy.
So, I mean, the way I was told how to deal with it is that your parents are not your friends.
Yeah.
Your parents are your parents, and they should love you regardless. if they're having you pick sides, then you need to remind them that you're not friends.
Yep. Yeah, your parents have some kind of responsibility for the emotional stability of their children, because that's part of being a parent.
Mm-hmm.
And even if it sucks, that's what they signed up for, so they can't like put you in the middle of them.
Mm-hmm. But I get that not everyone is part, or not everyone is exception. There are honestly some people who just are not good parents, and they just play the part on social media or towards their friends of being super parent, but in reality are just good parents and can't admit that to themselves. They just, or they know that and they don't care, and they just use the image to make themselves look good.
Yep. Some people are just not great at the whole parent thing. Why? Oh, I have the entirely wrong title on this. I didn't realize that. That happened when we had to restart.
What happened? Oh,
just changing the title on the stream.
Okay. So all in all, it's just a case by case thing. In the case of Rachel's dad, I feel that he's not a bad dad because he's not twisting Rachel's arm. He's not making his wife look, or his ex-wife look bad. He's not being resentful or holding any grudges. Literally saying, it's up to you. I don't expect you to make a decision right away. Mom, talk to your sisters. But I think it'd be great because there are these opportunities.
Yeah, it's complicated.
Yeah, so that's my
Hashtag
case.
it's complicated.
He could be a yerk. He could be a yerk and still try and separate Rachel from the rest of the group.
My dad tried so hard to be the fun guy, but he was a dick too. He made promises throughout my life he didn't keep, so I don't trust him. Yeah, that can be hard. Some parents really do think that if they can be the fun one and push all of the responsibilities of like actual parenting on the other parent, then they'll be the favorite. And it never works out for anybody when that happens.
Yeah. But then again, it's like all of a sudden he gets this big job promotion where in a new city that lets him cover serious stories too. I think there's like he might be a candidate for Yerk infestation, or he's already a color.
Although if he's a yerk, that would probably be prime yerk territory if he's a news anchor, right?
That's true, Natty, because Natty brought up the point of the thing I don't like that Rachel's dad is saying stuff like it will be how it used to be.
Yeah.
And that's not okay, but we can't fault people because people fall back on that. And it's hard not to when you're making a case or an argument. It's hard not to play on people's emotions.
People can be toxic, but not on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
That's worth noting.
Because that's kind of the plot of the Babysitters Club movie from the 90s. Is that Christy's dad comes to town, but he's like, you can't tell anybody that I'm here because I want to get this job for the sports column, and I want to show your mom. So it's like he's basically that's the case of a toxic parent, in that Christy's dad in that movie is twisting her arm and forcing her to promise he's to not tell anybody that he's in Stony Brook.
Oh yeah, that's always toxic when parents try to get their kids to keep any kind of secret, because it's just like, oh, you're just teaching your kid that you can't be honest with people because of whatever reason.
Mm-hmm. The concentration on your face, Natty said.
Also unrelated, I can see the concentration on Avery's. I'm trying so hard. I've never actually crocheted before, but I really want to learn. And I'm just like, it's just one of those things where I'm just like, I can do it. We're getting there though. We've moved from chain stitch to single crochet. Yeah.
Yeah.
single kid.
So, um, but I see your point, Natty. Same thing with the when we were talking about it during Cheetah Girls. Um, so it's a case by case thing. Some parents are good in situations of divorce, and others just shouldn't have been parents to begin with.
Yeah, some parents aren't even divorced and still, you know,
Yeah.
still don't know how to deal with their kids' emotions.
Hmm. All right then. Chapter 6. After my dad left, I talked to my mom. She said what I expected. She wanted me to stay, but it was up to me. She trusted me to think it through. Up to me. Great. I could hurt my mom and my sisters, or I could hurt my dad. Perfect is perfect. Isn't divorce fun? Rachel, it's just make a decision for yourself, Rachel. After I went to bed, I just lay there, staring up at the ceiling. My brain kept churning like a computer can't turn off. Too many things to think about. My dad, my mom. Big, huge, massive thing I didn't even want to start thinking. Threat, the Animorphs, the war against the Earth. Finally, I knew. Had to go get out of there. I needed air and open spaces. The walls were just way too close around me. I climbed out of the bed and opened my window all the way. I changed from the shirt I slept in to my black leotard I usually wore under my morphing suit. I couldn't think about it anymore. I just needed some space to not think about my father, not think about choices. I focused my mind. I concentrated. Just some time to think, I told myself. But my fingers became feathers and my toes curled into talon. I guess every kid has times he wants to just get away. But I had the power to do it. I could even get away from myself. I launched myself into the night. I flew in absolute silence. The wind rushing over the top of my wings never ruffled a feather. The moon was low on the horizon, just a sliver. High clouds blocked the starlight. Grassy field just a few feet below me. We would have been black and featureless, human eyes. But I was not looking through human eyes. Eyes were so large, they nearly filled my eyes. They looked through the darkness, like it was noon on a sunny day. I could see individual blades of grass. I could see the ants clawing beneath the grass. My hearing was so acute that I could hear a mouse step from a twig from 20 feet away. I could hear the beating wings of a sparrow that was flitting from tree to tree. I had morphed into a great horned owl, the night king, the predator of darkness. I fell lower still, closer to the ground, letting the owl's mind search out prey. Here a mouse, there a shrew, there a vole, and all the many little birds. They were all meat to the owl. I could descend silently and deadly on a rat or rabbit, spread my talons wide and strike. I could squeeze my talons until they burst full of my prey. No, no, I told myself. I was not Tobias. He had no choice but to be a predator. I had a choice. My father had a choice. He could just not move, and then I wouldn't have to make this awful decision. If he knew, he understood everything, he wouldn't do this. He would understand that I was part of the battle to help save Earth. But I couldn't tell him. Not even my dad could be one of them. That's what knowing about the Yerks does to you. You look at everyone and wonder what's living inside their brain. Even though I felt like somehow I would just know father were controller. I guess I've always had a close relationship with him, right from the start, going back as far as I could remember. We were always doing stuff together. I mean, I have this photograph when I was 3 years old, standing on a balance beam, with my dad holding me up and grinning. I love that picture. even though I look lame in that outfit I had on. Keep it on my desk in my room. When my mom was pregnant with my little sister Sarah, I overheard my parents talk. My mom was saying maybe this time. I know you always wanted a boy, she told me. Oh, come on, he answered. That was years ago. I thought I had to have a boy to do all the fun stuff. But I have Rachel. She's as good as any boy. She's already tougher than most boys. Have you seen the vault she can do? My mom groaned. Don't ever let her hear you say that. Little girls do not want to be told they're as good as boys. But she was wrong. I know it was sexist and all, but I still just thought it was great. My dad thought I was as tough as any boy. Cool. If only he knew what I was doing now, I thought. He how could he expect me to make this decision? I couldn't leave my friend. I couldn't. They were counting on me. They were going back to the Earth Pole, and they were counting on me. Wrong. That's what they thought I was. But if I was so brave and so strong, why would I suddenly imagine a long, long way from the war with the Yerks? Why was I imagining a life of gymnastics, ball games with my dad, a place where I'm just a person? No one expected me to go back down to that hell, screams and despair called the Yerk Pole. I was so brave and so tough. Why was I imagining a normal life?
Poor kid. I'm glad to hear that you're a great stepdad, Natty. Props to the step parents.
My dad kept saying, growing up, don't have kids young because you lose and can't do fun things anymore. That's because sister had my niece when she was 18. And she and her boyfriend of over 10 years are like healthy and happy and so go out on dates and get tattoos and do all that.
Oh, Natty, no, 100%. That's we now know why she feels the need to be tough. It's that misogynist, internalized misogyny thing of like I have to be like the boys because that's secretly what he means is like she's better than all the other girls. She's not like a normal girl, which is sad.
Let's see. I think, well, it's hard to tell. I think we need to read more to see why Rachel has the need to feel so tough, because she's still like shopping and well, I was gonna say she enjoys gymnastics, but not really anymore because she says that she's too old for it or too tall or whatever. So, but she still likes to shop and she still likes all that stuff. I think it's just that she also likes, the adrenaline, the war that they're in. And so she can be both. She can like shopping and still like be kick ass.
Yeah, that's why Kim Possible was so great. She was super girly and also super kick ass.
She and even Kim Possible wasn't good at everything.
No, I loved Kim Possible.
So just like Demona. Demona, she wasn't the smartest, but she still liked what she liked.
Bless Demona.
So I think this week is just divorce week on Avery Talks About Stuff.
Is today. This is the impromptu therapy.
This week on Avery Talks About Stuff, our special on divorced parents and parenting.
A very special episode on parenting and how it can go wrong sometimes.
Like literally we got Juanita talking smack about Pamela, but Chanel likes Pamela, and then we got Ducky's parents, and then we got this with Rachel and her parents and the decision.
Yeah, Ducky's parents just prove that you don't have to be divorced to just have a toxic parental situation with your kids.
Ducky's parents, they're the type that's like, they think of themselves so piously. Like,
Oh, yeah.
aren't I such a great person because I'm going to this developing country and helping the poor children there?
Oh, yeah.
Because my children at home have a safe home and they have, food and all this other stuff. But I'm
not
out here doing the Lord's work.
And not that like wanting to do humanitarian work is not a good thing, but it's one of those things where it's like your own kids need you, and 100% Ducky is gonna grow up and like get some therapy and be like, hey, mom and dad, you were never there for me, and they're gonna be like, I can't believe you said that after all we've done for you.
I know. Okay. Sorry, I'm eating.
You're good.
To have a shirt with me on it that says sorry, I'm eating. Yes, parenting can go right because you have parents like Cassie's parents, and you have parents like Marco's dad.
Yeah, parenting does go right. I think the difference between like good parents and bad parents, like every parent's gonna fuck up, but it's the difference of like being like, okay, I fucked up, instead of being like, I can't believe my ungrateful children are gonna tell me that I am not perfect.
I was gonna say even Rachel's parents are good parents. It's just that they just don't like each other because Rachel's dad is like, yeah, I was young and I wanted a boy, but I have Rachel, and I realized that Rachel's like better than any boy.
Aww.
And it's like her mom is like, just looking out for the best interest of her daughters. So in somewhat, same thing with the dad, because the dad said, "Hey, this well-known gymnast coach is in the city, and
they're
because I'm a
trying.
big time, I'm being promoted to this news anchor. I might be able to shake a few hands and get you one of those spots."
Yeah, they're both trying in the best way they know how. But I think it's one of those things of like when parents have their own unresolved traumas, it can spill out whether they want it or not.
To quote The Pursuit of Happiness, when that movie is so sad.
Oh my god, that movie is sad.
When Will Smith's character, or when Jaden Smith's character, like, did mom leave because of me? Will Smith's character, like, no, mom left because of mom.
Oh.
So, that's sometimes it's like that, and it's just healthier to say, I know you want to blame yourself, and I know you want to promise to be good, but it's like when your friends don't get along and they stop being friends with each other. It's like mom and dad; they just don't like each other anymore, and they just stop being friends. And it's not your fault that you're friends anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, Ellery said if you're going to be humanitarian, so damn kids, me and Becky's parents.
Yep. That's perfectly, yeah. It'd be a different thing if they were like doing humanitarian work on top of being there for their children, right? But they're not. They're like sacrificing the children that they decided to have for humanitarian work that other people can do.
Mm-hmm. All right then. Chapter 7. I flew into Tobias's territory. It was also the territory of at least one real horned owl who would not be happy to have me around. It belonged to Tobias by day and to the owl by night. I knew a tree where Tobias often slept. Sure enough, he was there. I stopped beating my wings and glided up. I was already flaring my wings to come in for a landing when Tobias noticed. It's okay. It's me, Rachel. Oof, oh man, you almost gave me a heart attack. Sorry. Sorry? He said, he demanded angrily. It's night, we're in the woods. I'm a hawk and you're an owl. Comes zooming up in attack mode. Don't do that kind of stuff, Rachel. I'm just an owl, not an eagle, I protested. I knew that some eagles and some falcons will attack hawks. Okay. It's just that hungry owls have been known to go after hawks. It doesn't happen a lot, but owls scare me. I know everybody sees cute cartoon owls and thinks all they do is say hoot hoot and act wise. But let me tell you, I've watched owls work. They aren't cute. They're tough. I don't even want to have to fight one. I'm just thinking of Winnie the Pooh's owl.
Mm-hmm. And owls
like
defended.
If there was a famine, he would eat gopher.
Yes. The food chain. No, owl.
Wait, what?
What
Avery's reaction of thinking the old lady might die, the man wanting the boat sinking among the others.
Oh, you're talking about the first round or the Skippy the Bush Kangaroo video. I remember that video. That was a fun video.
Oh. I was like, wait, what are you talking about? But yeah. I settled on the branch beside him, sinking my talons into the soft bark. I could see why Tobias liked his perch. It gave a perfect view of the meadow with all its tasty prey. I'm really sorry, Tobias. I guess I forgot that your life can be so dangerous. Yeah, well, it has its advantages too, he said. No more first period gym class. So what are you doing here laying out? Had to get out of my house. Ah, why? Unless it's none of unless it's not any of my business. I don't know. Nothing. Nothing. I was just hyped. Tobias didn't say anything. Obviously he knew I was lying. He just waited for me to tell him, watching me with old brown eyes that seemed to drill holes through me. But I didn't really want. I guess I had wanted to, or why else would I have flown out? But now it just seemed ridiculous to lay problem. I was just thinking about going down into the Yerk pool again, I said. You're worried? Tease you. I get worried sometimes, I said defensively. I was thinking about flying out to the gardens, to the zoo, maybe acquiring some new morphs. Something really strong and mean in case we get into a fight down there. A lion or a grizzly bear or something. Thought maybe you'd want to fly over with me. Rachel, you know I don't fly much at night. I can't see that well in the dark. Plus, there aren't any thermal that night. So I can't soar. I just have to flap the whole time. And that's miles away. I mean, a little trip around here, sure. If you want to go flying, at the hall. Yeah, okay, forget it. I have an idea. Why don't you tell me what's really bothering you? You're all weird. You don't seem like you. It's nothing, I said. Sorry I scared you. I'm going to head home. Rachel, you know you can always tell. Yeah. Look, I have a question. Do you ever think about years from now, like when it's time for college and stuff? As soon as the words were out of my head, I wish I could call them back. But Tobias was cool. He laughed silently. Yeah, I could get easy A's in ornithology, study of birds. You could definitely be the professor, I said. I just meant that sooner or later, four of us are going to leave, move somewhere else. What do we do then? So you're still around. Tobias began preening his feathers, something he has to do, but it's also a habit he has when he's bothered by something. I haven't really looked that far ahead, but I guess I figured this whole thing would sort itself out, one way or the other, long before then. The Yerks win, they don't have to worry about college, or they lose and we go back to our normal lives. Some of us more than others, he added dryly. For a while, I didn't say anything. I couldn't. I was too busy hating myself for bringing this up with Tobias. Tobias, of all people, he was ready. He was already a casualty in this war. He was trapped in a hawk moor. And here I was thinking of bailing him out. Of bailing out. What was the matter with me? I couldn't leave. Leave Tobias living in the forest. Leave my best friend Cassie to fight, maybe to die. If I could cut and run. Leave Jake and Marco and Axe. Why? Because my dad was lonely. and I could take gymnastics classes. Rachel, you okay? No, I wasn't okay. I felt sick. What was the matter with me? I couldn't leave. Couldn't give up. Me? Of course I'm okay. I lied. Just the same, I think I will go get myself some firepower. Time for Yerk Pool Part 2, Animorphs Revenge, right? Rachel is lying. Time for Yerk Pool Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. I don't know. It looks like I'll be sitting out of this battle, Tobias said. Don't worry, I said. I'll get Hork-Bajir for you. You're okay? Really? It seemed like you're upset. Tobias, I'm more than okay. Gotta go. Rachel, go home. Tobias advised. I opened my wings and beat them powerfully, gliding through the dead air. But I did not go home. I flew around for a while, trying to get a grip on the confusion, but I couldn't. And I couldn't go home yet. I knew I would just lay there in bed, eyes wide open. I turned and headed south.
Poor kid.
Let's see. Chris Tiger Harris said Avery then heading to bed. Sorry if I haven't been catching the streams. Been busy and sick.
Okay, hi,
Just
Chris.
cold.
Good to see you. Don't be sorry. We appreciate you. This poor girl. Yeah.
Oh, Rachel.
Look at Avery crocheting her little fingers off. I'm trying. I'm really trying. This is what we call a practice run.
Let's see. 7 more chapters. Tag team. I'm at the halfway point, or less than the halfway point.
Yay!
All right. Chapter 8. From the air, the garden looks very different than it does from the ground. The roller coaster doesn't look nearly as tall or scary. And flying above the zoo area, you mostly just see the roofs of the various interior exhibits. The rest of it seemed at first to be sparse wood, with cement pathways winding in and around and through like curled ribbon. Looking closer, I could see separate habitats, the trees and the running stream of the tiger area, the open field for the bison, separated by tall fence from the impalas. I glided over the lines. Most were sleeping by a tree. One female was ranging around restlessly, like she was looking for something. It took a while for to find the bears. I wasn't interested in the little black bears or the polar bears. I was looking for the grizzly. I wanted power.
Woo! This is the part of the book where we get to see why we had the where we get the animal from the cover of the book from.
Mm-hmm. I'm saying, isn't Little Bear grizzly bear?
Yes, Little Bear is a grizzly bear.
Okay. They were in a habitat of trees and rocks and a deep water-filled moat fed by a tumbling, rushing stream. There were two, a male and female pair. Both were asleep, sprawled across the rocks. The male was bigger. That's what I wanted. Big, powerful, fearless. If I was going back to the Yerk pool, I wanted something desperately dangerous. Leave, move out of town, give up? No way. No way. And my dad, I would still see him when he came to town. That's what jets are for. I landed and began to morph back, to revert to my true human form. My feathers melted and ran together and became pink. My beak broke into teeth. My talons became smooth toes. My insides gurgled, squished, and sloshed as some organs grew and others changed and others reappeared from nothing. The bear heard the sound of my bones stretching and the faint rustle of feathers melting together to become flesh. He opened one eye and looked at me without understanding or fear. He was well fed. He had been in the zoo for many years and had all but forgotten the wariness of living in the wild. I was just something that smelled a little like a bird and a little like a human. I reached a trembling human hand down to touch the rough coat of the grizzly bear. His nearsighted eyes watched. I was nothing to him. I could not hurt him. He could destroy me without bothering even to wake up fully. He was beyond fear, beyond doubt, beyond pain. It must be nice, I whispered to him. I touched him and felt his power flowing. And yet, as I absorbed his DNA, I imagined myself becoming this fearless creature. I still could not forget the look in my father's eyes, or the quaver in his voice saying, "Gee, Rachel, I think it could be okay, you know." I could already feel the emptiness his moving away would leave in my life. He could say he'd come back every other week. He could say we'd still see each other and just as much, but I knew it wouldn't be the same. I could imagine him packing up to go. I could imagine the screams in the Earth Bowl. To remember Tobias trying to joke about college. Too much. Things that were small and personal, and things that were huge all rolled together in my head. Nothing made sense. It was too much stuff. Too much fear, guilt, and loneliness. Too many decisions. Too much. You know, there are days when I just don't feel brave or feel it and fearless. There are days when I just want to go to a ball game with my dad and eat popcorn and tune out everything else that's going on. Be a normal kid. But that wasn't the life I had anymore. Not anymore. Dirtbrick says once a black bear did Coca-Cola.
What?
The Dirtbrick says once a black bear did Coca-Cola. Speaking of bears, I'm sure Rachel would love to have gone to see Cocaine Bear.
Have you seen Cocaine Bear yet?
I haven't, but I heard it's like camp
Yeah, same.
horror.
I'll see it at some point.
I'll just wait for it to stream.
Yep, I'm a wait for it to stream person.
It's like, oh honey, we'll just wait for it to come on TV.
We have Cocaine Bear at home. The Cocaine Bear at home.
It's just what is it? Winnie the Pooh and that new Winnie the Pooh horror.
Blood and Honey. Oh God.
Yeah, Blood and Honey. Winnie the Pooh or Cocaine Bear at Home. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Horror.
Yeah, right. Yeah, somebody make that meme.
Okay. Chapter 9.
I want to see it so bad. Natty says. Sorry. Continue. Oh, I need to scroll.
I think everyone wants to go see it, but they're just waiting for it to come out at theater than on streaming platforms.
Yep.
That's the funny thing about movies now. It's like they're just waiting for it to come out on like Black Panther 2. Everyone's like, oh, I'm gonna go see it. And then they're like, have you gone to see Black Panther? No, I'm just waiting for it to stream.
Yeah.
I asked the same person. Alright, chapter 9. The next evening as planned, we all arrived at the mall separately. I hooked up with Cassie at the food court. Hi. What a huge surprise to see you here, I said. Uh-huh. We did a little act for any curious controllers who might be watching, pretending to be surprised to see each other. I looked at my watch. Perfect, we have 15 minutes to wander slowly towards the gap. I saw Jake and Axe down, playing video games, Cassie said. Poor Jake. Axe is a little unpredictable when he's in a human morph. While I was watching, he tried to eat a cigarette butt out of an ashtray.
Oh, baby, no.
I think they made Axe unpredictable and like a child, so that way it could break up the the monotonous depression of Animorphs.
And we love him for that.
Andalites have no mouths and no sense of taste. So whenever Axe played human, he found the sense of taste extremely exciting. He would try to eat everything around him. I laughed at the image of Axe chewing a cigarette butt. I was surprised I could laugh. This was not a mission I was looking forward to. We arrived at the store. Marcus said it's in the last dressing room, I reminded Cassie. And we have to assume the people who work here in the store are all controllers. Speaking of Marco, I wonder if he made it on time. I'm sure he did, Cassie said. He seems to be kind of into all this. Yeah. What's that about? I muttered. Cassie shrugged. It'll change, I guess. I feel sorry for Tobias not being able to come along. It'll tear him up. On the other hand, I'm jealous. I nodded in agreement. I was feeling hyper again. Jazzed. The way I usually did before we set out to do something dangerous. Only more so than this time. I'll admit it. The Yerk pool scared me. The idea of that awful place made me sick at heart. And now we were going back down there. Time to go to the dressing room, I said. Pick something out you want to try on. Cassie looked at me blankly. Like what? I rolled my eyes. Cassie cannot shop. She is shopping impaired. Just pretend you're me. Grab a sweater or something. I spotted Jake and Axe across the room. Axe's human morph is always a little surprising to see because it's a combination of DNA from Jake, Marco, Cassie, and me. He's a guy, sort of pretty, and with a definite hint of weirdness about him.
Yeah, she called him pretty. I don't like him like that, she says.
Mm-hmm. She's probably calling him pretty because he has like nice eyelashes.
Mm-hmm.
Cause like for some reason, like I hear guys are pretty, but it's because of like their eyelashes are like so long.
Oh, girls love a guy with good eyelashes.
So I'm sure he's got big eyelashes.
I think big eyelashes are just a enviable thing on anybody.
They're not big, but I mean like long and like kind of separated. Crispy says, if you were to only get one alternate form to change into, no time limit, which morph we've seen so far would you want as said form?
Probably a wolf. We talked about this before. Wolves are pretty versatile and cool.
I would say dog.
Like a domesticated dog.
Well, yeah, don't you remember the first book when Jake became Homer?
Oh yeah, he had fun as Homer, and then he got to stop having fun.
I was gonna say maybe horse. Horse would be interesting.
That was back when he got to have fun.
He wasn't even having fun back then. He was like, "Oh, I was so depressed that I let the dog's brain take over."
That's true.
It was Tobias that had fun turning into his cat, though.
True.
Treasure V says, I've been told repeatedly my eyelashes are an attractive feature. I could count the dates I've been on in my life on one hand. Never gotten as far as a makeout. And they're in eyes all the time.
I mean,
personally, it's the eyebrows for me.
Eyebrows? Yeah.
Like, if your eyebrows are a little too thin, I'm just like, great shirt.
I mean, it's like I always got mad for Mia Thermopoulos, where like they were like, you need to fix your eyebrows. I'm like, girl had some eyebrow game.
Nah, I got bushy brows. Bushy brows are good. When your eyebrows are too thin, that's when I'm like, what happened? Did Nair get into your eyebrows when you were like doing like the in between or what?
Sometimes you mess it up and when you're doing your eyebrows, and then you just have to have that Charlie Puth thing going on.
Or sometimes people just like pluck their own eyebrows when they're like at the nervous tick or something.
Mm-hmm. Yup.
All right. Okay. I grabbed a sweater for Kathy and held it out for her. Like I'd ever wear that, she said. I say, dry. It says dry clean only. We went to the next to last dressing room and closed the door behind us. Let's do this, I said tersely. We had all decided the best way was in cockroach morph. The last time we'd morphed into roaches, things had not gone well. The roaches were fast, and their senses were good enough to use for our purpose. Also, they might go unnoticed. Just like the cockroach in Avery's room that's not.
Oh, that damn cockroach. I should have hit it a fourth time.
I'm sure he set up shop somewhere in the crevices and had a nice little TV and Wi-Fi set up. That's why he hasn't made any appearances.
Natty says, "Oh, a man who takes care of his eyebrows. I love it. We all love men that know they can self-care."
I mean, I take care of my hair. I put in the nice fancy conditioner, leave it in there for 2 or 3 minutes. Put on a little shea butter for the face, and then, I look young still. Shea butter does wonders for people.
It's great.
Okay. I looked at Cassie and let out a yelp. 2 hugely long antennae were sprouting from her forehead. Geez, you could have warned me you were starting. Morphing is not some neat, sensible process where you just gradually become something else. It is much weirder than that. Different changes happen at different times. Body parts appear suddenly. Other parts disappear, and the sizes don't always match up to the end. First change on Cassie was a sudden appearance of the antenna, shot straight out of her forehead like 2 fishing poles. Then her skin started to get crispy looking. Sorry, I just thought of Ed, Ed, and Eddie when the cankers are on vacation and one of them tells them, Marie, flip me over, I'm getting crispy, because they're tanning.
I thought of Crispy de la Creme and I had a flashback.
Crispy de la Creme, what's that?
You remember Model Land, Crispy and Creamy de la Creme?
No, because I wasn't.
Oh,
I was like, Model Land, no thank you.
I thought you had like previously read it. Sorry. Yeah, so the parents' names are Crispy and Creamy de la Creme. Had a flashback. Sorry about that. Glad you got out. Glad you didn't have to suffer.
No, I knew about it back when American Next Top Model All Stars was a thing, and they made a little movie.
Oh yeah, we've seen the movie. The movie's something
to reveal who the winner was, and I was not happy about that season because the wrong person was crowned the winner. Because actually the right person was crowned, but then they revoked that win and gave it to somebody else who didn't.
Oof.
At the same time, we were both shrinking, which feels just like falling. I mean, you see the walls shoot up higher and higher. You see the ground rushing up at you, like you're a parachutist whose chute didn't open. Unfortunately, since it was a dressing room, there were mirrors on 2 sides. Ah! I cried, startled by the nauseating sight of my skin on my back melting into 2 huge, hard brown wings. Cassie was too far gone to say, shh, but she held one of her hands up to what was left of her lips. I thought she was gonna say, but then her one appendage went over my mouth to shush it.
Oh God, body horror.
Just then, her extra legs came popping out of her stomach, and I think I would have yelped again, except I no longer had a mouth. I heard a slurping sound, as the last of my bones dissolved, and I sagged into my exoskeleton. My clothes was piled around me like a huge collapsed tent. Human sight was now gone. What I could see was vague and muddy and shattered into thousands of pieces. But I'd had practice being a roach. I could make some sense of the roach's confusing way of seeing, and there were compensations. The antenna that had sprouted from my head were amazingly good at reading vibrations. You okay? I asked Cassie. I'm trapped under my own jeans, she said. No, wait, there, I'm out. I see you, she said. Yikes, look out! There are there are pins all over the carpet. The straight pins were steel shafts that looked as big around as the crowbars swing set, the crossbars. The sharp ends didn't seem very sharp at their size, and the blunt edge were like big steel beach balls. Okay, let's get out of the way, I said. We scurried on our 6 legs over to the corner underneath the triangular seat. Man, this roach brain really wants to, he said. Tell me about it, I agreed. When you first morph an animal, it is almost always a struggle to adjust to its particular instinct. We had morphed roaches before, so we were prepared. First time I had become a roach, it was all I could do. It wait, but the first time I had become a roach to control the panic. Even now, the roach's jumpy instincts were barely under control. Run, it said. Run! I heard loud crashing vibration. Something huge moving over our heads. I couldn't see well enough to recognize, but a few seconds later, it began to morph down into. Who is it? I asked. Me, Marco. What, you don't recognize me? After that came Axe, who had to morph back into Andalite ball and then into Roach. Jake grabbed all the clothing we had shed, stuffed it into a bag, and took it away to store it in one of the coin lockers out in the mall. Coin lockers. That was never a thing in the mall.
I don't remember that.
Who would need a coin locker in the mall for? That's my question.
Yeah, true. Very fair question.
Then, unless it's for like the employees, but the employees had to pay for the. Then he came back and morphed into his own that his own outer clothing would be sacrificed, left in the dressing room. That would look strange, but not as strange as 5 separate sets of clothing. I mean, Jake could always, he could have just taken off his clothes and then just put it into the backpack and just gone in with his biking stuff.
Yeah, come on, Jake. You're supposed to be the leader here.
All right. Then he came back and morphed into his own cockroach form. I already read that part. Okay, boys and girls and bugs, said. This has taken about 15 minutes, which means we are already down to an hour and 45 minutes, and this is not what I want to be stuck in. Amen. Let's move out, Jake said. We scampered like a very tiny, very gross the divider that separated us from the next. This was the dressing room Marco believed you can hide up under the seat. One of the cooler parts of being a roach is the ability to walk right most walls. We shot up the wall and cowered beneath the roof formed by the triangular seat. I rested facing straight up on the wall. Tiny spines at the end of my legs gripped small bumps. It was a painted wall. I could see 2 of the others just above me, parked like low-slung tobacco brown cars. Their antenna waved around, just as mine did, picking up scents, feeling vibration, and then, quite suddenly, up. Door of the dressing room opened. A shape, so tall it might as well have been a skyscraper, came into the room. We have company, Marco announced, as if he hadn't noticed. As if we hadn't noticed. As if our little cockroach brains were screaming, "Run, run, run!" Then I heard a soft snap. The mirror on the back of the wall of the dressing room. I felt an assault of damp air, rich with mineral scent. I had smelled an aroma before. Memories came rushing into my head. Memories I wish I could forget. Might I suggest a trip to Castle Oblivion?
We have a
Let's
friend.
go.
We have a friend there who might be able to help you.
Let's go, Jake yelled. We tore down the wall, hit the carpet, and blazed down the doorway. The feet of the controller were just ahead of us, monstrous building-sized shoes that lifted and swung ahead, disappearing from sight. In we went after the controller. The door closed behind us. We're in, Jake said. Oh, goody, Marco replied. Okay. Later, just said the final episode of Ash and just came out.
Ooh, fun, fun, fun.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay. Down into the Urk pool, the very last place I ever wanted to go. The first time we went to the Urk pool, we had taken an incredibly long stairway. This time, it was more of a ramp. It wound downward at an easy angle. No worse than walking this time. Oh, no worse than walking down a driveway. And to our roach bodies, which barely experienced gravity, it was like walking on level ground. Under our scampering feet, there were bare dirt, covered by footprints. We climbed in and out, impressions that seemed to be several feet by our cockroach standard. We let the controller pull away from us, even though we could have moved as fast as he was. No point in taking the risk of getting. It was dark and it was dark already. No, it was dark all around, with only an occasional bare electric bulb, high overhead, like dim. Still, we wanted to be careful not to be seen. My antennae were turned in. Any vibration that might be another controller on the path. Down, down we went, curving and twisting between rock walls. Axe, how are we doing on time? Jake asked. Axe has the ability to keep perfect track of time, even without a watch. It was a very useful. 28 of your minutes have passed since Kathy and Rachel and more. You know, Axe, they're your minutes now too, Marco said, just to make conversation. I mean, we are all here together on good old Earth, where we only have one type of minute. We had 2 hours total in it. At 2 hours and 1 minute stuck, like Tobias. And this was one time I actually agreed with him. I was not interested in being a roach. Stairs up ahead, Cassie reported. I almost said Casey. Over, down, over, down, over, down, 75 steps. At last, we sensed that the walls were no longer in. Path had emerged into the cavern itself. Our roach eyes could not see it, but I remember the first time I had looked down into the earth. It was a vast underground cavern, larger than one of those big sports. Stairs in the path emerged from the side, right above where the upper tier of seats would have been in sports. In the center of the area was the pool itself, a sludgy, muddy-looking lake. Seemed to seethe with the mass of jerk slugs in it. But that was not the worst of it. 2 piers were built over the lake. One was where the controllers, humans, orc-beziers, and taxmen and others disgorged the yerk from their head. Orc Vizier guards would watch carefully as the controller knelt at the far end of the pier, held his head down close to the surface of the lake. The Yerk slug would then slither out of its host ear and drop with a flat splash into the lake. That's when you would discover whether the controller was a host or someone who had been taken against his will. See, the voluntary host, the one who had chosen to turn themselves over to the Yerk, would stand up and calmly walk away. The involuntary host would realize that they were temporarily free of the evil alien in their head, that they once had more that they once more had control over their own mind than some would scream, some would cry. Many would beg to be released. A few would try to escape, but the Hork-Bajir were there to grab them and haul them into cages. That's where they would await the moment where they would be taken to the second pier. The second pier was a place where Yerk, now strong from their swim in the pool, full of nutrition of Kendrona rays, slithered back inside their hosts. When I had nightmares about the Yerk pool, and I had those nightmares a lot, it would always be about the second. The voluntary host would kneel and receive the Yerk back into their brain. The involuntary would struggle. They would fight, curse. Some would dare the Hork-Bajir to kill them. We were on the ramp again. No one had said anything for a while as we still raced slower and deeper and deeper, closer and closer. The memory was all in our minds, all except Axe, who had not been there. I wish I could see more clearly, Axe said. I wish I could see all that is going on. No, you don't, I told him. Oh, Paula says, the top left of my shirt makes me think I'm wearing a Philadelphia Flyers jersey. The top left, which is the left? This is my left.
Paulo's like, them's a fighting jersey.
Oh yeah, Riku's story and chain of memory should be way some bosses that gave Avery trouble last.
I did pretty well once I got to Riku's story, though. I did get a little stuck. That Jafar fight is so annoying every single time.
It's not though, because I got it on my first try.
Ooh, fancy.
Because all you have to do is, like I said, use the power, and then once you have use the power wild, it inverses the number value. So that way your number is always larger than Genie Jafar's.
Okay, fair enough. I'll have to try that next.
I was gonna say just wait for him to use the high numbers and then break him 0.
Okay, I'll try that on Monday.
Because when he tries to do like 7s or like whatever, that's when you break him. Like when he tries to throw a rock at you, because that animation's pretty long. Just use a number, just one value larger, so that way you're not wasting your big number cards.
Yeah, okay. That sounds like a plan. I'll try that. How's everybody doing in chat world right now?
Apparently, Paolo has edibles every night.
Ooh.
Speaking of edibles, how come there isn't a place called edible arrangements? That's just like edibles.
I've thought about that.
Like, make life a little smoother with edible arrangement. Not sweeter, smoother.
It's like, this is not, when you said edible arrangements, this is not what I thought. This is not what I wanted. I wanted the good edibles.
Just call it eatable arrangements. There you go, eatable arrangement, not edible arrangement. Oh, honey, this isn't an edible arrangement with the. This is an eatable arrangement because you need to calm the fuck down. You are stressing too much. Have yourself a nice little flower brownie.
A flower brownie. There you go.
Oh, you don't eat edibles. I don't partake in the MJ either. But my best friend, pretty much, if he's not sleeping or eating, he's I don't smoke. I don't do any of that. I've never done. I'm too pure for that stuff in my eyes. I'm like, how dare you? Would you like a sip, ma'am? Certainly not.
I barely drink. I kind of am just a social drinker. My brother just doesn't drink at all. Like, you know, I feel like drinking's kind of overrated.
I feel like it is too. Why drink when you can just watch an episode of Arthur to cheer yourself up?
Yeah, that'll be the motto of a generation right there.
I mean, it's true. Why watch true crime and make yourself even more depressed?
Oh, true crime makes me feel prepared, though. I feel weirdly safe watching.
I was gonna say, you want something that's anxiety-inducing. Look up Surviving Disaster.
Ooh, Surviving Disaster is anxiety-inducing.
And I was like, oh shit. It makes you like, and some of the like, I remember I saw the pandemic episode, maybe like last year, and I was like,
yikes.
You're not wrong there, except we didn't end up looting the neighborhood. We didn't have to fight off intruders.
I've always been very proud of us for that.
But I mean, there were some crazy ones, like when the episode where they got lost at sea. Apparently, it's worse. It's the worst thing imaginable because the sun's just baking you alive.
Yikes! Being lost at sea is like a very irrational fear because it's not like I spend any time out on the sea, but I'm like, what if I get kidnapped? What am I gonna do? I'm gonna get.
That's another episode too. Getting kidnapped, having a mall shooting.
Oh God, yep. That is an anxiety-inducing show.
I was gonna say we should cover that.
Oh my God.
For Halloween.
Oh dear God.
For Halloween.
Oh God.
For the month of Halloween, we are choosing to avoid the Halloweeny stuff and go for the anxiety.
For the month of Halloween.
Yes, because nothing's worse than fear than anxiety. Anxiety is worse than fear, you guys.
Oof.
No, I went through my true crime phase when I was 8. I used to watch so.
Oh, I love me some true crime.
But like as I get older, I'm like, why do people purposely like to go out of their way to find stuff really disturbing, like true crime or like drama shows when their life is already like depressing enough?
Mostly for me, I'm a nerd for like the forensic angle of it, but also there is like a weird like safety to it. I'm not exactly sure why. I don't know.
Cause like I'm like, why do people look at me weird because like this stuff unironically? I'm a happier adult because I watch what I liked and what's comfortable for me.
Yeah.
As opposed to watching these shows that are like super sad, like Game of Thrones or whatever the heck, or like the Last of Us.
Oh, Game of Thrones was disappointing at the end. You probably saved yourself a lot of heartache with that one. Natty, because you can't have a fear attack, but you can have an anxiety-based panic attack. Yep.
Exactly. So that's why we got to cover Surviving Disaster for and be like, I'm not sleeping tonight.
It's like the video ends when one of us has a panic attack.
Probably not me.
Oof.
I'm like, I don't think I've ever had one. I always put myself in awkward situations of like, I'd be like, I'm panicking inside right now, but I'm not gonna. So it's like, I guess because I've always like kind of just like thrusted myself into those situations to get used to them, that I'm like, I guess, you know, like how when you exercise more, your lungs start to like stretch out, or like when you do a lot of yoga, you naturally start to stretch out. I guess that's how I kind of see it, where it's like the more you fight it, like go against your anxiety, the more you stretch out your comfort, so that way you don't get anxious about things as easily.
I mean, with me, I was diagnosed with like clinical anxiety like a while ago, so I'm just kind of used to the panic attacks. Like you do get they get pretty. They get, I don't want to say commonplace, but you figure out ways to cope that are helpful.
Mm-hmm. The only thing that gives me anxiety, kind of, is reading my fanfic. Because I'm like, oh my gosh, can't believe I wrote that.
We don't have to keep reading it if it'll give you anxiety.
No, it'll get me through it.
All right, fair enough.
It'll get me through it. It's not like bad anxiety. It's just like facepalm secondhand embarrassment anxiety. I'm like, oh my gosh, can't believe I wrote this when I was like in my early 20s. They turn around and do their cinematic pose and look cool.
I don't think that's weird. Where would we be without fandom?
Two on the nose for me. I want to turn it into a book series, so I gotta strip out all the Power Ranger stuff and make it its own thing.
There you go.
Okay. Where were they?
We were at the beginning of chapter 11, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know what page that is.
Only 4 more chapters, and then it is chapter 27 or page 27.
Okay.
So 4 more chapters, and then tag team.
Yay! Side B.
Okay. After that, I'm gonna try and get some food because I can't be snacking on just licorice and granola bars.
What? You're telling me the human body can't live off of just licorice?
I wish. I'd be eating those like peelable Twizzlers all the time.
Oh, the Sour Patch Twizzlers. I can't find them again, but I need to because they're so good.
Because like regular Twizzlers, I don't like, but the Twizzlers where it's like just a bunch of strings of like licorice, like, bunched together, they can peel apart like a banana, or like string cheese.
Nice.
I love those.
Very cool.
Red vines though, red vines are only good when they're fresh. They're not good when they start to go stale. Okay. Let me just finish this. Wily Woolaway, Licorice Lovers Rejoice. Laser, do they have this in Australia?
Laser's like, no, and then is personally offended by the existence of it.
Paula's asking if I'm in SoCal. Yes, I live in SoCal. I live in I live maybe like 45 minutes outside of LA.
I can't tell you my name or where I live.
I can tell you that I live 45 minutes outside of LA. That could be in any direction. It could be the ocean for all we know.
Could be the ocean. Where are you right now? 45 minutes outside of LA, just in the ocean.
Yeah, just on my little platform.
On a houseboat.
Yeah, Portuguese. There's more Portuguese on the East Coast because you're across the pond from Europe.
Yeah.
Here we have plenty of Mexicans and plenty of Asians. There is a great amount of Filipinos here.
Yeah, geographically because it's like an ocean,
True, the Portuguese are more North Cal, but also the Portuguese are more either in South America or on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Because Brazil might as well. Well, Brazil speaks Portuguese, not Spanish, and the East Coast, well, again, Europe, right across.
Yeah. All right.
Later says, I want to say yes. I think we have Wily Wallaby.
Ooh, if they're real.
All right then. They're proud partners of the Pinky Swear Foundation. I gotta look up what that means. All right. Chapter 11. We were at the end of the ramp. We reached the flat floor of the cavern. Okay, now what? Cassie wondered. We've used up at least 3/4 of an hour. 41 of your minutes. Accent. Okay. Jake said. You guys remember there were buildings all around the edges of the cavern. Step back from the Yerk pool. Or You guys remember there were buildings all around the edge of the cavern set back from the Yeerk pool. Most are probably storage. Some may be generators and air purifiers. But some may be offices, control rooms, or even Holy Kendron itself. We need to check out some of those buildings. Well, that's what bugs you best, Marco joked. I wish we could have found a bug morph with better eyes, I said. How are we going to even find these buildings? I can't see more than a couple of feet in front of me. Don't need to, Cassie said. I can smell. They have humans down here. I don't know about Hork-Bajir or Taxon, but if there are humans down here, they must eat somewhere. And I swear I smell French fries. She was right. I don't know if they were fries. My roach brain definitely detected food. Go for the fries! Jake said with a laugh. We burrowed away across the dusty ground just ahead, a wall loomed. It was easy enough to find a crack. A roach can slide through a crack no thicker than a quarter. We emerged into brilliant light and an assaultive sound. So where do you think we are? Marcus asked. This looks like linoleum under us, I said. Dirty linoleum. I feel a lot of vibration. Lots of feet, I'm guessing. Voices. Too many for me to make sense of them. I smell human, Axe confirmed. Humans don't smell, I said, only half joke. Oh, humans smell, Axe argued. It's not a bad smell. Sort of like an animal we have back on my planet called a flar. So we have French fries and human, Marco said. Are you telling me we have reached the Yerkpool McDonald's? Wouldn't put it past them. They used to have McDonald's in Walmart, so.
You know, I feel like even a Hork-Bajir would be down for some McDonald's.
Palace says Brazilian Portuguese. Not the same.
Oh no, yeah, it's different. I mean, you could probably like it's the same basic language. Like it's not like you wouldn't understand if you spoke one and somebody was speaking the other, but it's very much different. The slang is very different. The way that it's used is very different.
I still go back to the third season of America's Next Top Model when one of the girls wore a shirt that said "respeto" because another girl's brownies were because they were, I guess they were low calorie brownies that were expensive. Some other girls like wrote in them because she never cleaned up her dishes. They just wrote "clean your shit"
That's funny.
in her brownies, and then like she told everybody else, and then like that girl like wore the shirt that said "respeto," and then like one of the girls that wrote in the brownies like, "Oh, what does your shirt say?" And then she's like on her soapbox. It means respeto because there's a big lack of it in the house.
Yeah, it's a different
and then
dialect.
They get into a big old argument at the tea shop, being like, how I can't talk about it because there's it's you have to watch that season because there are some things that get brought up about someone struggling with ED, and then someone being like, "Oh, I'm gonna tell Tyra then that you have your ED," and then like the girl's like, "Oh, she already knows. We already talked about it." Like,
oh yikes!
And then like the brownie girl is like, "Don't ever touch my shit."
Oh God, yeah, I'll have to watch. I have to watch more of America's Next Top Model. I have a video that I haven't edited yet, where Gabe and I watched an episode. But I want to watch more.
You want to watch more?
Yeah, I mean,
my gosh,
you
don't want to watch more.
I mean, it's like in the way that like you can't look away from a train wreck, you know.
I watch it because it's like it's a comfort blanket because I like reality shows, but I know it's bad. But I grew up watching it. That's different.
Yeah, no, it's totally problematic. There's no getting around that.
What episode did you guys watch?
We watched the one where the girl's friend died and then they made her get in the coffin.
That video's not out yet, is it?
No, it's not. I haven't edited yet. Next, I'm gonna put out the one that we did together on Digimon.
Avery, why would you do Digimon? Tell me about it.
I didn't know.
That's like the one thing I grew up like knowing so much about as a young kid.
Oh, I genuinely didn't know.
The third season is one I have memorized in my brain to this day. The third season of Digimon.
I mean, there's still a lot more Digimon.
I know there. The first season it was what got me into it because I was like maybe 4 when it came out. The second season I've only seen episodes of, but I've never like fully seen it because it always eludes me. The third season though, I grew up watching that religiously. Like maybe every few months they would like do reruns of it on, like Toon Disney Jetix. And I would be like just every day at like 4 o'clock. I'd like no, I'd lock my room and be like, I'm watching my show.
This is my show.
Like, do not disturb me. Oh, you need me to go with you? No, no. Wait an hour. I'm not going to your month level because the church can wait.
Wait, aren't Hork-Bajir herbivores? I mean, Mickey D's has some vegetarian stuff.
Yeah, the fries. They don't know that the fries are dipped in like beef oil.
Oh, is that why they're so good?
That's what they used to make them with, like beef oil or something like that. But yeah, Digimon season 3. That one is not like the other two. I'll just say that. The other two are they're the second season is a sequel to the first season. That's all I'm gonna say.
Cool.
Third season where it's like say like, oh, Digimon is like a cartoon and like this and that, and it's like it gets meta on itself.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay. If it's some kind of lunchroom or something, it would be a good place to listen in on conversation, Cassie said. Maybe we can get closer. Crawl up under a table. We should be able to. Suddenly, a shadow fell over us. Something huge was overhead, blocking out the harsh fluorescent light. Now that is not a human smell, Axe said. I smell it too, I said. Familiar. I don't like it. Something I've smelled it before. I can't get my human memory and my road sense together. It smells like Taxon, Cassie said suddenly. Look, that tree-looking thing up there, I think it's a taxon leg. Oh, it's gross. I hate those things, I said. Look out! Hurtling down from the fluorescent sky at incredible speed came something like a bright red whip. I powered my 6 legs in instant response. It was too fast. The red whip slapped the ground all around me. It fell over me like an awful wet quilt. Something like glue oozed around me, seeping under my shell, gumming up my legs. No! I screamed. I'm trapped! Marco cried. I was lifted up off the ground. My back was glued to the red whip, and it was hurtling through space. I caught a wild glimpse of the others, stuck to the red whip just like me. What's happening? Cassie cried. It's a Taxon, Axe said. I think he's about to consume us. We were stuck to a frog-like tongue of the Taxon as the evil creature slurped his tongue back down his throat. I can't get loose, Jake yelled. In an instant, without warning, death had come for us. It was glued down. I was glued down, helpless, as the Taxon's red tongue sucked back into its mouth. And then everything everywhere stopped. Well, they died.
Well, at the end, they died.
Yeah, this is their afterlife.
Harsh.
Say, what were we just talking about right now? McDonald's. What kind of do you think it's a franchise McDonald's, or like do you think like it's like a corporate McDonald's?
They franchise.
Do you think that they have like the McLobster roll or the McRib?
Ooh. Was the McRib was out by this point in time, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, like, would it be like in stock all the time, or would it be a limit?
It would definitely be a limited thing.
It reminds me of South Park when they were making a Taco Bell, and they're like, "Wait, is this Taco Bell gonna have enchilada?"
I've never really seen South Park.
It was in a video game. It was Spark and the Stick of Truth.
Okay.
I forget why they were asking, but it was like they were making a quote unquote Taco Bell.
That's funny.
For a front for something else. I think it was because I forget what, but then like everyone's like excited for the new Taco Bell, but then like somebody asked, "Wait, is this Taco Bell going to serve enchiladas?" And then the guys that are doing the press conference like he knows too much.
That's funny. How many more chapters until?
3 more. Chapter 12, 13, and 14.
Okay. Sorry, I'm
like,
really.
How many more chapters? Because I'm tired of crocheting.
No. I was just wondering. I was just like, oh god, I've zoned out so much. I'm like, wait.
Oh, I thought you had the book pulled.
Oh no, I do. I just keep forgetting to scroll, and then I'm like, wait, where are we?
Because I don't see it on the live stream.
Oh, is it not on the live stream? Have I just not had it?
No.
Well, I guess that's shit. Well, now it's there. I forgot I had switched it to the 2, but there we go.
Okay. So we are on chapter 12. So they're dead. They're in the afterlife, and I'm sure they're going to have to do a dance off against St. Paul to gain their lives back.
Oh god.
Before crossing over the pearly gates of heaven. They're gonna have an animal battle.
Oh god.
Like a Pokemon battle, except St. Paul gets like his own team of like animals.
He gets his own team. That's funny.
Go, Hippo, use takedown. Hippo uses takedown. It's super effective. Rachel uses earthquake.
Rachel uses
Hippo fainted. St. Paul is about to send out monkey. Will you switch out?
Funny.
You have defeated Gatekeeper St. Paul. He gives you 5,000 Poke dollars. Okay. Chapter 12. A sticky red whip of the taxing stung stopped moving. It was more than that. Nothing was vibrating against my antenna. There were no sounds. There were no smells because the air itself stopped moving. Then, without meaning to, I began to demorph. Because you're dead, Rachel. You're dead. Game over, man. Game over. What's going on? I asked. I'm demorphing, Cassie said. But it wasn't me doing it. Are we dead? Is this some kind of hallucination? I asked. If it is, I'm having it too. I swiftly grew larger and larger. My center pair of cockroach legs dwindled and disappeared. My lower legs swelled and grew skin. I fell from the taxon's tongue to the ground, too large and heavy to be stuck any longer. Toes appeared, fingers appeared. My true human eyes opened. I looked around, dazed and disoriented. The others were all there. We were all human again, barefoot and dressed in our skin-tight morphing outfits, like we always were when we came out of the morph. Axe was back in his Andalite body, just adding to the general weirdness of the scene. We were inside a building. As we had guessed, it was a lunchroom. There was a kitchen to one side. There were a dozen long tables down the middle of the room. And K-Earth 101 was playing on the radio. Let's hear it for the boys. Let's give the boy a hand. Or that Coast 103.5.
Beautiful.
Let's hear it for my baby. I've listened to songs way too much from the radio. I have an unhealthy memorization of them.
I love that song.
What was that song that you couldn't think of the name of?
Oh, which one? It could have been anything. I can't remember. I'm always singing something.
It was by Shannon.
Shannon. I don't know.
I told you the other day too, and it's like now it eludes my brain.
I'll think about it when I'm not trying to. I'll wake up in the middle of the night, text you and be like, ah!
All right. People sat at tables eating, only they weren't eating. They were holding forks. They were looking down at plates of food. They were getting ready to speak. They were holding mugs of coffee, but no one was moving. No one was breathing. The steam rising from the mugs of coffee was frozen, still, as a photograph. Okay, I'm ready to wake up now, Marco said. This dream is getting weird. Look, I said, Hork-Bajir. 2 Hork-Bajir were standing by the door. I had never seen one standing still before. Even frozen in place, they were frightening. 7 feet of knife-edged arms, legs, heads, and tails. Solid shooters on legs, as Marco said, walking razor blades. And then there was the taxi, the one who had been about to eat us. It was a mysteriously big centipede, as big around as a concrete sewer pipe. It had a round, red mouth at the very top of its worm body. The long red whip of a tongue stuck out and hung in the air. I have an idea, Marco said. Even if this is a dream, let's get out of here. Definitely. Move, Jake said loudly. We ran for the door of the lunchroom, out into the vast, intimidating openness of the cavern. Outside, the same freeze had occurred. The surface of the earth pool was still. The humans and Hork-Bajir, who were involuntary hosts, were frozen in their cages, screaming and crying and shouting without a sound or a movement. On the infestation pier, a woman was bent low over the water, held down by a Hork-Bajir. A Yerk was halfway into her ear. She was crying. Her tears were motionless on her cheek. Then I saw something moving. One single thing in all that eerie stillness. A boy. He was tall, a little gangly. He had hair that looked as if it had never been combed. Oh, I whispered. Oh, look. It's Tobias. The others all turned to see. Goodness.
Bless you.
Okay. Wow, so I guess they are dead, huh?
Oh my god.
This is just, what they envision their last moments are.
Marco's like, I knew it. I called it.
I knew it, that Milan was a troublemaker from the others all turned to see. Tobias shrugged his human shoulders. He held up his hands to stare at his own fingers. It is me, he said, sounding like he doubted it. My old body. Here. I ran to him. I don't really know why. I just did. I wanted to touch him, to know he was real. Ah! He yelled. He jumped back and suddenly threw his arms up and down. He was flapping, trying to get away, trying to fly. Oh, poor kid.
Oh, he's got trauma.
By rushing at him. Sorry, he whispered, terribly embarrassed. Sorry. I put my arms around him and hugged him tightly. Tobias, what's going on? I asked him. I don't know, he said. I was flying. Then suddenly, I was here, like this. Time has stopped, Ak said. For everyone but us, I can feel it. Something is very, very wrong, Cassie said darkly. Is this some trick of Visser 3's? Yes. I don't know.
Yes, it is. I don't know.
This is not your technology, I can tell you that, Ak said. This is far beyond them. Far beyond us Andalites as well. What? Humility? From an Andalite. Yeah! Marco screamed. The voice came from everywhere at once and from nowhere. It is a voice. It is a voice, not really. It wasn't even thought speak. It was like an idea that simply popped into our head. The words exploded like bursting balloons inside your own thought. I spun around looking for the source, ready to fight if necessary.
No, Rachel, there is no threat.
It knows your name, Tobias hissed. I glanced at Axe. He had gone rigid. He wasn't frozen like all the world around him. He was afraid. He was shaking.
Aximile Ascaruth Ishtil has begun to guess what I am.
Elemis, Axe said.
Do not be afraid. I will appear in a physical form. You can understand.
The air directly in front of me. No, not in front, behind. Beside, around, I can't explain it. The air just opened up, as if there were a door in nothingness, as if air were solid and it is just impossible. The air opened, he appeared. He was humanoid. 2 arms, 2 legs, a head where a human head would be. His skin was glowing blue, as if he were a light bulb that had been painted over so that light still shone from him. He seemed like an old man, but with the force of energy that was definitely not frail. I can't do Yoda, so I'm gonna have to go with my "this is CNN" voice.
Darth Vader over Yoda.
No, if you've seen Kung Fu Hustle, or
No,
no,
but like
not
the
Kung
this
Fu,
is CNN voice is what's his name?
Kung Pao. If you ever seen Kung Pao, that spoof movie with like where they parody what is it, Lion King, and then you see like a CG Mufasa in the sky, and he's like, "This is CNN."
But that's that's still the voice of Vader. Still James Earl
Is
Jones.
it? Oh, okay. Eewoo! I hope they have Pisces. Yes, Derp. Reality is broken.
Reality is very broken.
Let's see. He seemed like an old man. His hair was long and white. His ears were swept up into points. His eyes were black holes that seemed to be full of stars.
I am an element.
He said, speaking with an actual voice. Oh, wait. Give him an actual voice, I say. His eyes were black holes that seemed. Oh, wait, I already said that part. And you, Andalite friend, guess. Axe was shaking so badly he looked like he might fall down. Be at the peace, Andalite, the element said. Look at your human friends. They do not fear me.
He's gone Swedish.
Swedish chef. He's got what?
I said he's gone Swedish.
Well, I mean, he is pale and he's got white long hair, so
Fair enough.
he probably likes ABBA. Yes, I too like the ABBA. They do not know. They do not know what you are. The element style. Neither do you. All you know are the fairy stories your people tell to children. Well, how about if someone tells us who and what you are? I said. It was not I was not in the best mood. It was extremely bizarre and unnerving to be surrounded by human controllers, Orc Bajir and Taxes, in the very heart of the enemy stronghold. They were all frozen, but that could change. To be honest, I was scared. And when I'm scared, I get mad. The elements looked at me. You cannot begin to understand what I am. They are all powerful, Axe said simply. They can cross 1,000,000 light years and they can make entire worlds disappear. they can stop time itself. This one doesn't look all that powerful, Marco said skeptically. Don't be fooled, Axe snapped. That's not his body. He has no body. He is everywhere. What is it? Everything,
Everything
everywhere,
everywhere
all
all
at
at
once.
once.
Yes. Inside your head, inside this planet, inside the fabric of space and time. So why are you here? Jake asked the Elmas. Why all of this? Why did you bring Tobias here? Obviously, you saw right through our morphs, Marco said. You knew who we were. You even know our name. You brought us all here together. Why? Because you must decide, the Elma said. Decide what? I demanded. The fate of your race, the element said. The fate of the human race.
Just small stuff.
I mean, you got to give the big ambiguous characters not some very interesting voices. Am I the only one that believes in that philosophy?
Oh no, that's a great philosophy.
Not everything should match how it looks. Like Visser 3, yeah, mustache twirling, fancy, bring down the house for boots, slave queen.
Okay, but that absolutely fits Visser 3. No one can tell me otherwise.
And the Elemis just looks like he would be a her. Sure.
Swedish chef.
That's all? Oh, sorry, chapter 13. That's all? Marco asked. Just the fate of the human race? Don't you have something more challenging for us? But the element wasn't paying attention to Marco. We do not interfere in the private affairs of other beings, he said. But when they are in danger of becoming extinct, we step in to save a few members. We love life, all life, but especially sentient life forms like Homo sapiens, your species. This is a very beautiful planet, a priceless work of art. You've obviously never seen our schools, Marco said, still giddily trying to joke. Suddenly, without warning, the Elemis did it again. He opened space. We were no longer standing in the Yerk pool. We were no longer underground at all. We were underwater, deep underwater. Ugh. But the water did not seem to touch my skin, and when I breathed, there was air. Still, I felt fear tingle in the back of my neck. We stood. Me, Jake, Cassie, Marco, Axe, and Tobias. Tobias in his human body. In the middle of the ocean, suspended in the water, but dry. The elements could no longer be seen. We were floating above a coral reef, and everything was moving again, all around us. Fish swam by in swift, darting schools. Fish in every color and shape reflecting a dapple of sunlight from above. Sharks prowled. Stingrays seemed to fly. Squids pulsated. Crabs scuttled across fabulous extrusions of coral. Tuna as big as sheep drifted past. Swift, grinning dolphins raced by in pursuit of their next meal.
Lovely.
The element's voice once more seemed to grow from deep within our hearts.
Lovely.
And then, as quickly as we had been plunged into the ocean, we were drifting above the waving golden grass of the African savannas. A pride of lions lazed in the sun below us, looking sleepily content. Wildebeest and gazelles and impalas grazed, then broke into wild, springing, bouncing races that forced you to smile at the sheer energy of it all. There were hyenas, rhinos, elephants, giraffes, cheetahs, baboons, zebras. Hawks and eagles and buzzards wheeled overhead.
Look at it.
Then, in an instant, deep jungle. A live jaguar prowled while monkeys chattered in the tree canopies above. Snakes, as long as a person, slithered across tree branches. The air reeked of heavy perfume of a million flowers. We heard the song of frogs, insects, bees, and wild screaming birds.
In all the universe, no greater beauty. In 1,000,000 worlds, no greater art than this.
Then the elements showed us the human race. We flew, invisible, through the steel and glass canyons of New York City. We drifted above villages at the edge of jungle rivers. We watched a rock concert in Rio de Janeiro, a political meeting in Seoul, a soccer game in Durban, and an open air market in the Philippines.
Human, crude, primitive, but capable of understanding.
Suddenly, all the movement stopped. We were staring at a picture, a painting. I'd seen the painting somewhere before. It was a wild swirl of colors, painting of purple flowers, irises, I think, although I'm no big expert on flowers. The artist had seen the beauty of those flowers and captured some small bit of it on canvas.
Capable of understanding.
Then, without warning, we were back in the Yerk pool. The images were all gone. We were in the land of despair once again, surrounded by frozen images of horror. The Elemist, or at least the body he had made for us to look at, reappeared. That was a nice tour, I said. I was trying to sound tough, but I felt as if I had turned inside out, as if my mind exploded into 1,000 sparkly pieces, overwhelmed. But what's it all about? Humans are an endangered species. Soon, you will disappear. I thought of a couple things to say, but I had nothing to say. No one said anything. The Yerk race is also sentient, the Elemist said, and they are technologically more advanced than you. They will continue to infest the human race. The Andalites will try to stop them, but they will fail. The Yerks will win, and soon the only humans left will be what you call human controllers. I had stopped breathing. The way he said it was like you couldn't argue, like you couldn't say anything. He spoke every word with utter and complete certainty. He wasn't guessing, he knew. He knew that we would lose. Roll credits.
Roll do 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 do.
Very White or Darth Vader is reading.
Yeah, and it's true, Paolo. We haven't had any issues tonight. No mod needed issues. That's nice. We've actually had a pretty easy couple of nights.
Yeah, I think the only the only fuckery that uh, Tech Ghost is giving us is that it's saying upcoming stream.
Yeah, I have no idea why that's happening. That's a YouTube fuckery thing.
All right. So,
This is the final chapter of Side A. If you would like to continue to Side B, narrated by Avery, please flip this tape over at the end of this chapter.
all right then, chapter 14. I had been terrified a few moments before. As the taxman prepared to swallow us, I had been afraid for my own life and the lives of my friends. Now the Yerk pool hung suspended in time. I felt a deeper fear. My head was still swimming from all the images the show. Why come here just to tell us we're dead meat? I managed to ask. We have an offer for you, the Elemist said. You see, we can save a small sample of the human race. We have a planet where we would relocate you, some members of your family, a few others chosen to get a good genetic sample, as well
as a few non-human Earth species that are of of special interest to us. I was surprised to hear Cassie actually laugh. He's some kind of environmentalist, she said. That's what he is. We're the spotted owls, we're the rhinos, we're the whales, we're the endangered species, and he's the environmentalist trying to save us. We have a planet set aside for you, the element said. It will seem very much like Earth. You would be free to evolve naturally, as your species should. This is insane, Marco said. It's like Noah's Ark. The Yerk flood is coming. Load up the boat. No, Tobias said, staring at the element. It's a zoo. That's what he has for us, a zoo. The element said, we do not impose our will on sentient species. The decision is yours. I have chosen you to decide. Because only you, of all free humans, know what is happening. You must decide to stay on Earth and fight a battle you are certain to lose, or to leave this planet behind and form part of a new colony of humans. How long do we have to decide? Jake said. You must decide now, the element said. What? I yelled. What are you up to? What do you mean we have to decide now? This was beyond insane. This was a dream. This couldn't even be real. I was imagining it all. If you decide the answer is yes, you and some of those you are close to will be instantly taken to your new home. If the answer is no, I will return everything to the way it was when I interrupt the time. You mean we're back in Roachmorph, headed down the Taxon's throat? I asked. Everything is as it was, Yelena said. Our purpose is not to interfere. I looked at Tobias. His face showed nothing. Maybe he had forgotten how to show emotion. Poor kid. And our friend Tobias? Cassie asked softly. Everything as it was, the elements repeated. Oh, that's real fair, Marco said. You ask us this just as we're about to. You ask us this just as we're about to be some taxon's lunch? This is ridiculous, Jake said angrily. You can't just tell us we have to make a decision like this. We are not the ones who should be deciding this. I mean, maybe you're trying to do the right thing for us, but this is nuts. The Elamists are not interested in what is fair, Axe said. Elamists give you a choice. That is no choice at all. Then they claim that they do not interfere. They will pretend it was a human decision. All right, let's see. It was hard to argue with Axe's opinion. Sorry, I got distracted. It was hard to argue with Axe's opinion. The elements had totally rigged the decision. Realizing that made me want to resist. The element wanted us to say yes. He wanted us to abandon the fight against the Earth. And yet, a place where we would have peace, a place where the fighting would be over, where we could be normal kids, no more decisions, no more battles. The elements had said we would be with some of the people we were close to, too, who would be saved. I vote no, Tobias said with sharp, angry defiance. You're using me. You're using my friends. Affection for me as a tool. And I'm not going for it. Sorry, let me try that again. You're using me. You're using my friends for me as a tool. I'm not going for it. Let me think this over for a little first, Tobias. Cassie pleaded. I mean, just because we're upset, this decision is for the whole human race. Do you understand that? He's talking about humanity becoming extinct. Tobias, you personally have a lot to lose. Jake reminded him. If we say no, you're right back in your hawk body. So we have 2 votes no, Tobias and Rachel, 1 vote yes from Cassie. Marco said. But I hadn't voted. Marco had just assumed. And he was right. I realized with the sick churning in my stomach, Marco was right about me. I had to vote no. If Tobias was ready to stay in the fight, with all he had to lose, I couldn't do less. What this character wants us to do is run away, I said. He wants us to abandon our people and our planet just to save ourselves and the people we care about personally. Tobias met my gaze. There appeared a faint flicker of its old human. This is a decision for humans, accent. I fight the Yerks. I follow Prince Jake. I don't trust this Elemist, however great his power. Guys, I know how you feel, Cassie said, but think about this. We may not even get out of this Yerk pool alive. And if we die, then what chance do humans have against the Yerks? And anyway, he said the humans will lose. Isn't it better to save some humans rather than losing everyone? Jake and Marco had still not voted. I noticed they were looking back towards the building we had come and past the building to what looked like a tall circular column rising straight up. The column was a mix of steel and inside of the column, human controller, seemingly frozen in. She looked like she had been falling down the long tube, or else flying up. A drop shaft. We had used one aboard the Yerk mothership. It was a sort of elevator that worked from invisible to let you fall safely from one level to another. But did it go up as well as down? That was the question. Was the human controller in the shaft falling or rising? Jay cocked an eyebrow at me. He looked back at the column, making sure I had noticed. I squinted closely at the frozen controller. She had shoulder-length hair. If she were falling, it would have been swept upward. If it was down around her neck. It was down around her neck. Mr. Alamus, Marco said, thanks for your offer, but I don't think so. I don't think I want to be in your zoo. And I don't like being muscled like. I'm glad you like Earth, but we'll take care of it the best way we can. That made it 4 against, that made it 4 against me, Marco, Tobias, Axe. I counted Axe, even though he said it wasn't up to him. Cassie was alone in of the element software. Sorry, hold on. Let me just read this. I don't know why. Just like
Natty says, I wouldn't even blame them if they said yes because they're kids. Yeah, this is super unfair for kids to have to go through.
But sometimes children have to make that decision in the real world too.
Yep.
When they're in war-torn countries, it's like, do you choose to escape with your family, or do you stay and live in the struggle with the rest of the people that live there? So let's see. Okay. You all know I take care of lots of sick animals. They're always afraid of me, even though I'm trying to help them. Are we being brave saying no? Or are we just being foolish resisting someone who is trying to save us? What she said made me think. With a shock, I pictured nature films I had seen. I remember one that showed in capture. They were trying to move the tigers to a game preserve where it would be safe. Tigers are almost extinct, and the humans were trying to save a few, but the tigers had resisted. They had growled and fought and avoided the capture nets. Was that us? Were we animals on the edge of extinction, resisting being come to save us? I wondered if I should change my vote, save myself, save my family. What would they say if they had to vote? My mom? She would never risk the lives of her children. Yes. My dad? If we were all magically transported to a safe place together, and I had to explain what I had done, that I had voted to save all of us, give up the fight, what would he think of the decision? I'm sure he would have said no. I said, Rachel, I'm glad that you made the decision on your own, but you always were a fighter, and I'm just disappointed that you just gave up. Is what your
Yeah,
dad
he probably
would've said.
would. He probably would say something like that.
You know what bothers me? I heard Jake tell the Elemist, you say the human race will lose to the Yerks, but I don't believe you can tell the future. See, you don't know how we're going to vote. If you did, you wouldn't bother to be here, would you? He looked around at each of us. Cassie smiled sadly. If you guys vote to stay, I will too. Jake reached out and took her hand. Mr. Elemist, I guess you have an answer. Antissa.
Patient. Every time.
Alright. This is the end of side A. If you would like to continue to side B, please flip this tape over to continue to side B.
How we all feeling, chat? These poor kids.
Oh, these poor kids. They're basically being told by I'm gonna say a foreign government, hey, we will give you assisted living.
Yep.
But we will transplant you from your war-torn country, and you will be refugees here in our first world country. But you will be under government assistance, like the housing and all that stuff.
It reminds me of that Twilight Zone episode. If you know, you know. The one where the guy gets transported to like the better, more modern world where everything is taken care of for him, but it's literally just a human zoo.
Patrick says you're still at it. Yes, because we get distracted, Patrick. We talk about other things sometimes.
Yep.
We were talking about shows from what we grew up watching, like how I was telling everybody, oh, I'm gonna cover this show on my YouTube channel called Endurance.
Frozen
Oh,
is
that's
good.
right.
That's good.
That's what I was gonna say. How was Frozen? Frozen was good.
Good. Yeah, I try, but I take it. I don't think anybody like this is one of those situations where you're not a bad person if you choose either one. I don't think, because it's not a very easy situation.
I kind of the way I see it is basically saying, I choose myself over the millions of other innocent lives on Earth that will be lost.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably stay just because I'd want to, like, I'd feel like, but what if we had stayed and fought it out? We could have ended up with a better situation.
Exactly,
but, like,
exactly.
But again, like, I don't fault anybody who would have said yes, because especially if you're a child in that situation, that sucks.
It does suck. Well, I'm gonna go and take a lab break, and Avery will continue side B.
I'll wait for you to come back.
All right then, give me a second.
Oh, I forgot about my tea. My tea is very cold at this point. So while we're waiting for Daniel to come back, I'm giving a completely unnecessary and unasked for update on my crochet adventures. I did a very, very long I practiced chain stitching all the way across, and then I came back over, and whoops, it's all twisted because I've set it down wrong. I came back over with practicing for the single crochet stitch And let's be real, it's not perfect, but we're getting there, and we're getting the hang of it. So I think I'm just going to keep practicing and practicing and practicing on this garment, and maybe one day it'll be a kind of fucked up blanket or something. Fun fact, I am working off of all of this yarn because my grandmother had all of this spare yarn that she wasn't using, so I'm working off of, for one thing, hey Anton, hopping in to say hi. Hi, good to see you. I'm working with this, there's quite a bit of this emerald green. And then I have two other kinds of green, a white and a like silver. So we shall see. Good to see you, Anton. Question, does the stream still say we're just waiting? Because YouTube really has its stuff going on tonight. Bunch of work to do in this weekend. Just thought I'd say hi. Hi, good to see you. Good luck with your work this weekend. It's funny because I don't know if anybody else does this, but stream says upcoming. Oh, God. Well, thank you guys for popping in on stream, even though it looks like the stream never even happened. You guys are awesome. It's also interesting because if this blanket, or if this ever makes it to be like a blanket or something, every time I look at it, I'm just going to think about stream, because I'm going to be like, oh, that stripe I did when I was doing Animorphs stream. I'm just going to think about it because I've been staring at it as I've been listening to it. You know how you do that? Like, I have some skirts that I made by hand a couple years ago, and I like vividly think about like the YouTube video, the audiobook, the podcast I was listening to while I was working on it, because it's just the way my brain works. Like, I associate it with that forever. Hope I can get my will to Wi-Fi to work on Monday. I will probably be busy doing, well, maybe not, because we're in different time zones. I might get off of, no, you know what? I might get off of stream in time to see you live. I'll try to do that. It still says upcoming. YouTube, I wonder if anybody else is having this issue. I wonder if, like, tomorrow we're going to hear from, like, other streamers that they're also having this issue and just be like, yep, we know. I can hear myself on the echo. Oh, whoops. That was wrong. Ah, that was very wrong. Ah. Stream probably late.
So.
Late morning. Oh, late morning, early afternoon. Okay, cool. Then I'll definitely be able to be there, as long as I'm not like, yeah, I'll definitely be able to be there. And if not, I will watch it back diligently. I'm so excited for you. But welcome back.
Okay, here we go.
All right, let's get to. Okay. Let's get to.
It's already midnight, and we're barely halfway through the book.
You know, I read really fast, so we're gonna go through it. Sometimes my ADHD does come in.
We lose an hour from my fanfic.
No, it's okay. When we do Megamorphs, we could always just take a break, since we're gonna need multiple streams for it anyway, and just focus on that until we get through Megamorphs. Yeah. But nah, it's fine. We'll get it done.
Okay then.
Boop. Welcome to Side B. If you are looking for Side A, narrated by Daniel, please flip this cassette over and press play. All right. Chapter 15. Sir. Instantly, we were back in our roach bodies. If you live, I will ask once more, if you live. The red whip of the Taxon tongue held me glued down helpless. Morph out, Jake yelled in my head. I didn't need to be told twice. Though through the fear, I focused my mind on my own human body. Suddenly, all around we went dark. We're inside the Taxon, I yelled. Focus on morphing, Jake yelled. We're bursting out of here. Ugh, God. Focus on morphing. A gush of stinging liquid like a tidal wave washed me from the sticky tongue. I tumbled, blind and terrified, through hot, vicious goo. But at the same time, I could feel that I was growing. My roach antenna brushed against something very close to me. Another cockroach, but bigger than it should have been. Demorphing, Cassie yelled. Right with you, I yelled back. Everything was closing in around me. The bodies of the others were shoved up against mine as we all grew out of the roach morphs. I felt the gut I felt the gut of the taxon spasming as I tried to deal with the deadly growing metal. My human lungs were growing back, and as they grew, they began to need air. I was suffocating. My body was not as durable as the roach form. Air! I heard Marco cry. I can't breathe. Just keep morphing, Jake said. We'll try and pop this worm open. I have my tail again, Axe said. Should I? Yes, Jake said. Do it! The darkness around us splintered open suddenly. I caught a glimpse of Axe's Sith-like Andalite tail slicing the taxon open from the inside. Air! Air rushed in. Stinking, foul, vile air, but air. We exploded from the inside of the taxon, wrapped in its guts, covered with green-blue slime. We were not fully human yet, still some awful melding of human and bug, but we were finishing our demorphing as fast as we ever had. Air! I sucked it into my still-forming lungs. The taxon lay ruined and reeking all around us. The room full of human controllers. Eating dinner was no longer frozen. Wait, I lost my place. Full of human controllers. Eating dinner was no longer frozen by the Elemist? That's what he's called?
Yeah, the Elemist.
Okay. Let's bail, I yelled, before they can think about it. We ran, slipping and slithering through the taxon's guts, still forming the last of our fingers and toes. We tore out of there. Get them! A human voice yelled. Get them, you fools, or Visser 3 will chew your bones. Suddenly, with a roar, a human controller surged up out of their chairs. A Hork-Bajir near the door moved swiftly to cut us off. Axe swung his tail with blinding speed. It hit the Hork-Bajir in the shoulder. Head for the drop shaft, Marco cried as he led the way from the room. Everyone but Axe. If you can morph again, do it, Jake yelled as we raced for the door shaft. We need firepower. I didn't need to be told. The only one of us who had any kind of natural ability to fight was Axe. I was already trying to focus my mind on the bear that I had made part of me. Part of me knew it was foolish. I should morph the elephant or a wolf, but I knew both of those morphs. I could handle them, but also I knew the elephant might not fit in the drop shaft, and I wanted power. Woomph. Something hit me, and I went sprawling across the dirt. A man stood over me, a grown man. He had slammed into me. For some reason, this outraged me. What kind of creep would hit a girl half his size? Of course I knew the answer. I knew the man was not really a man at all, but the controller, the yerk in his head, didn't know or care about chivalry. The man bent over and began to put his hands around my throat. Suddenly, he only had one hand. Arrgh! He cried, falling back. Thanks, Axe, I said. We are trapped, he said. I looked past him. The others had all reached the drop shaft 100 feet away. Between the two of us and them was a small army of human controllers and Hork-Bajir. As I watched Marco and then Cassie were swept up by the drop shaft, only Jake was still standing there. He looked back out at us with the expression of horror. Jake, get out of there, I screamed. It'll be okay. Several of the controllers began closing in on Jake, but most of them only had eyes for Axe. They could see that he was an Andalite, the deadly enemy of all yerks. I don't know what they thought I was, still dripping with taxon goo. Suddenly, a pair of Hork-Bajir warriors rushed at us. Their bladed arms slashed the air. They came out at us like a pair of chainsaws on high speed as Axe struck. But the Hork-Bajir was too fast. Ah! There was a deep gash down Axe's flank. He struck again. My son! He struck again, and his scorpion tail almost invisible. The human controllers stayed prudently back, as much afraid of getting sliced and diced as the angry Hork-Bajir. As by the angry Hork-Bajir as by Axe, but more Hork-Bajir were rushing up and Axe was losing ground. Then I realized I was no longer afraid. A deep confidence had welled up inside me. Utter confidence, utter fearlessness. I realized I was no longer standing erect. I was on all fours. When I looked down, I expected to see my 2 hands splayed on the dirt. Instead, I saw massive paws, coarse, dark brown fur, black claws, each like the point of a pickaxe. I had become the bear. It was his confidence I felt. It was his total lack of fear. I was an animal that had never in 1,000 generations of grizzly bears known an instant of real fear. Suddenly, I felt a terrible pain in my shoulder. One of the Hork-Bajir had slashed me. I glared with nearsighted eyes and saw nothing but a tall blur. I had never morphed the bear before. I had never learned to control its brain, but its instincts. The bear mind was focused completely on one basic fact. It had been challenged. There was exactly one response to being challenged. Attack! I roared and charged at the Hork-Bajir. He cut me again. It didn't matter. I barreled into him. 800 pounds of very angry grizzly. The power. I was a truck doing 70 miles an hour. I was a tank. I was the large carnivore on land, and nothing challenged me and survived. I could barely see the Hork-Bajir through the bear's weak eyes, but I smelled him and felt him and swung my massive paws at him in full and hit him full in the chest. I struck him with a blow that would have knocked a train off its tracks. The Hork-Bajir went flying. More came. More discovered why part of the Latin name for the grizzly species is horribilis. I barely remember what happened next. I gave myself up to the bear's rage. Its anger and my own became one. All the tension within me, all the uncertainty, all the doubts were swept away as I gave myself up to the bear's violence. I remember that at some point Jake got into his tiger morph and joined the fight, and I have flashing images from my memory of terrible destruction, of ripping claws and crushing jaws, but the next thing I clearly remember is flying up the long drop shaft while Jake's voice in my head kept saying, "Rachel, morph out, you're out of control, you are out of control, morph." I was clawing wildly at the air, trying to kill the tiger that was suspended above me in the drop shaft, trying to kill Jake. I felt as if I had snapped awake from a dream. Slowly, as we rose towards the surface, I left the bear and returned to myself. She's like, "Jake, this is for all the creepy things you've said about me."
Oh, what, Jake? Oh, I'm sorry. I lost to the bear's instinct. Oh, I didn't know that. Was.
Now I want a Godzilla crossover. What do you think? Could the Animorphs potentially morph into anything? Like even like if they cross into a territory where like in a world where like Pokemon were real, they could probably morph Pokemon.
If it has DNA, it's possible.
Yeah.
Because they're basically copying the genetic DNA of whatever they're trying to copy.
Yeah. So that's interesting. Let's see. Chapter 16. The soaring rush up the drop shaft seemed to last forever. The drop shaft entered the solid rock. It is a hard word to say. And as I rose, I shed the last of my bear form. I felt the return of my human reason, but I was still confused and disconnected from what was going on. Then, quite suddenly, I was at the top of the drop shaft. I stepped off onto the solid concrete. The others were all there. Axe was trying to morph into his human body, but he was having trouble. Morphing is exhausting. Morphing rapidly from one form to the next more than once makes you feel like you want to just crawl in a corner and die. I knew how he felt. I stumbled from sheer weariness as I stepped onto the cement floor. It was dark, with just enough faint light to see the faces around me. "Careful," Cassie said, taking my arm. "We're okay, we're safe. We're in the base of the water tower behind the school. Gotta get out of here. Yerks will be watching." "Yeah, they were," Marco said. He jerked his head over to the corner where 2 human controllers lay unconscious. "Let's get out of here," Jake said. "You okay, Rachel?" "Yeah, tired is all. I never morphed the bear before. I didn't have time to get control. Sorry." "It's okay, Rachel. The grizzly got us all out of there, but get some rest, huh?" Yeah, rest would be nice. Somehow I made it home. I crawled into my bed and fell instantly asleep. I didn't wake up until the next morning when my alarm went off. I was groggy, barely able to read the numbers on my clock. Rachel, are you up? My mom called through the door. Yeah, I'm up, I said. I crawled out of bed and staggered towards the bathroom. Jordan was in the bathroom we all share. I went into the hall toward my mother's bathroom. She was already up and dressed and in a tan business suit. She was adjusting her nylons. You don't look too good, she said, giving me a sideways look. I said, can I use your shower? You're wearing the clothes you came home in last night, she said accusingly. You came wandering in at 9:30, barefoot and wearing your leotard. That's what you're still wearing. I stared stupidly down at myself. Yes, I was wearing my morphing outfit. I left my shoes over at Cassie's. I was showing her some gymnastics stuff. Can I use your shower or not? Coming home barefoot and falling asleep without even having dinner? My mom said and shook her head. Rachel, if you're having some problems or something, I want you to talk to me. I did the wrong thing. I suddenly burst out laughing. Problems? No, why would I have any problems? I giggled and wiped the sleep from my eyes and giggled some more. My mom sighed. I have an early court appearance this morning, she said. The Hallinan case, but I want you to stay home tonight. I think you and I need to have a little talk. I know your father has thrown a big problem into your lap. I know this decision is very difficult for you. Can I use your shower or not? I sighed, no longer giggling. Go ahead. Make sure Sarah gets on the bus, okay? I closed the bathroom door behind me and fled to the sanctuary of the steaming hot water. It started coming back to me then, all of it, exploding out of the Taxon's stomach, the Ellimist's offer, the sight of Tobias back to for too brief a time in our own body, human again, and then the battle. A rampage emerged. A rampaging, enraged bear, a bear that was me. I shuddered. I was running out of hot water. Rachel, what did you do? Fall in? It was Jordan outside the bathroom door. Jordan, make sure Sarah gets off the school, okay? I called out. I'm running a little late. You go ahead too. I skipped school that day for the first time in my life. I lay around the house and watched daytime trash TV. I flipped channels back and forth between one bunch of messed up people and another bunch of even more messed up people. I think she was flipping in between Springer and like Oprah, but that's just me.
Yeah, either that or the People's Court and
Or the People's Court,
Jerry
yeah.
Springer.
Yeah.
Judge Judy. July.
Judge Judy.
July. July. July.
Yep. It was nice watching other people with problems. Their problems all seemed easy compared to mine. But over the electronic pictures of angry people and placating hosts, other images appeared. A Taxon split open like a torn bag of garbage, the frozen, silent screams of involuntary hosts in their cages, and through all the television noise, I could still hear other voices, the Ellimist's voice in my head. We can save the small sample of the human race. And Jake's voice, too. You are out of control. And my father, to another city, another state. I tried not to even think about everything that had happened the day before. I mean, it was so ridiculous. I lived in two completely different worlds. One world was filled with my family, school, gymnastics classes, shopping, listening to music, watching TV, normal stuff. But then I had this whole other life, a life where I wasn't just Jordan and Sarah's big sister and my mom's first child and a teacher's pet and a gymnast student who was weak on the balance beam. In my other life, I was a warrior. I risked my life. I fought in deadly nightmare battles against terrible odds. I became so much more than just a kid. Noon rolled around, and I made myself a grilled cheese sandwich. I turned on the TV in the kitchen while I cooked, and there was my dad on the noon news. He was doing a story from outside the studio, some stupid event at the convention center. I muted the sound and watched the picture. I threw my sandwich in the trash. What am I supposed to do? I yelled suddenly, shocking myself. What am I supposed to do? My voice sounded flat and dead in the silence of the kitchen. I felt foolish. It wasn't like me to get emotional. I stood there, just staring at the cupboards. The Ellimist, the bear, my father. What was I supposed to do? Leave my mom and sisters? Leave my dad? Leave my friends? Leave the whole messed up planet? I imagined going to my father down at the convention center. Dad, I have this problem. And he would put his arm around me and fluff my hair the way he always did and say, come Come on, kid, don't be so serious. I turned the and then my dad was the Joker. I turned my TV around. I turned the TV sound back on. My dad was grinning at something. He was doing some chatter with the anchor people back at the station. Be leaving us soon, and we're all sorry to hear that, but I know it will be a great opportunity for you. Yes, it will, my father said, although I will really miss all the I snapped off the TV set. I felt sick inside, like I had swallowed broken glass. Ugh, I needed to get out of the house. I needed to stop thinking. I went upstairs and opened my bedroom window. Several minutes later, a large bald eagle flew from my window and soared high into the sky. Whew. Kid has a myriad of problems. Why is her dad at the community center where the Yerks are? Girl! Honestly, that's a good question. People
Chris
watching
said
now
was
that
asking a few hypotheticals of like what would happen if they acquired like someone like Beast Boy or like Thing or something like that.
They acquire Batman and then they're just Batman.
What would happen if you attempted to acquire something still DNA, you get a copy of it, even if it's fractured. You're just basically it's like you're keeping a file of it. Basically, you're allowing your body to use that file. And you can basically morph back, unlike things like the Thing, which have fractured DNA.
I think depending on the dinosaur, Chris, it could be okay, but like some of them could be really bad. Like a T-Rex would be probably really, really bad if you morphed.
But with regards to human morphs, I think they don't morph human because of the ethics behind it, if I remember.
True, but that is kind like you're not possessing the person.
No, but it's more of a thing of you're basically committing identity theft without the consent of the.
Identity theft is not a joke, Jim. Thousands of families suffer every year.
Michael? Oh, that's funny. Michael?
All right.
But with regards to Beast Boy, basically they could morph Beast Boy and they would still get his powers because that's part of Beast Boy's DNA. It's just a matter of how if they would know how to use them. They're allowing Beast Boy's brain to take over, but then it would be a constant struggle of if they allow that brain to take over, then they'll forget about morphing back into human, and then they'd just be another copy of Beast Boy.
True. Like, how would Batman work? Because his skills aren't in his DNA, but it's like in his brain, right?
But basically, when you get that DNA, you get all the information that goes to DNA.
Yeah, so you'd still have like all the Batman powers.
Mm-hmm.
Theoretically.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Anything with DNA, Chris. Anything with DNA can be acquired.
Acquired at this point. Like, they've all acquired slightly different numbers, but like...
But the Andalite, or Prince Elfangor said anything with DNA.
Yep. I should go through and like start keeping a tally of like all of the morphs that everybody acquires in each book. Anyway. Chapter 17. We all hooked up later that afternoon at Cassie's barn. Inside her barn, there were rows of cages in all shapes and sizes, mostly full. Birds are in one area, with mammals separated from them by a partition wall. I guess it makes the birds nervous to be in the same room with foxes and raccoons. Nervous birds hurt themselves, banging around the cages. When I showed up at the meeting, barefoot and in my morphing outfit, everyone immediately knew I hadn't exactly taken the bus to get there. Jake and Marco were lolling on bales of hay. Tobias was perched on a crossbeam a few feet over our heads. I felt a stab of pain seeing him that way again. Axe did not come to these meetings usually. He would have had to assume his human morph, and he preferred to remain in Andalite form as much as possible. Hi, Rachel, Marco said, looking amused, but also a little wary. What have you been up to? Or maybe I should ask, what have you been? Cassie was busy changing the bandage on the wing of a sad-looking kestrel. Hey, Rachel, Cassie said, give me a hand over here, will you? I didn't see you at school today. I went and held the struggling bird as well as I could. Kestrels are small falcons. This kestrel tried to take a bite out of me, but he was too weak to do any damage. I felt kind of sick this morning, I told Cassie, so I stayed home. But you felt better this afternoon, huh? Jake said. So much better that you decided to morph? How did you get here? Just out of curiosity. Do not be judgmental, Jake. How dare you? Cassie was done and took the kestrel from me. I turned to look at Jake in the eye. I flew. Is that okay with you? He glanced at Cassie, then at Marco. That bear you morphed yesterday, you went to the gardens and acquired that all on your own, didn't you? No, I said. I met the bear at the mall. Okay, Jake said. And today you ditched school and end up morphing whatever you morphed. An eagle, Tobias said. I saw a bald eagle riding the thermals this afternoon. I should have guessed. It was up for too long acting like a buzzard. A real eagle would have perched after a while. It's so nice knowing I have privacy, I said sarcastically. That was about noon, Tobias said. If you came here in eagle morph, that would be more than 2 hours. You must have demorphed and morphed again. Jake looked at me sharply. You spent the whole afternoon in morph? Yes, mother, I said. Jake jumped up and stood right in front of me. His face just inches from mine. Don't give me your sarcasm. Don't give me your sarcasm, Rachel. You're acting really weird. That's everyone's business, because if you do something stupid, we could all end up paying the price. You go and acquire a grizzly? What about without backup? You could have been killed. So what? I shot back. You heard the Elamists. We're doomed. It's going to be Yerkes 1, human 0. We lose. So who cares about anything? Who cares if I skip school and go flying? Suddenly, Jake just sagged. I don't know, Rachel. I don't have any answers. I'm sick of trying to have answers. You decide. I don't want to argue with you. I don't know what your problem is, but you know what? You deal with it. I've never seen Jake look so tired. 1 minute, he was being strong, sensible Jake, leader of the Animorphs, and the next minute, he looked exhausted. His eyes were red. He was blinking constantly. He looked like he was he was worn out just from breathing. My dad wants me to move out of state with him, I said. Everyone just kind of stared at me. They all had blank, tired eyes, not much different from Jake's. What are you going to do? Cassie asked. I threw up my hands. How can I even think about something that unimportant? I mean, like, we don't have bigger things to worry about? The fate of the planet, Earth, and the human race? Different things bother different people, Cassie said. I know how you feel about your dad. He's a jerk for dumping this all on me, I said loudly. It was weird. All of a sudden, I felt like I was choking, like I was ready to explode, like my brain was spinning out of control. It's like, what am I supposed to do? I yelled. After what happened last night, after all that I have to decide who I want to hurt, my mom or my dad, and you guys? And come on, Rachel, Marco said kindly. Take it easy. Come on. You're Xena. No, I'm some stupid I'm not some stupid TV character. I'm not some comic book, Marco. I'm scared, okay? Just like you, all the rest of you, I'm scared of what almost happened to me last night. I'm scared, okay? Just knowing this place exists down there. I'm scared about what happened to me. I just want to run away, but I didn't think I could, so I was brave because that's the way I'm supposed to be. But now everyone's going, oh, just come and live with me and we'll go to the ball games, and hey, forget moving to another state, we have a whole other planet for you, and the more exits I see, the more scared I get. All right? For a long time no one said anything. Marco sighed heavily. I've been thinking. I'm changing my vote. If the Elamists asks again, I'm going to vote yes. What? Jake demanded. Why? Marco shrugged. Rachel's losing it. If she loses it, how long are the rest of us gonna last? Shut up, Marco. I'm not in the mood for your jokes, I said. Me neither, Marco said flatly. You know how much sleep I got last night? About an hour. Nightmares. I was a zombie in school today. I felt like my skin has all been rubbed with sandpaper. I'm jumpy. I'm scared. I'm stressed. It's gonna happen, Jake said. That was always insane. This was always insane right from the start, Marco said. A handful of kids fighting alien invasion? Look what's happening, Tobias. Trapped in a morph, Rachel is starting to use morphing to get away from her problems. The other night, I woke up in bed and I didn't know what I was. I didn't know if I had hands or fins or claws or talons. Maybe you and Cassie are immune, Jake, but I doubt it. We can't give up, Jake urged stubbornly. All we ever do is lose, Marco said. We annoy the Yerkes. Maybe we blow up a ship and have some little success, but the invasion marches on, and all we ever do is barely escape with our lives. We're like some baseball team that never wins a game, and now, according to the Elamists, we know it's going to be a whole losing season. We aren't going to the playoffs. I don't care, Jake said. I'm not giving up. Jake, Cassie said, see this? She held up her left arm and pointed to a scar above her wrist. I got this from a raccoon. The raccoon had been caught in a trap. Its leg was broken. I was trying to free it so I could save it. It bit me. We're not raccoons, Jake said. Aren't we? Compared to the Elamist? Cassie said, isn't it just possible he's right, that what he's trying to do is save at least a part of the human race? That he's just trying to get us out of the trap and fix our broken bones? Cassie's right, Marco said. If the Elamist wanted to hurt us, he could have just destroyed us. You know it as well as I do. Fine, I'm going to let him get my leg out of the trap, but I have some conditions first. There are some people going with me, but if the Elamist can save those people along with me, then I have to say yes. Marco looked at me. Then Jake and Cassie and Tobias all looked at me. The vote was now 2 against 2. I was the deciding vote. It would mean no more battles. It would mean that somewhere, wherever the Elamist took us, there would be no job in another state for my dad. There would be no painful decisions for me to make. I opened my mouth and started to speak again. I promised I would ask you again. Uh-oh, Marco said. I will show you what you need to understand. Oh, God.
So apparently it wasn't a big deal, but apparently she still has it on her mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying is that, it's such a insignificant thing, but yet if it's so insignificant, Rachel, why is it bugging you so much?
Rachel does have very complex feelings. I like that about her.
She got a case of the Sunnies.
Yeah, that makes you special, Jake. Jesus Christ.
Like how Sunny would ditch school. She's got a case of the Sunnies now.
A mutated iguana, that'd be cool. Alright, let's just keep going. I will show you what you need to understand. In an instant, we were gone from the barn. The 5 of us and Axe stood side by side in the middle of an empty field of scruffy, unkempt grass. There was a long, low, tumble-down building 100 yards away. The Elamist was nowhere to be seen. We were the only people around. 5 humans and 1 Andalite. 5 real humans. Tobias, I said. Yeah, he said, looking down at his hands. This routine again. Jake looked angry. Cassie marveled. Marco tried to smirk nonchalantly, but he wasn't succeeding. No one looked tired anymore. Axe skittered nervously on his dainty hooves and stretched his tail as if preparing to use it. The Elamist again, I said. Do you guys hear? Yeah, we heard, Jake said, so we get another chance to change our minds. Where are we? Cassie wondered. I mean, something about this looks familiar, but I can't quite place it. I had the same feeling, like the empty, dusty, blasted landscape was familiar. It was Tobias who saw it first. The school, he said. What? I said, no way, but he was right. I looked again and realized that I knew each of those tumbled down, destroyed buildings. Okay, I don't like this, Marco said. I don't even halfway like this. I mean, normally, I'm all for seeing the school blown up, but I really don't like this. I don't think... when did this happen? I wondered aloud. I skip one day and the place burns down? I don't think so, Cassie said in a strange, distracted voice. I don't think this is something that's happened past tense. I think we're talking future tense. Or just tense, Marco muttered. I looked over at Cassie, wondering what she was talking about. She was staring intently up at the sky overhead, then off toward the horizon. The sky, she said. Have you ever seen that color before? Have you ever seen it that color before? It does seem slightly yellowish, Jake said. And the air, that just means there was a tornado going through. And the air, doesn't it smell funny? And look over there, the trees over behind the gym, they're dying. The Elamist said...
season.
Yeah, it's just pollen season. The Elamist said he would show us something. I muttered, so what's he showing us? Axe, you understand any of this? There's a time distortion, I sense, but I don't know what it means. It's the future, Cassie said. A chill crawled up my spine. I wanted to think Cassie was losing it, but I sensed the truth of what she said. Okay, Marco said. So what are we supposed to do now? Stand around here until the Elamist comes back for us? Jake shrugged. I guess we look around. The mall's just a quarter mile or so. It should be open. So we walked across the scruffy field beneath the sky that seemed to add yet yellow to blue and make patches and wisps of green, unlike any sky I'd ever seen. We passed the school, and I looked morbidly through the blast holes to see if we could recognize anything. Yeah! Marco yelled. I was loud, sorry. I reeled back from one of the dark holes. I ran to look inside. It was a classroom. There was a skeleton lying crumpled across the teacher's desk. Oh my God, Cassie whispered. The body was just left here. That's Paloma's classroom, I said. History class. It took a few seconds.
That's just the model of the skeleton, not a real one.
It's just science class. It took a few seconds for the significance of that to sink in. The body had been left there to rot. It must have taken years for it to be reduced to nothing but bones. Cassie's right. We're in the future, Marco said, but that's impossible. Impossible for humans, Ax said, but not impossible for Elamists. Oh, I get it, I said angrily. It's a little lesson. The Elemist is showing us what happens in the future. How cute, how clever. But how do we know this is really the future and not just some little show he's putting on? Let's try the mall, Jake said, although I don't have a good feeling about this. We left the school behind us. I tried not to think about what the skeleton might have been. Who the skeleton might have been. Some teacher? Some student? Some person who just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time? Maybe we can check the bookstore at the mall, Marco said. Find a world almanac for whatever year this is. See who won all the Super Bowls. Then when we go back to our own time, we can be on the we can bet on the games, make a fortune. He wants to pull that Back to the Future 2 stuff. I forced a laugh that came out like a grunt. We needed to keep our spirits up. Marco was trying. We reached the highway, 8 lanes of concrete, dead silent. Not a car, not a truck, empty. On the far side of the highway was a rusted wreck of a car. Bony white hands clenched the steering wheel. We stayed away from it. Oh my God. We saw something that gleamed brightly off to the east. It seemed to run in a straight line from the far horizon to a point much closer. I squinted to see what it was. Too bad we don't have your hawk eyes now, I whispered to Tobias. It's a tube, I think, like a long, long glass tube. There, something is moving down it. It's a conveyance of some kind, Ax said. He had turned all 4 of his eyes toward it. It seems to be a glass tube that goes for many miles. Inside it is fast-moving platforms, like your trains, only faster. They're going perhaps 300 or more of your miles per hour. They're everyone's miles, Marco said. You're on Earth, Ax. We all have the same miles. What about nations that use kilometers? Ax said smugly. See, I am learning. My boy. Some kind of very high-speed...
Our children are teaching each other.
Some kind of very high-speed train system, Jake said. That's why no one is on the highway. The question is who built the system, I pointed out. A few minutes later, we reached the mall, but it had changed. It had changed quite a bit. Oh, man, Marco said. Look at that. Oh, man. The mall was still standing. Even the sign that said Sears could still be seen. Nope, now we know it's not a real future. But holes perfectly round and about 6 feet across had been drilled into the sides of the 4 big department stores. There were 6 or 8 holes in the pennies, the same with Sears, and from the holes were emerged Texans. They crawled in and out of the holes. They slithered down to the ground and up to the roof. Some were carrying boxes from a squat, bulky spacecraft that sat in the parking lot. They were unloading it like a truck carrying silvery packages in through several of the holes. It's a hive, Cassie said. It's like a beehive or an ant colony. They've taken it over. The mall is a Texan hive. Is that why the malls aren't popular anymore?
I mean, Sears, like you said, it's a fake future because Sears would never be
Sears did not even make it to the year of our Lord 2023.
Well, I mean, the department store, sure, but I mean, like this, like appliances, like Sears appliance repair, auto repair, I think. So they're not in the consumer sector anymore than the private sector.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me get a sip of my drink. The future, the way it will be if the Yerks win, I said. Taxes using the mall for a hive. I guess that means I can forget about any good sales today. I wanted to sound tough, like I wasn't impressed, but that was a lie. Worms larger than grown men were crawling through the holes in the mall. Skeletons lay across desks in the shattered ruins of our school and clutched the wheels of rusted cars. The aircraft felt strange. The air felt strange. The sky was no longer the sky of Earth. The trees were dying. As we circled around the mall, we could see that the tube train made a stop there. The glass tube was raised above the ground about 20 feet, like the monorail at Disney World, but they did not seem to be enough supports to hold it up. It was like if it were just hanging there. Outside the mall, a drop shaft rose up to the tube. A Taxon entered the shaft and swept to a platform that bulged from the side of the tube. Let's stay clear of any Taxons, Tobias said, but Marcos shook his head. Why? Don't you see? The Yeerks have won. So any humans are human controllers. The Taxons would just assume we were human controllers. I guess you're right, Tobias agreed. Yeah, so we can go anywhere. Besides, I don't think the Ellimist brought us here to see us get killed. I relaxed a little, realizing that they were right, but still, this was deeply disturbing feeling about, there was a deeply disturbing feeling about all of it. I will morph into human form, Axe said. The Yeerks may be accustomed to human controllers, but they will not see any Andalite controllers except for Visser 3. Are you so sure? Marco said. Maybe in the future the Andalites lose to the Yeerks too. Never, Axe snapped angrily. And then he just starts playing the Andalite theme song, or like the national anthem. He began to slowly melt into human shape. Let's hop the train, I said, see where it goes. Excuse me, Marco laughed. Climb aboard the Yeerk version of Amtrak? I shrugged. You said it, Marco. They'll think we're controllers, and in any case, the Ellimist didn't bring us here to get killed. It is sad about the mall, Axe said, now mostly human. They had excellent foods of tasting. The Ellimist showed us much of what was excellent in your species and your planet, but we did not mention the sense of taste. Cinnamon buns, and chocolate, too. Yeah, we have to save any species that we can that can invent the warm cinnamon bun, I said. Come on, let's try this. It only took a couple of minutes to walk to the drop shaft. As we neared the Taxon slithered up alongside us. He was racing to get ahead, like a rushing commuter. But aside from that, he paid us no mind. You think the Yeerks have a rush hour? Marco muttered under his... Quiet, Jake snapped. We're controllers now, not normal humans. The Taxon reached the drop shaft ahead of us. He stepped in through the large opening and was immediately swept up onto the platform ahead. We all hesitated to follow him, so I stepped forward. Seconds later, I was on the platform with the others right behind me. We were 20 feet up. I could see in all directions. I nudged Tobias. A small Yeerk pool had been built on the roof of the mall, right over the place where the food court had been. It was a shallow, sludgy pool. Half a dozen Taxons lounged around it almost as if they were sunbathing. There were 2 cages in the Yeerk pool. Taxons are all voluntary hosts. There were no cages at the Yeerk pool. Taxons are all voluntary hosts. Another reason not to like them. At least the Hork-Bajir had resisted the Yeerks. Suddenly, in the rush of wind, a platform came down in the glass tube like a bullet. It stopped in front of us at the Taxon quickly slithered aboard. We followed it. It was not a closed car like a train. It was just a clear platform, open at the front end of the back. There were maybe 20 standard seats, half occupied by human controllers. Toward the back was an open area where the Taxons went. At the front were several larger chairs, much larger and made of steel with no padding. Those had to be for Hork-Bajir. Space for about 4 Hork-Bajir, maybe 2 or 3 Taxons, and seats for 20 or more humans. So there were far more humans around than either Taxons or Hork-Bajir, I concluded. We would not look out of place. The train launched like a bullet down the glass tunnel, but there was no lurch and no rushing wind. We just blew along at speed that boggled the mind. The trip from the sunbeam... Let me try that again. Now I lost my place. The trip from the suburban mall to downtown usually took half an hour by bus. We made the trip in about a minute and a half. Jake gave me a look. We were getting out of here. We rose and left the train. Fast, Marco said. Beats the bus, I agreed. It was beyond strange walking the streets of downtown. Entire skyscrapers were simply gone. Others now had wormholes for the Taxons. I looked up the 30 stories and saw the Taxons crawling up. Others had now had wormholes for the Taxons. I looked up 30 stories and saw Taxons crawling up the sides of the building that used to be the headquarters for a bank. The tallest building in town was the EGS Tower. It was 60 stories tall. It still stood almost intact, but for some reason the top 2 floors had been sheared away, then covered with a glass dome. Pale sunlight sparkled off the dome. It was almost like a beacon. Humans and Hork-Bajir walked the street side by side, but not in large numbers. In fact, the entire city seemed far emptier than it should have been. We turned a corner and froze. That's where the city arena should be, I said. It's where we saw the circus. The arena, the big department store, the building that used to have the tall antenna on top. They're all gone, Marco said. Just gone. In their place was a Yerk pool, a pool of shocking size. It was a small lake, really. You could have ridden around in it on a motorboat and not looked out of place. It was 3 times as wide as a football field is long, maybe 4 times as wide, and all around it were cages, just like in the underground. Yerk pool we knew too well. But there was a difference here. The humans in Hork-Bajir in these cages no longer called for help. They cried, they sobbed, or more often they just stared blankly into space, but they did not call for help. They knew there was no help coming. They knew that hope was dead. We just stared at the 6 of us. The 6 of us, just stared emptily. A human controller brushed past us, jostling me as she went. Excuse me, I said in a sarcastic voice. A mistake. I knew it was a mistake as soon as the 2 little words were out of my mouth. The woman stopped. She came back toward us. What did you say? She demanded. Nothing, I said, but she kept staring at me through narrowed eyes. What is your name? I knew the answer. I knew that answering Rachel was not going to work. She wanted my Yerk name. I tensed up, ready for a fight. Her name is not your concern, Tobias said. The woman sneered. Oh, and why is that? You are spies. That's what you are, spies. Her name is not your concern, Tobias repeated. His name is not your concern. He jerked his thumb at Axe. Because his name is Visser 3. Well, this is interesting.
Mm.
Even in the controlled future, there are Karens.
Even in the Yerk-controlled future. Karens are like cockroaches. They'll survive the apocalypse.
Apparently, the streams, Deb. I don't think so, Laser.
It looks like other people can see us, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, Natty can see us. You know, if these kids happen to win the war, they're gonna be so traumatized. Oh yeah, it's like Hunger Games. There is no, even if you win, there's still no just winning. There's no winners in war.
So yeah, like I mentioned, they're even in the future where their Yerks control everyone. There are still Karens.
Yep.
What is your name?
I'm sorry, what department are you with?
Yeah, let me speak to the manager.
Whoop, come back. I didn't say you could leave. I still have a few more chapters left. All right, chapter 20. We're on page 52. Visser 3, the woman repeated skeptically. It took me a few seconds to track what was Tobias about. What was Tobias talking about? Why was he saying Axe was Visser 3? Fortunately, Axe caught on more quickly. He immediately began to demorph and return to his Andalite form. And as soon as the Andalite stalk eyes appeared, the woman began to tremble. But you said Visser 3, only Visser 1 has an Andalite host body. Great, Visser 3 has been promoted. Yeah, I said to the woman, but he was Visser 3 back in the old days, back when we were all friends, comrades in arms, back in college. No one told us you were visiting Earth, Visser, the woman babbled. She was clearly terrified. Obviously, Visser 3's reputation had not softened any over the years. Axe had regained his full Andalite form, and the various controllers on the street were staring in a mixture of fascination and fear. If I had known, the woman moaned, I would never. Axe waved his hand dismissively. Silence. You are right to remain vigilant. If you had not been vigilant, I would have destroyed you for being careless fool. Now get out of here. Yes, my Visser, yes, the woman took off fast, which left us standing around the street, gaping at the Yerk pool, and a lot of controllers gaping at us. This isn't good, Marco said. Word is going to travel very fast that Visser 3 is here, and someone is going to realize the truth. So what now? Jake wondered. How long does the Ellimist want to leave us here? Until we are convinced he's right, Tobias said. There must have been something more he wants us to see, Cassie said. I glanced at Cassie. She looked puzzled. I guess I expected her to look... I guess I expected her to look like, see, I told you so, here's the future, but she seemed troubled, like she couldn't make sense of something that was bothering her. What? I asked her. She shrugged. Just a feeling. There's something deeper going on here, something we don't get. The Yerk pool was a busy little place, controllers coming and going. The host bodies were shoved into cages and dragged back out when it was time. There was a steady procession along the 6 different piers, draining out and taking in Yerks. Over it all loomed the EGS tower, topped off by glass dome. Why put a Yerk pool here, I wondered aloud. I mean, there's all kinds of open areas. Why go to the trouble of removing the buildings that were here? It's not like this is exactly a scenic location. I wonder what year it is, Marco said. Is this next year? 10 years from now? 20? I heard a low roar coming from the sky. A Yerk bug fighter swooped down low, took a turn around the EGS tower, and settled down toward the near side of the Yerk pool. I don't know why, but I felt drawn to that bug fighter. Maybe it was some strange psychic urging. Maybe it was the Ellimist making me go closer to see what he wanted to show me. Wherever the urge came from, I found myself walking toward the bug fighter. Hey, Jake said, what are you doing? You guys stay back, I said. It's okay, Marco said, jerking his thumb at Axe. We're with Visser 3 here. Excuse me, I mean Visser 1. And congrats on the big promotion, by the way. Axe stepped out and quickly in front of me, swaggering and acting the role of the great and terrible Visser. I love him so much. As we drew closer to the pool, there was a crowd of controllers, humans, Hork-Bajir, Taxons, and a few odd species I have never seen. The crowd parted very quickly. No one wanted to accidentally annoy Visser 1 in any way. We swaggered up to the bug fighter like the bosses of all the world. Then the door of the bug fighter opened. I stopped. Axe stopped as well. The others crowded behind us. My skin was tingling. My hair felt like it was standing on end. I knew something was about to happen. Something awesome and terrible. And then they stepped from the bug fighter. A human and an Andalite. I knew the Andalite. We had met before. I could feel the dark dread that emanated from him. Visser 3. The real Visser 3. Seeing Axe along with the Visser 3, the crowd of controllers immediately knew the difference. Visser 3 has an Andalite body, but there is no mistaking him for anything other than a creature of pure evil. Well, Visser 3 said to the person with him, right on oh yes. Well, Visser 3 said to the person with him, right on schedule, just as you said it would be. I stared at the human. She was a pretty young woman, maybe 20 or 22 years old. She had blonde hair, cut short. She wore no makeup. Her clothes were plain. I had stopped breathing. My heart had stopped beating. I tried to swallow but couldn't. Hello, Rachel, the woman said to me. Hello, Rachel, I replied. It's you from the future.
This is real. This is me.
Yeah, she just turned into Demi Lovato. Whoa. Honestly, I can see Rachel with Axe. Yeah. She said he's cute like 3 different times. Axe is bestest boy. Just want to transform or morph? That would be fun. You morph and then you morph, kind of. You morph and then you transform. Alright, chapter 21. It was me. Me, as I would be in the future. I knew you were coming, the future Rachel said. After all, I was you once. Once I stood right where you stand now and looked just like you look now, and saw myself as I am today. She sounded perfectly calm, but her eyes flickered quickly to Axe, then back to me. Visser 3 shook his head in amusement. If only I had known from the start that you were humans. For so long I believed you were Andalites, until at last we caught you. I felt strangely calm. I mean, considering what was happening, I was face to face with Visser 3, who was now Visser 1. I was face to face with my own future. You're a controller, I said to the older me. Of course, she said. She smiled. A cruel smile, not at all like me. We won. You all led us on a nice chase, but in the end, we won. This planet is Yerk territory. The human race has achieved its destiny to host as hosts for all the Yerk race. If you know so much, how did we come to be here? In the future, Marco asked. An Elemist has brought you here, Visser 3 said. Oh, an Elemist has brought you here. In your own time, you face a choice. The Elemist has brought you 6 humans. You 5 humans and 1 Andalite, here to show you the future. To show you the future. Soon, he will return to you to your own time. What choice did we make? I asked. The older Rachel smiled a cruel smile. The right one, obviously. Everything has worked out perfectly. Yeah, Jake said defiantly. Maybe not. The Elemist brought us here to help us make the choice. So what if we go back for our own time and decide to accept the Elemist's offer? Then Rachel won't be around to be turned into a controller. She'll be with the rest of us on whatever planet the Elemist takes us to. I watched closely for any reaction by my older self. Nothing, not a flicker. And yet, there was something. She was trying to hide something. You know what? We decided, but still, here you are, I said. So either you're here to change what you decided, except, no, then it might change all of this. Or else you're here because you being here is what caused me to decide whatever I decided. Confusing, isn't it, Visser 3 sneered. I don't know how the Elements keep it all straight. Let's leave, Cassie said suddenly. I don't like this place, and I don't like these 2 creatures. But Cassie, I'm your best friend, my older self said mockingly. No, you're not. Maybe Rachel is still alive in there somewhere, but what you are is a Yerk. Cassie started to turn away. As she did, she tripped. She fell against me. Suddenly, the older Rachel was there. She grabbed me and held my arm steady so I didn't fall. But to Axe, it must have looked like she was lunging at me. His tail whipped forward in the blink of an eye. Axe's quivering blade was pressed against the older Rachel's throat. Her eyes went wide with fear. She shot a glance at Visser 3, and my amazement, Visser 3 seemed frozen. He was confused. His main eyes narrowed. He looked from Axe to the older Rachel to me. Suddenly, I knew. This wasn't in the script, was it? I asked him. This wasn't supposed to happen. Something has changed. It's Axe, isn't it? You said 6 humans before. That's what you expected to find. That's what Rachel told you would happen. But the future has changed, hasn't it? Something is different. Visser 3 glared at me, and now he dropped the pretense of politeness. Do you know what I did when I finally caught you and your little band of Animorphs? Do you know what I did? I gave each of you a trusted lieutenant, and once you belonged to us, once you were mine, I killed your bird friend here, and we roasted his body. Visser 3 leaned closer to me. He was tough and stringy, but we added a sauce you humans have. Barbecue, I believe it's called. And then your friend Tobias was delicious. You had a leg, as I recall. You ate it and laughed. I really wanted to morph right then. I really wanted to become a grizzly bear, to tear Visser 3 a few new holes, but there were hundreds of controllers around, and while I was morphing, I would be vulnerable. Axe still had his tail blade pressed against the old Rachel's throat. He can't hurt us, Axe said. He can't do a thing to us. If he does, he would change history. He doesn't know how that would work out. Good point, Axe, Jake said. He met my gaze. He had a dangerous, angry look in his eyes. He can't hurt us. But the reverse. Well, excellent point, I agreed. I focused my mind on the grizzly bear. So Visser 3, you killed my friend Tobias and roasted him over a fire? I was beginning to change. So was Jake. I have 100 Hork-Bajir I can call, Visser 3 said. So call them, Marco said. Maybe one of them will get careless with a Draken beam and kill one of us. How do you suppose that'll change the past? Hard to tell, isn't it? Claws had sprouted from my fingers. Coarse brown fur was covering my body. I could feel the surge of power as I became more bear than human. Visser! the old Rachel said tersely. What do we do? We, Visser 3 said, we do nothing. I retreat. Visser 3 began, Visser 3 began backing away, but I wasn't about to let him go. I had him. After all the pain he had caused, I had him. After all the damage he had done, he was now powerless. That's a lot of damage. Sorry. I did not wait until the last of my human features were submerged. I was bare enough. I charged. Bears are very large and look sort of clumsy, but they can be very fast. Now, you filth, let's see who eats who. I barreled towards him. He turned to run, but he had turned too late. I hit him. 800 pounds of fast-moving bear hit Visser 3 in the flank and brought him down hard. I drew back one huge claw and swung with all my might. My hand slipped the trunk of a tree. My human hand. Ow! I was human again. I was in the woods behind Cassie's farm. The others were all there as well. Tobias once again a hawk, perched in a branch overhead. No! I'm sick of this, I yelled. I slammed the tree again in sheer frustration. I'm sick of this, and I had him. Cassie came over and put her arm around my shoulder. It doesn't matter. That's a Visser 3 who doesn't exist yet. I'm so sick of this, I said again, a little more softly. What's the point? What's the point in anything? We know the future now. We know what happened if we decide to stay and fight. I felt lost. The way the last ounce of energy just seeped away from me. It was too much, too many things to deal with. And what was the point? What did it even matter what I did? I flopped down onto the grass and pine needle covered ground and rested my head in my hands. I was done trying to make sense of a world where I could be. I jerked back and forth like a puppet. The 6 of us just lay there on the floor of pine needles for a while, staring, thinking, letting it all sink in. It was over. The war was done and we had lost. No, because she wanted, Future, you wanted you to run because she was trying to scare you. She wasn't trying to talk you into fighting. That's not what you did.
We had him with the thing you call barbecue, I believe.
Oh my god. Okay, that's kind of iconic, though.
Slay, Visser.
I'm not going to see barbecue sauce without thinking of Visser 3 anymore. And I'm not upset about it.
And left no crumbs. Honestly, he ate.
Yeah, literally. Oh my god. It could still be an Elemis trick, Axe said half-heartedly. No, I said flatly. You know it's not a trick, Axe. At least not the way you mean. If the Elemis wanted to force us to do something, he has more than enough power. We need to think this through, Jake said wearily. I shrugged. You think it through. I'm tired of thinking. I was just about to vote when the Elemis dragged us off for his little show and tell. I was about to be good old Rachel and vote no. I was going to be tough one more time, but I'm changing my vote. I'm not going to end up as a controller. That's not going to happen. Not to me. If that means I'm running away, too bad. I changed my vote. You know what? At that moment of surrender, it felt good. I felt good. I wish I could say I didn't, but I felt a wave of relief wash over me. No more hard decisions, no more danger, no more having to be brave. That makes it Cassie, Rachel, and me in favor, Marco said. 3-2, unless Axe is voting. I follow Prince Jake, Axe said. Maybe, Tobias began, maybe if some of the human race survives on some other planet, maybe it'll be like when they brought wolves back to live in the national forest. I mean, maybe someday we can return to take Earth back. Are you changing your vote, Tobias? Jake asked him. Jake, you know I would never run from a fight. We all just sat there staring at nothing. We were going to do it. We were going to abandon the fight. We all knew it. Jake hung his head. Elemist, he said softly to the air, we have decided. The answer is yes. The Elemist had said we would be transported immediately once we decided. I expected my next breath to be drawn on some distant planet, but nothing happened. Nothing at all. Well, there's way too many books left for that to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
This is the downside to hindsight. When this came out, you might be like, maybe, but no.
Natty's asking, how did you get Avery, I don't get, how did you know that old Rachel wanted to stay?
So the way I see it, future Rachel is trying to scare old Rachel. So the way that I figure, if future Rachel got there by Rachel staying, she would have wanted to somehow make sure that she was convinced to stay. If that makes sense. So the fact that she was like gloating and everything and trying to scare her makes me think that that was the outcome that brought us to this future. Because if I were future Rachel and I had stayed and fought and that's what got me there, I would be trying to like convince myself. I'd be like, no, you need to stay and fight. Give us another chance. That's the way I figure it.
Let's see. We got 6 more chapters after this.
Woo, 6 more. Whoops, that's my thumbnail. Hi, thumbnail.
Let's see, then 22. Basically 13 pages left.
Yeah, we got it. I read. My ADHD brain takes over when I read, so we kind of it just kind of goes fast. I can't tell you how weird it was going to school the next day, sitting in class, trying to pay attention while my teacher, Miss Paloma, talked about what led up to the Second World War. Maybe if the United States had been ready to fight earlier, she said, the war would have ended earlier, and fewer people would have been killed. But our country wanted peace. I just kept looking at her and wondering, was that your skeleton draped across the desk? What was the point of going to school? What was the point in anything? I had seen the future. I knew how it all turned out. The human race was done for. Finished. That was where all our long history led to. A yerk pool. Because we were so devoted to peace, we may have actually made the war worse, Ms. Paloma droned on. We'll never know for sure, of course. You can't really second-guess history. You can if you're an Ellimist, I thought. If you're an Ellimist, you can look ahead and see it all. Well, if you're living history, you can definitely second-guess. Why not? It was Cassie's voice. I glanced across the room at her. She had the same look of confusion I'd seen the day before, the frustrated look, like she sensed something she couldn't quite grasp yet. Why can't you second-guess history? I mean, if you could go back and change things so that the U.S. was ready to fight earlier. Ms. Paloma sat on the edge of the desk because events are intertwined in ways we cannot always see, Cassie. Sometimes small things can make huge differences. You know, they say that a single butterfly beating its wings in China may affect the way the wind blows here in our country. A single butterfly. Yes, the butterfly effect. Beating its wings may make a tiny change that becomes a bigger change and becomes a tornado. The world isn't like math. It isn't just 1 + 1 = 2. It's more complicated than that. And then the oddest thing happened. Ms. Paloma looked right at me, right into my eyes. Much more complicated than that, she said. A single butterfly. A single butterfly. A single butterfly. Whoop, nope. The hair on the back of my neck was tingling. Everyone was looking at her like she was crazy. Suddenly, Ms. Paloma shook her head like she was popping out of a trance. She smiled a confused smile. Okay, well, anyway, you all have the reading assignments. The bell rang and I practically jerked up out of my seat. Cassie threaded her way through the kids who were rushing out of the room. Okay, tell me that wasn't weird, Cassie whispered. I thought maybe I was imagining it, I said. Besides, who knows what's weird anymore? I'm sitting there waiting for the you-know-who to suddenly zap us out of here. Cassie nodded. So why hasn't he? Out in the fast-moving crush of bodies in the hall, we made our way to our lockers. I don't know, I said. As I spun my combination lock, we decided to say yes. We're giving him what he wants. I popped my locker door open. Unless, Cassie said. Unless maybe that wasn't the answer he wanted, I finished her thought. But it's nuts, Cassie said, frowning. Everything he did made it look like he wanted us to say yes. He appears the first time right as we're about to be swallowed by a... She looks around to make sure no one could overhear. Just was about to be swallowed by... I mean, come on. Obviously, he must have figured we'd want to bail. We might have, I said, except we saw the drop shaft, so we thought we could escape. Otherwise, I stopped talking. I stared at Cassie. She stared back. He showed us that drop shaft, Cassie said. Why? I wondered aloud. Why? What is he doing with us? He appears when we're desperate. He says he doesn't interfere and gives us a choice. Then he lets us see a way out. What's all that all about? Then he gives us another chance. He shows us the future. He shows us you, basically, you in the future. So we know for sure that we must have decided to stay and fight, and we know we lost. And all of that means we have to say yes and let him take us away. So why have I been feeling like I was missing something? The warning bell for next period rang. This is insane, as Marco would say. Cassie laughed. Yeah, I have gym next period. At any moment, I might suddenly be swooped away into another planet. In the meantime, I have to go play volleyball. I watched her walk away. Then I hurried to the next class. A single butterfly, I thought. But how is the butterfly supposed to know when to beat her wings?
The beat of my heart, the beat of my heart, can't get the start to the beat of my, to the beat of my, to the beat of my heart. I'm up from my down, I turn it around. I practically know the whole song, so I'm gonna stop myself right there.
Was she possessed for a second? I think
I'm
somebody
not
wants
that-
them
sorry.
to. I wonder if they're gonna morph butterflies next. I know the barbecue sauce line was a while back, but man, that killed me. That was hilarious. That was so cruel, but that was so funny.
Must have been like Sweet Baby Ray's or something.
No, it was that William and Sonoma. Hogwarts Legacy is a bad game. I've heard very mixed things about Hogwarts Legacy. Have hope, for it is the greatest weapon in your arsenal. The princess was not a prisoner, for she had hope, and when you have hope, you're nobody's prisoner. Chapter 23. I was back in the underground yerk pool, trapped, stuck in the Taxon's tongue, but not a cockroach. I was myself, in my human body, only tiny, stuck, about to die. Axe was talking. Yerk pool, it's a center of their life. What?
Ellery's going to sleep.
Oh, good night, Ellery. It's a center of their lives, almost a religion. I squirmed and tried to get away. I tried to change into something else, the bear. I wanted to become the bear, but I was stuck. All I could do was beat my helpless butterfly wings. He showed us the drop shaft, Cassie's voice murmured in the back of my head. I swirled down the dark corridors. I flew wildly on butterfly wings, always chasing a light that never drew closer, yet never disappeared. The Kandrona, I thought in my dream. The light is the Kandrona. The center of their lives, almost a religion. No, not the Yerkes pool. Really, the Kandrona, that's the center for them. That's their light. He showed us the drop shaft, Cassie said again, only now she was Ms. Paloma. My eyes snapped open. I sat up in my bed. I was awake as I'd ever been. I was electric. Ha! Ha! I yelled at the darkness in my room. Yes! Then I hesitated. Was I nuts? Was I just desperate? I ran through it all again. Got him, I whispered. Oh man, we got him. Got the disgusting worms. I shucked off the t-shirt that I wear to bed, and quickly slipped into my morphing outfit. I threw open the window, then I paused, and it would be Saturday morning in a few hours. No school, but if my mom found me gone, she might worry. I quickly scribbled a note saying I had gone for an early morning run, then I might go over to Cassie's afterwards. And then I glanced at the picture on my desk, the one of 3-year-old me and the balance beam being held by my proud father. I could not tell the others. We had already decided we were going to say yes to the Ellimist. We would let him take us to a place where there would be no battles and no need to decide. If I told my friends what I suspected, I felt the weight come down on me again, the weight of uncertainty and guilt and fear. I looked at the picture of my dad and smiled. What would you think of me, Dad, if I walked away when I still had a chance to win? And then I morphed. My arms shrank. My skin began to flow into patterns of soft feathers that could ride silently on the night breeze. I flew. In a few minutes, I was ready. The moon was bright in the sky. Dawn was still hours away. A perfect night for an owl. But I paid no attention to the juicy prey below me as I flew at top speed towards the woods. Tobias, it's me. Don't panic, but wake up. What the? Didn't I tell you about zooming up and come on, I yelled. Come on, where? Don't argue, just come on. I know you don't like to fly at night, but just come on anyway. Rachel, have you lost your mind? Where are we going? We're going to be butterflies, Tobias. We're going to Cassie's barn, and then we're going to change history. He opened his wings and flew alongside me just a few feet away. Whatever you say, Rachel, Tobias said grumpily. But what makes you think I know where it is, Tobias, I interrupted him. Where what is? Tobias, I know the location of the Kandrona. Tobias is your... Tobias, right now, you need to be ride or die. Yep. You're the ride or die, Tobias. Well, a fly or die, I guess. Did I miss anything in chat?
Something about let's just post spoilers everywhere. I don't know what you're talking about, Dirk.
Oh,
Are you talking about Hogwarts?
I think I think they're talking about Hogwarts Legacy, so that maybe the spoilers would deter people from playing it. I don't know if that would deter people or just egg them on, though. Let's see. Chapter 24. We are very close to the end. 9 pages away, and then I'm going to have to get off and sleep before Imagines tomorrow.
Imagines tomorrow.
Imagine. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, it's 3:47 in the morning, Marco said, and I'm here thanks to the fact that my dad is a sound sleeper who doesn't notice when I wake up screaming because an owl and a hawk have just flown in through my window. So now maybe you can tell us all why we're here. Everyone was there in Cassie's barn. Jake looked sleepy but interested. Cassie was using the time to check on some of the sick animals. Axe just stood to one side, waiting to see what Jake told him to do. Tobias perched on an overhead beam, tired from the having flown so much. Where does Axe live?
He lives in the meadows behind Cassie's parents' house.
That's what I thought, but I couldn't remember. We were lit by a single small bulb that had never even touched the shadows in the corners of the barn. We didn't want to take the chance that Cassie's parents might notice a light on and come investigate. Yes, I answered Marco. I'll tell you why you're here. I know where the Kandrona is. I know where it is. That got his attention, but he was still skeptical. What makes you think you know where the Kandrona is? The Ellimist. He showed us. We all thought it was unfair when he appeared in the Yerk pool and asked us to decide when we were about to be eaten, right? I told you the Ellimist care nothing about fairness, Axe said. No, you're wrong, Axe. At least this time. The Ellimist appeared when we were about to be swallowed by the Taxon, but then he showed us that drop shaft. We saw the drop shaft because it was there, Jake argued. It wasn't about him showing it to us. Are you sure? I asked. He waited till we walked out of the Yerk lunchroom to appear. He waited till we were standing where we would be sure to notice the drop shaft. I saw Jake raise an eyebrow thoughtfully. He and Marco exchanged a look. What if we're wrong about the Ellimist being unfair? What if Cassie's instinct is right, that he is telling the truth, that he isn't trying to do what's right, that he's trying to do what's right? He tells us that in the future we lose the fight, that the human race is enslaved, that he has a way to save a small number of us by taking us to a safe place. It's all true. And if he's telling us the truth, we lose in the future. What is this all about? Marco asked. We've seen the future. Nothing we do will matter. I shook my head. No, it will matter. If it didn't matter, how we decided, why even bother to ask us what we wanted to do? See, it doesn't matter what we do. Yes, Marco said, but the answer is obvious. We can only change the future by agreeing to Ellimist's plan to take us to a safe planet. Yes, that's one way, he offered us. But when we finally accepted, he didn't act. He didn't take us instantly. He didn't take us instantly away. Why? Why after we agreed did he leave us here? Because he wanted a different answer, Cassie said, nodding at me and giving me a wink. That's what's been eating at me. What different answer? Marco asked. He's in a trap, Cassie said. The Ellimist is trapped. He wants to save Earth, but he can't interfere directly. Supposedly, all he's allowed to do is offer to save a small number of us, but he knows that won't save Earth. It will save a few humans, yes, but when he showed us visions of Earth, he wasn't talking just about humans. He said Earth was a work of art. He wanted us to find a way to save it, Earth. Without interfering directly, I agreed, but what if we just happened to see another way? What if the Ellimist showed us the future, trying to convince us to let him take us away, and we just happened to see a way out? What way out? Jake demanded. The Cadrona. He let us see where the Cadrona is. I said, the Yerk pool downtown. That's the key. Why build a Yerk pool downtown? Why level so many buildings to make room for it? Why leave the EGS tower still standing, and why is there a glass dome at the top floors of the EGS? Axe is the one who said it. The Yerk pool is the center of their lives. That Yerk pool? I think it's a shrine, almost a holy place to them. It's where they located the first Kandrona to be placed on planet Earth. Jake snapped his fingers. The EGS tower. That's what's under the dome on the top floors. The Kandrona. That's why the Ellimist wanted us to see. Just the way he let us see the drop shaft we used to escape. He wasn't interfering, technically. The choice is still ours. Marco laughed out loud. You mean maybe the Ellimist is bending his own rules so he can say, hey, I didn't interfere, but at the same time, he's putting us where we can figure it out? I can't believe it. The Ellimist is a weasel. He found a loophole. I think I like that guy. But even if you're right about the Kandrona, Rachel, Jake argued, what does it prove? If we destroy it, are we sure it will change the future? Cassie looked at me and smiled. Maybe yes, maybe no. She said, but things are connected in millions of ways. They say single butterfly beating its wings in China can start a tornado in America. Yes, Tobias said, but how does the butterfly know when to beat its wings? It doesn't, I said. I guess it beats its wings the best it can and hopes it will all work out. It's a butterfly. It just does what butterflies do. And what do we do, Xeno Warrior Princess? Marco asked me mockingly, knowing the answer I would give. We kick Yerk butt, I said with a grin. Hell yeah.
Let's see.
Okay. The close the view thing, that my computer was lagging. I had to close the view. Is it still lagging?
You're...
No, never mind. It's not like I thought you were just frozen for a sec. No.
I was just still. I just got really still. Rachel is great. Rachel's very complex. I like her a lot.
All the characters are complex.
They are.
But Rachel is the most complex of the complex.
Rachel's just got a lot of different feelings. It's relatable. All right. At 5:10.
Rachel's just going through those teenage angst.
Yep. At 5:10 in the morning, the EGS tower's windows were almost all dark. From the deeply shadowed plaza in front of the building, we could see a sleepy, uniformed guard inside the lobby. There are dozens of businesses and law firms and stuff in this building, Jake warned. Most of them are probably just normal people. Fortunately, at this time of day, almost no one will be here, but the guard is probably just a normal guy. How do we deal with him without hurting him? Cassie asked. Suddenly, Tobias swooped down out of a dark sky. I can't see anything useful through the window up there, he said. Too bad the glass dome is still in the future, but I can tell you one thing. Something is up there. Something up there is giving off heat. I'm getting a beautiful updraft from the building itself. Let's do this already, I grumbled. I started morphing into the bear. Okay, but take it easy on innocent bystanders, Jake said. Tobias, I know you're wearing out, but stay up and keep an eye out while we morph. No prob, Jake. He flapped his wings and slowly gained altitude. These doors will be locked, Cassie pointed out. Not for long, I said. Axe was already demorphing, coming out of his human body and resuming his Andalite shape, spreading. Jake's eyes were glittering. His body was lengthening, and striped orange and black fur was spreading like a wave over his skin. Cassie was already on all fours. Rough gray fur grew thickly around her shoulders. Her mouth bulged out further and further to form a wolf's muzzle. Hey, a guy's coming up behind you, Tobias called down. I think he's drunk. He's carrying a bottle. If it were daytime, I could read the label. He's definitely staggering. Keep morphing, Jake said quickly. Cassie, see if you can get rid of him. Stranger danger. Become a bear. Cassie trotted off, already fully morphed, and a second later we heard followed by "Whoa, no way!" and the sound of a crashing bottle and running feet. Cassie returned just as we were finishing our morph. He decided to go in a different direction, Cassie reported. Okay, let's go in. I said. I was fully the grizzly now and feeling invulnerable. Actually, how about if Marco tries it first, Jake suggested. When all the rest of us lurked in the shadow, Marco, now an extremely large, powerful gorilla, knuckle walked to the glass door. He stood up on his hind legs and tapped with one massive finger on the glass. They've really got a strong party going on right now. They're a dream team right now.
Right now.
The guard jerked in his seat. He stood and moved cautiously closer. Then he drew his gun. Hey, get out of here, the guard said. Hi, Marco said in thought speak. I just came from a masquerade party. I was looking for Visser 3. The guard eyes went wide. Andalite, he hissed. Oh, so you are a controller. Good. That makes it so much simpler. With that Marco punched straight through the thick glass of the door. Crash. His gorilla fist connected squarely with the guard's chin. The guard crumpled, still holding his gun. Move, 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 Jake yelled. I barreled into the rest of the glass door. I was careful, but not too careful. I wasn't very worried about being hurt. Shattered glass flew everywhere. Cassie, Axe, and Jake leapt over the glass shards. Jake raced for the elevator. There may be an alarm. We have to move fast, Jake said. We'll never fit in one elevator, Marco said. Head for the freight elevator. That'll hold us, Jake said. Go for the top floor. Will it? I mean, that's a lot of poundage. Those are some big animals.
Mm-hmm.
Cassie and Axe kept an eye on all activity on the ground floor while they waited for the elevator to come back down. Jake, Marco, and I had the most firepower, so we went in first. We squeezed our combined bulk into the one freight elevator car. Not an easy thing to do, but we managed it. Can you press the button? I sure can't, Jake said. He held up one of his huge paws to show me. I mean, cats will try. Cats think they can do everything. It wasn't easy. Bear paws aren't exactly subtle tools, but after carefully lining up my first claw, I hit the top button. I'm getting like an over-the-hedge situation in my brain.
Yeah.
The door closed and we rose swiftly upward. There was a safety inspection certificate mounted on the wall. I leaned very close to make out the letters and read it aloud. It says here that the maximum load is 20 people. How many bears, tigers, and gorillas? The ride seems to be taking forever. I watched the counter tick off floors. 21, 22, 23. So, seen any good movies lately? Jake asked. I want to go see the new Keanu Reeves movie, I said. He's supposed to be cute, right? Probably The Matrix, yeah. Duh, I said, although he is in a lot of things.
Fastball.
It could be.
Have you seen that movie, Fastball, where he played like a drug addict baseball?
No. I think it was a couple years after Speed came out, so it probably wasn't Speed, but I do love Speed.
That's the one with what's her name?
Sandra Bullock.
Yes.
My mom and I quote that movie all the time when Alan Ruck goes, but I've already seen The Airport. Anyway.
John Wick 4. No, not John Wick 4.
John Wick 4 is going to take some time in this part of the late 90s still?
Yeah.
How many of these books came out a year?
Pretty sure they were on par with like BSC and Goosebumps.
Okay.
Or I can say maybe one, let's see, there's about like 60 of them. I think one a month.
Okay.
So like Goosebumps.
Okay. He's supposed to be cute, right? Duh, I said. I wonder if he'd ever want to go out with a girl like me. You know, lots of guys wouldn't want to date a grizzly bear. Suddenly I realized, I feel like Keanu Reeves is pretty chill. Keanu Reeves would be down for anything. Suddenly I realized there was music playing in the elevator, the usual stupid elevator music. Do, 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 do. Get ready, Jake said. Been ready. Top floor, ladies' shoes, children's apparel, everyone out, Marco announced in his best elevator operator's voice. The elevator stopped and the door opened, just as 3 humans and 2 Hork-Bajir were racing toward the elevator. Roar! Jake roared in a voice that could crack concrete. Roar! I echoed in my own, muddier bear voice. I charged like an enraged bull. I went straight for the nearest Hork-Bajir. That meant running through the closest human. I felt a slight thump as his body was knocked aside. I slammed into the Hork-Bajir. The force of my charge just picked him up and carried him along till I hammered into the far wall. It didn't kill him, but he wasn't going anywhere. Jake took down the other Hork-Bajir with a lightning swipe of his claws. The remaining humans bolted. I'm cut, Jake said. Is it bad? It isn't good, Jake said, but I'll be okay for a while. She's like, deal with it, dude. Sorry. Just then the elevator door opened and Axe and Cassie piled out. About time, I said. We've taken care of the welcoming committee. Sorry, Axe. Push the button in the button for the wrong floor, Cassie said. She glanced at the two Hork-Bajir. You know they have more than these two up here guarding the Kendrona. And Jake, you're bleeding, Cassie cried. I'm fine. The human controllers ran down the hallway, Jake said. Let's go. We haven't won this battle yet. I took off at a loping run. The others were right behind me. My claws gouged the carpet floor with every step. I couldn't see well, but I could smell the adrenaline of the frightened human controllers. I knew where they had gone. And then tomorrow they all come in and were like, what the fuck happened to the floor? I could smell them. I could sense them. They had challenged me, and I was going to show them who was boss. Watch out, Rachel, Cassie called. There's a door straight ahead of you. Nah, there's no door, I said, and plowed all my 800 pounds into a steel door that popped open like a lid of a jack-in-the-box. Inside, 8 Hork-Bajir warriors stood ready. 8 walking razor blades. 8 of them. 5 of us. No way we could win. A sensible person would have seen the odds and run away, but I charged straight at them. Later, everyone thought I was being brave, but you know what the truth was? The truth was, with my weak, bare eyesight, all I could see was a blur. I thought they were humans. I wasn't brave. I was just blind.
I wasn't brave. I was just dumb.
I wasn't brave. I was just blind. All the bitches with glasses were out here just like, yep, that's
So apparently, the only Keanu Reeves movie that could have been out at the time was Feeling Minnesota.
Not even one of his
Chain
greater
Reaction.
Sounds like me without my glasses. Same, Natty. Kicks door down. John Wick 4.
So those are the only, because this book came out in 97. So the new John Wick movie, or not John Wick, the new Keanu Reeves movie would have been Feeling Minnesota or Chain Reaction.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if this was a real autobiography, it would have even been the year before that, maybe, you know?
The year before that, that would have been and the filmography. A Walk in the Clouds, Johnny Mnemonic, and if this book came out, maybe Speed.
It could have been Speed.
Speed was 94 though, so that's like a little too far.
Little too far back.
But I'm sure A Walk in the Clouds, Johnny Mnemonic, one of those two.
See them being down for a Johnny Mnemonic, maybe. Tell us now, what favorite Keanu Reeves movie do you think all the Animorphs have? Because Axe definitely loves Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. There's no way he doesn't.
I'm sure Marco likes Bill and Ted.
Yeah.
And Jake is more of a Matrix person.
Mm-hmm. Jake has Matrix.
Rachel probably likes John Wick.
Yeah.
And then Cassie would probably like thing like what's that one called that I just said? Something Minnesota. Some obscure one.
Yeah.
Maybe Fastball.
And then Rachel would probably like Speed. One, because it's an action. 2, because it's an action romance. It's just right up her alley.
Keanu Reeves. Is that what it's Hardball? That's the name of the movie. Cassie would probably like Hardball. That movie is sad.
Yeah. All right. Chapter 26. We've got 4 more pages.
4 more pages.
Rachel! Cassie yelled a warning. Too late to retreat, Jake said. Go! I figured out the 8 blurry figures were Hork-Bajir when I was about 3 feet away from slamming into the first one. By then it was too late to stop. Kill the Andalite, the Hork-Bajir cried. I feel like that, so that's a swear word. There's no way it's not. to the Hork-Bajir. The Hork-Bajir cried in a weird mix of languages that they use. Kill! Andalite! Kill all! Suddenly, I realized that I was cut. A searing pain radiated from my shoulder. I swung my paw and hit a Hork-Bajir in the head. He fell, but as he fell, he slashed with his Tyrannosaurus feet and ripped a second cut in me. Arrgh! From that point on, it was a nightmare of terrible images that seemed to float in and out of my hazy vision. I saw Cassie, with her bone-breaking jaws sunk into the throat of a Hork-Bajir. I saw Axe, his tail like a deadly bullwhip, lashing, cutting, lashing again, till one of the Hork-Bajir stood, screaming, holding his own severed arm. I saw Jake and a Hork-Bajir locked in a deadly embrace as they rolled and slashed in each other with superhuman speed. I saw Marco fighting with one arm as he held his own sliced stomach together with the other hand, and everywhere snarling, growling, raging, roaring noise. Look out, Rachel, behind you! Die, Griffor, die! Roar! Help, he's on me! Ah! I couldn't tell who was winning. I couldn't tell who was hurt. It all became one long cry, one long scream of rage. The Hork-Bajir, an Animorph alien, and an animal. We were flesh and blood creatures thrown into a meat grinder, 13 deadly animals locked in combat to the death. I felt the bear weakening as he was cut again and again by Hork-Bajir blades. I was losing blood. The human part of me knew that. I could feel my strength ebbing. I charged again and hit a Hork-Bajir in the stomach. I carried him along with my momentum as he slashed wildly at me. Crash! I'd hit something. Glass. It had shattered. A window. I had shoved the Hork-Bajir through the window. Ah! I heard the Hork-Bajir's cry, dying away as it fell. A sudden flash movement as something came zooming through the shattered window. Fuck, I forgot to put the talk sound in there still. Tobias screamed as he spread his talons forward. It struck the closest Hork-Bajir, raking his eyes. The battle had turned. The Hork-Bajir had enough. Maybe it was hearing one of their fellows fall 60 stories, or maybe it was Tobias's arrival strengthening our side, but whatever it was, the remaining Hork-Bajir ran. 3 of them. They're not scared of any of these giant animals, but a little hawk runs in and they're like, oh shit. 3 of them ran. The rest would not be running anywhere. Marco grabbed the crumpled door and slammed it back in place. Then with what must have been the last of his strength, he shoved the desk in place to block the door. I'm hurt bad, Marco said. I got a morph, man. Do it, Jake said. I gotta morph out, man. Do it, Jake said. Everyone, demorph. I'm okay, I said weakly. Rachel, Tobias said. Your left arm. I stared blankly at my left paw. It wasn't there. It was a stump. Demorphing, I said, and focused my human body. My weak but healthy human body. Morphing is done from DNA, fortunately. DNA is not affected by injury, so injuries do not follow you from one morph to another. Exhaustion does. As my human body emerged from the vast bulk of the grizzly, I felt so weary I was afraid I might faint. Through my human eyes, I saw a scene of carnage. The Hork-Bajir lay sprawled around the room. Most seemed to be breathing. None were conscious. All were bleeding from claw and teeth wounds. Unfortunately for the Hork-Bajir, they could not simply morph out of their injured bodies. Everyone okay? Jake asked, sounding weary as I felt. Yeah, but that was way too close, Cassie said. We were in a large office. I could see that now with my human eyes. Desks lay splintered. The carpet was ripped into ribbons. The walls were gouged. Floor to ceiling windows formed one wall. They were shattered. I remembered the Hork-Bajir falling and shuddering. There was a door in one wall. Through there? Marco suggested. Let's try it, I said, staggering towards the door. It was not locked. A bare room, tile floor, white painted walls. The wall of windows was blocked by heavy curtains. The room was empty but for a large, massively built platform in the very center. It was a steel pedestal, maybe 3 feet high, 8 feet long, and atop the pedestal was a machine the size of a small car. It was shaped like a cylinder, tapered to dull points on both ends. It gleamed brightly like new chrome, as if it had just been polished, and it made a slight low humming noise. As I approached, I felt my hair stand on end from the static electricity. It was warm in the room. It was warm. It smelled like lightning. The Kendrona, Axe said. The Kendrona, I echoed. For a full minute, we all just stood there, gaping at it. Rachel, Jake asked at last, we need you to morph again. Can you do it? I nodded slowly. Elephant? Elephant. I don't know how else we're going to do it. We don't have any tools or anything. I morphed the elephant. Tobias flew outside to make sure there was no pedestrians below on the dark sidewalk. It took every last ounce of power that elephant had, but the Kendrona did move. It did slowly, in jerks and starts, slide across the floor, and when at last I shoved it through the window, it did fall the 60 stories to smash into the concrete below. Yay! Wait, I know. What? One more chapter. You still with me, chat?
We got 6 people left.
Yay! I know it's 2 o'clock. As soon as we're done here, I'm gonna hop off and get some sleep.
Yep.
She ain't got no paw. Rachel was like, okay, I should change back. Yep. When you're missing
like
a paw.
when in a movie, like the character like talking smack and then they have a knife thrown at them and it hits the wall, like, okay, I'm leaving now.
Yeah, I think most of them, especially Jake, would like Constantine Paulo talking about the Keanu Reeves movie. I'm here, sleep. Everybody should probably sleep unless you're in a way different time zone than me right now.
Unless you're on the West Coast. What's good? It's gonna be 11 o'clock.
Yeah, you got some time.
What's good, my West Coast people?
All right, 2 pages left. Last chapter. We did it. I whispered as
2 pages later.
2 pages later. We did it, I whispered as I returned to my normal body. We destroyed the Kendrona. We have to get out of here, Jake said. The Yerks will know. They'll be all over this place. So what does that mean? Marco asked. We did it, but what does it mean? Have we changed the future? Everything changes the future, I groaned. Somehow I knew we'd hear from this guy again. A replacement Kendrona will be here in 3 of your weeks. It was already on its way. Are you telling me this was all a waste? Marco demanded. Axe said, no, Marco, it was not a waste. 3 weeks. Well, with only the Kendrona aboard the mothership? In 3 weeks' time, they will suffer greatly. They will fall behind in their schedule. Many Yerks will perish. 3 weeks is not a waste. Do you mean 3 of our weeks, Axe? Marco teased. Is it enough? Jake demanded loudly. Is it enough? Have we changed the future? There is no answer. There was no answer, just silence. I don't think he knows, I said. He showed us a possible future, but you know what? I don't believe the Ellimist really knows the future any more than we do. What makes you so sure? I laughed, because wherever it is the Ellimist exists, and whatever he's up to, and whatever game he's playing, and no matter how mighty he is, he has butterflies too. Then an amazing thing, laughter that welled up from inside us and echoed through us and made us all smile as if we were fresh and full of energy. Ha 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 ha! As I said, you are a primitive race, and yet you are capable of learning. I smiled. Come on, guys. Do you have the energy for one more morph? I feel like flying. At first, we saw no evidence that the Yerks were suffering. I don't know how they did it, but the Yerks managed to maintain. It wasn't until later that week we learned we had done them terrible damage. But that is another story. Ooh. 2 days later, I took the bus over to my dad's apartment. He was packing up his suitcase to leave. Hi, Rachel, he said when he opened the door. I wasn't sure you were coming over. I shrugged. You're too disorganized to be able to pack all by yourself. He smiled, a sad smile. Thanks. Yeah, no big thing. I would have come and picked you up, he said. Sweetheart, my dad said, you know, you can always change your mind. You can always come live with me. I know, Dad. He smiled sadly. You know, I'll miss seeing you as much, even though I'll be here every chance I get. I know that too, Dad, I said. I gave him a little kiss on his cheek. He patted my hair, and I cried. I closed up his suitcase and zipped it. You're going to be okay without me here to take care of you? He asked. I can take care of myself, I said, wiping away the tears. We took the elevator down to a taxi that was waiting. Come with me to the airport. I'll send you home in the cab. I shook my head. No, I have stuff to do. He smiled. I understand. You probably have something very important to do with your friends. It was a joke. Absolutely, I said. We have to save the world. My dad laughed. If anyone can do it, honey, it would be you. Then the taxi drove off. I looked up in the sky. A lone hawk circled high overhead. You coming, Rachel? Tobias called down to me in thought speak. I nodded my head so he could see. Yes, I was coming. Woo!
That was a pretty big book, but not as big as next week when we tackle Megamorphs #1.
Oh, God. Megamorphs 1 is 99 pages. We're going to have to really stay on topic next week.
No fanfic chapter next week, you guys. 99 pages seems manageable, though.
Look at this cover, though. This is a great cover. I like this.
Hold on. I'm waiting for, or I guess it times me out when I try and open. Give me a sec. Remember that? Here. Oh, that one, yeah. It looks like a... For some reason, it reminds me of like a sea.
Yeah, and I like that Tobias is there. I just noticed that Tobias is also there.
Like, I too am also here.
This is gonna throw me off now that we're getting to the Megamorphs because it's like, oh, we're on book 7. It's like, nope, now it's 7.5.
Okay, so if we do like 40, all right, no, 50 pages. 50 pages. So by chapter 20, basically, so I mean, you can read one half, I can read one half straight off, whoever reads. Because if we could read 70 pages, 99 pages would probably be like another hour.
Yeah, if we can stay on topic, we could have done 99 pages tonight. So we might be able to get it in one if we just can stay on track and have our tech work, which is, you never know. But the other question is, how are we dividing this up? Are we still doing half and half, or are we taking characters?
I think it would, if we plan to do it in one day, it'd be easier to do half and half.
Yeah.
As opposed
20,
to,
just
okay,
22.
Okay, it's your turn now. Okay, it's your turn now. Okay.
Yeah, just 20, and that way we won't throw ourselves off, so that going forward in the future, we'll remember like whose half it's supposed to be.
See, chapter 1. So chapter 1 starts on page 4, so that'd be like 95 pages. 95 divided by half. That's 40. That is 95 divided by half. 48. Let me see.
Roughly, yeah. Well, it's 22 chapters each. I think we can do it.
So if we go off of that, basically like how many pages we would each get, your last chapter would be chapter 18, and then I would start on chapter 19.
Oh, going by pages. Yeah, we can do that too. That makes more sense.
By pages, because it's Megamorphs.
That's true. Very true.
And the text actually, no, hold on. I'm looking at this at 100%.
The text looks the same.
I zoom in 150. Oh, well, it just zooms in the perspective. I thought it my brain was off for a second. It just zooms in the look of it. It doesn't make the text bigger.
We could tackle it, because if we don't, as much as I love the Power Rangers fic chapters, if we don't do that and we can stay on topic, honestly, I think we could do it. But it is currently
Power Rangers will be back the week after.
Power Rangers will resume next week.
But this upcoming week on CBS.
Oh, what are in the infamous copy of the Star Wars Holiday Special? The Incredible Hulk will not be seen tonight because of this special broadcast.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I gotta, because Laser mentioning Australia, and then I remembered I was talking about Australia Next Top Model. I gotta put in chat the live finale where the wrong person was
cringe.
As the winner.
So cringe. Good night, Natty. We're gonna go to I will see you tomorrow if you're gonna be there for Imagines. And if not, I'll just see you next time.
All right, then. Good night, everyone. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the yerks crawl into your brain at night.
Don't let the yerks crawl into your brain at night. Good night.
Night. Good night.